Chapter 2039. The sudden explosion threw the entire mountain manor into chaos. A few of the black-armored, middle-aged man's subordinates supported him. His expression appeared somewhat unsightly. Where did this junior come from? To think that he dares to cause trouble in the heavenly slaughter sect's base. The old woman that Xiao Chen saw earlier shouted as she looked at Xiao Chen while holding her walking stick. The other party looked like they had the advantage in numbers. However, the truly powerful ones were the black-armored, middle-aged man and the old woman, two initial sovereign personages, whom Xiao Chen feared. After Xiao Chen injured the black-armored, middle-aged man with one punch, the remaining old woman was no match for Xiao Chen. You do not need to know who I am. Today, none of you can leave. Xiao Chen looked at the people in the mountain manor. His white robes showed an indifferent expression, appearing extremely cold. To think that such a demonic Tao sect like the Heavenly Slaughter sect raised young girls like pigs and dogs, using them as cultivation furnaces. They were utterly devoid of conscience and deserved to be killed. How arrogant! You are just an insignificant holy venerate, yet you are ridiculously arrogant. Kill him. The old woman smiled coldly, and the many demonic Tao cultivators behind her stepped forward. Demonic flames surged from their bodies, and their auras soared. They used martial techniques that Xiao Chen rarely came into contact with as they charged over. When they worked together, their auras were boundlessly vast. The dense demonic qi in the night looked exceptionally terrifying. Xiao Chen did not need to waste time with this group of people. Relying on his acquired divine body, Xiao Chen circulated his vital qi, and a faint azure vital qi merged into a blue dragon. A casual punch brought out a strong dragon might. Furthermore, his vital qi reached a startling 200 cauldron force. Bang! 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 These holy venerates were demonic Tao cultivators of varying strength. However, Xiao Chen easily tore them apart like he was breaking dry branches. Practically no one could take a punch from Xiao Chen. In mere moments, the demonic Tao cultivators charging over turned into blood splattering in the air. Xiao Chen's white robes remained untainted by the blood splattering in the air. His dragon might did not appear angry. Damn it! He's a body cultivator. Use the sky killing array to kill him. The black-armored cultivator caught his breath and led the others back. Then, he saw the disciples taking out their formation flags. The ghost-faced soul beast that shrouded the mountain manor roared angrily. It turned from formless to corporeal and lunged at Xiao Chen. The light of the sun and moon. Xiao Chen snorted coldly. The sun and moon behind him rose into the sky at the same time, instantly overshadowing the ghost-faced exotic beast's terrifying aura. Xiao Chen's will of soul was much stronger than his cultivation. His will of soul had broken through the shackles of a sovereign personage long ago. The mysterious phenomenon of the sun and moon shining together was comparable to the soul will of a great perfection sovereign personage. Tao of Thunder. Accompanied by the sun and moon shining together phenomenon, the peak consummation thunder great Tao appeared. Xiao Chen did not hold back at all. He used the peak thunder great Tao energy, his soul energy, and the blue dragon's vital qi to punch. Hua! The explosive fist light was like the blazing sun in the night sky, illuminating the surroundings. Immediately, the mountain manor became as bright as day. This punch instantly blasted the ghost-faced exotic beast charging at Xiao Chen into ashes. The old woman holding a walking stick looked at Xiao Chen incredulously. This is impossible. You are so young. How can you have such a strong will of soul? Who exactly are you? Do your elders know what you have done? Now, the old woman suspected that the unremarkable Xiao Chen might be a true inheritor of a rank 7 sect. Or perhaps he was the scion of an ancient noble clan. Otherwise, a holy venerate could not possibly erupt with such terrifying strength. With such strength, Xiao Chen would be considered a peak existence among the Heavenly Slaughter sect's true inheritors. The black-armored, middle-aged man said with a sullen expression, "He is a dragon race cultivator, however, he only has a mixed blood dragon bloodline. No matter who you are or what your background is, you have already caused great trouble. No one can save you." When Xiao Chen heard that, he smiled and said, "Interesting. Even at this moment, you are still concerned about who I am. Think about how the two of you are going to survive first." Supreme Dragon Fist, Leaderless Dragons. Whoosh! Veritable essence energy surged, and his chi and blood surged. Dragon roars rang out as Xiao Chen punched. Xiao Chen's entire body trembled, and killing chi spread out. Then, it merged with his veritable essence energy and turned into strands of dragon chi moving about in the sky, materializing thousands of dragon images. A dragon image appeared in the sky. Guided by the force of Xiao Chen's punch, it swooped down. Countless dragon images swept through the surroundings, attacking all the demonic Tao cultivators in the mountain manor indiscriminately. Bang! 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 The many dragon images flattened the mountain manor in an instant. Miserable cries rang out. Many of the demonic Tao cultivators who could not block vomited blood when the dragon images crashed into them, severely injuring them. The Supreme Dragon Fist was the dragon race's most ferocious fist technique. The moment it was executed, it showed a boundlessly tyrannical scene. After Xiao Chen advanced to peak consummation Holy Venerate, this was the first time he used the Supreme Dragon Fist against an enemy. This resulted in a startling scene. Those whose cultivations were weaker than Xiao Chen's were instantly severely injured by the first punch, losing their combat prowess. Among the thousands of dragon images, only the black-armored, middle-aged man and that old woman remained, stubbornly resisting. Damn it! What fist technique is this? Why have I never heard of it before? The ferocious and tyrannical dragon images containing boundless killing chi continuously attacked. Every time they shattered a dragon image, it would shatter it. Every time they shattered a dragon image, the black-armored, middle-aged man and the old woman felt their arms go numb. Their chi and blood surged, and their internal organs slowly ruptured. Soon, they found themselves unable to do as they wished. Commanding the dragons. Xiao Chen did not show mercy after gaining the upper hand. He roared, releasing the rage in his heart as he roared. The berserk dragon images all calmed down, listening to his command and flying back to his body. This allowed Xiao Chen's aura to soar. His body erupted with a tyrannical aura that made the dragons submit to him. Xiao Chen punched. Using the unparalleled tyrannical aura of commanding the dragons, his fist aura surged out like an overwhelming wave. Whoosh! The black-armored, middle-aged man and the old woman felt a strong wind blowing in their ears. Their hair became disheveled as they retreated continuously. Before this tyrannical fist aura, not only could they not stand stably, but they could not even open their mouths. Their bodies were forced back involuntarily. Before the fist light arrived, this fist aura filled with killing chi tore terrifying cracks on the surface of their bodies. They could only watch as the tyrannical fist light surged over like a surging wave. The two felt despair in their hearts, and extreme horror appeared in their eyes. Bang! However, no matter how unwilling they were, it was useless before this unreasonable fist technique, the strongest ferocious fist technique of the dragon race. When the fist light arrived, the two vomited a mouthful of blood. Their bones shattered, their internal organs ruptured, and their souls shook. They fell to the ground, twitching. Paw! Paw! Xiao Chen remained expressionless as he flew forward and stomped twice, crushing the two's heads. They were just two demonic Tao sect trash. There was no need to take pity on them. Xiao Chen looked around. Aside from the dilapidated hut that Xiao Chen took care of, the entire mountain manor was destroyed. Xiao Chen did not rush over. Instead, he patrolled the interior of the mountain manor. He killed all the fish that slipped through the net, not leaving a single one alive. Xiao Chen was not a ruthless person. However, he understood that evil people could not be spared, and scourges would last for 1,000 years. Xiao Chen stood before the ruins of a formation in the courtyard for a long time. A pile of corpses lay before him. The ghostly mutated beast formation that he saw earlier was made from the corpses of ordinary people combined with the demonic Tao sect's blood sacrifice. Many of the corpses were of children, a ghastly and flabbergasting sight. Xiao Chen shook his head. After searching the mountain manor for some useful information, he went to the thatched hut. The girls in the hut trembled in fear, all of them crouching in a corner. Big brother. Qing Chen immediately spotted Xiao Chen in the crowd. She flew over, tears filling her eyes as she cried endlessly. Big brother, the bad guys captured Grandpa Village Chief and the others. It's all Qing Chen's fault. Sob. 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 Xiao Chen consoled, it's fine. The bad guys are all dead. Don't cry. While Xiao Chen consoled her, he sighed in his heart. This girl possessed the legendary extreme Yin body. Such a body was extremely special. Many major characters coveted it. Even Xiao Chen did not dare to boast that he could protect her. Xiao Chen had started a massacre in anger because he could not stop the black-armored, middle-aged man from spreading the news of her extreme Yin body. When Xiao Chen looked ahead, he saw many pairs of weak, fearful eyes in the darkness, looking helplessly at him. Little Qing Chen, be good. Don't cry first. Tell the other big sisters that the bad guys are all dead. Tell them not to worry, alright? Alright, alright. Qing Chen said resolutely as she wiped away her tears. The night passed in silence. When the sky turned bright, Xiao Chen sent the hundreds of girls back. After much effort, Xiao Chen found out from the information he obtained in the mountain manor. The Heavenly Slaughter sect was a rank 7 sect of the Shuowu dynasty. Its headquarters was in the Shuowu dynasty. There were a total of 13 branches in the Desolate Sea. The strongest branch was located in the Desolate City. Aside from this, each branch controlled more than 100 strongholds like the mountain manor. The various branches were very far apart from each other. The Desolate Sea was too vast. Even the Heavenly Slaughter sect could only use such a method to expand the area they controlled. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He discovered that the establishment of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branches was not simple. Every branch spent hundreds, even thousands of years to gain a firm foothold and slowly develop many strongholds. If Xiao Chen could uproot the Heavenly Slaughter sect branch that controlled this area, then the village Qing Chen was in would have at least 100 years of peace before the branch was re-established. In that case, Qing Chen's village would have at least 100 years of peace before the branch was re-established. Some crazy ideas popped up in Xiao Chen's mind, but they could not be stopped. Chapter 2040. By the time Xiao Chen returned to the village, it was already noon. The blazing sun hung high in the sky, shining brightly. With Sang's help, the village had more or less recovered. Most of the villagers were emotionally stable. They started to help each other, repairing the destroyed houses and tidying up the messy things. As they helped each other, the villagers slowly revealed smiles on their faces. This was how things were in the Desolate Sea. To many ordinary people, living one more day was already a blessing. Living in the Desolate Sea was already a terrible thing. Resources were scarce, the environment was harsh, and bandits roamed the land. They had long since accepted life and death. The Desolate Sea's citizens showed a simple attitude that did not care about life and death under their valiant appearance. Go back first. Don't overthink. Xiao Chen patted Qing Chen's head as he said softly. Qing Chen nodded and quickly left. However, she kept turning her head back. Xiao Chen sent her off with Xiao Chen, feeling extremely reluctant to part as she returned home. Seeing Sang Chao walk over, Xiao Chen nodded slightly. Then, he told Sang about last night's events and some of his thoughts. Sang shook his head and said, "Don't even think about destroying the Heavenly Slaughter sect branch. The two sovereign personages from last night were only initial perfection sovereign personages. They probably could not even become outer sect elders in a rank 7 sect. Furthermore, you severely injured one of them. That's why they won so easily. The branches have been operating for at least 100 years. They definitely have many small perfection sovereign personages and even a great perfection sovereign personage. There was a huge difference in strength between initial perfection sovereign personages and small perfection sovereign personages. As for great perfection sovereign personages, that was even more so. Xiao Chen relied on the will of soul of a great perfection sovereign personage, the acquired divine body, the three great Tao, and the supreme dragon fist. He could fight a small perfection sovereign personage and even defeat some of the weaker ones. However, he would definitely lose to a great perfection sovereign personage. I need to advance to sovereign personage quickly. Xiao Chen felt some pressure. However, the acquired divine body required too many resources. In reality, if not for that flask of heartburn, a peak holy venerate would need at least a year. The flask of heartburn that Qin Zhuolan gave Xiao Chen was a great help. On the way back, I thought about it carefully. Wiping out a branch is indeed a bit risky. Think of another compromise. The Heaven Fiends sect branch that controls this region has about 80 strongholds. Xiao Chen paused for a moment and continued, if we uproot all 80 strongholds, it will take about 10 years to rebuild them. The Great Desolate was too vast. Without these strongholds, they would not be able to control the roving bandits. It is impossible for the Heavenly Slaughter Sect's branch to control this area. Within 10 years, the village should be safe. The attention of the Heavenly Slaughter Sect's branch should also be attracted by me. Sang asked softly, what about 10 years later? If I participate in the Peach Blossom Wine Festival, as long as I get a promise from that big shot, I will not have to worry about anything for 100 years. 100 years later? 100 years later, my name will shake the desolate sea. With Xiao Chen's name around, I can ensure the safety of the village. Sang felt somewhat flabbergasted. At this moment, the sharpness of Xiao Chen's body made it hard for others to look directly at him. He said sullenly, it is still somewhat risky. If we are not careful, we might run into a branch elder patrolling. What do you mean by 100 years later? Xiao Chen smiled calmly and said, if I don't take some risks, how can I resolve the problem? I do need some battles to temper myself when I break through to sovereign personage. I'll just treat it as cultivation. Seeing that Xiao Chen had made up his mind, Sang did not try to dissuade him. Xiao Chen had always been swift and decisive. That night, he set off silently under the cover of night. When the sun set, Xiao Chen returned to the village with some minor injuries. In the following days, Xiao Chen's return became increasingly irregular. Sometimes 2 days, sometimes 3 days, and sometimes as long as 7 or 8 days. Grandpa Seven felt somewhat worried. He asked Sang several times, but Sang did not say much. He only told Grandpa Seven to brew wine and prepare for the Peach Blossom Festival. However, with Grandpa Seven's experience, he could tell that Xiao Chen's killing chi had grown heavier every time he returned. Most of the time, the blood on Xiao Chen's body had not dried yet. Then, Grandpa Seven received news from the nearby villages, saying that the number of roving bandits had decreased. There were rumors that a white-clad youth had appeared recently and was sweeping up the bandits in this area. Some people even saw the white-clad youth kill the demon envoys. He attacked. The shock in Grandpa Seven's heart was somewhat indescribable. He had experienced too much in his life. He had seen many righteous Tao cultivators boasting. However, in reality, these people were just acting on a whim. Either they were young and rash, losing their lives because they underestimated their enemies, or they gave up when they met with some resistance. Grandpa Seven even saw righteous Tao cultivators and demonic Tao cultivators walking together, chatting happily. At Grandpa Seven's age, he had already seen through many things. He already knew about the desolate sea's environment. It was the result of the major characters compromising. In the eyes of those true experts, ordinary people like them were no different from ants. They had never been important. There was no right or wrong in the desolate sea, only benefits. Hence, when Xiao Chen first asked Xiao Chen about it, Grandpa Seven did not tell him why he chased Qin Chen away. However, now, it was this somewhat taciturn person who directly took action without saying a word. Gradually, many of the nearby villages began to sense something different. A month had passed, and the bandits that could be seen almost every day were nowhere to be seen. Some rumors also started to spread. Recently, a strange bird appeared that specialized in killing roving bandits. It could swallow up more than 100 roving bandits in one bite. When that huge bird saw the demon envoys, its eyes lit up as it chased after them. The master of the strange bird was the white-clad man who had been sweeping up the nearby roving bandits. However, Grandpa Seven and the people in the village started to worry, as Xiao Chen had not returned for half a month already. Qing Chen would wait on a pile of rocks at the village entrance every day. Under the setting sun, a little girl could be seen waiting in the distance at dusk every day. However, Qing Chen would return disappointed every day. Rumors continued to spread. Some people saw the white-clad man with a pale complexion being chased by 7 or 8 demon envoys, appearing extremely dangerous. Some people also saw a bloodied white-clad man lying on the sea of sand in the distance. No one knew if he was dead or alive. A large scarlet bird stopped beside him. However, when these people approached, the scarlet bird scared them away, causing them to flee in a fluster. The village's worries seemed to have become reality. Xiao Chen had not returned for a month already. This, combined with the bad rumors, made the people exceptionally worried. Sang guessed that Xiao Chen might have fallen into a trap. At the start, Xiao Chen would return once every 2 or 3 days. After a series of incidents, he would definitely be on guard. No matter how cautious Xiao Chen was, he would not be able to avoid it. Even if a rank 7 demonic Dao sect was only one of the 12 branches in the desolate sea, it still could not be underestimated. It was not something that one person could deal with easily. Later, more bad news came. The roving bandits that had been scared away started to wander again. Rumor said that the white-clad man died. Rumor said that the white-clad man startled a terrifying major character and got swallowed up by a horrifying ghost-faced soul beast. Some roving bandits also started to appear near Grandpa Seven's village. Qing Chen was warned not to go to the village entrance again. It had not been peaceful recently. Grandpa Seven felt somewhat nervous. Sang told him that it was fine and that he should focus on brewing wine and preparing for the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. The villagers all felt somewhat depressed. Many of them thought that Xiao Chen was already dead. However, there were always people who did not believe it. Qing Chen was one of them. Every day, the little girl would sneak out and look into the distance, waiting anxiously. Why did she wait? Only when there was anticipation would there be anticipation. However, every time her anticipation fell through, the disappointment would intensify. When the villagers saw the little girl's heartache from waiting, they advised her not to go out again. However, the little girl stubbornly insisted that Big Brother would definitely return. Another month passed. Grandpa Seven had finished brewing all his wine. Aside from the heartburn that Xiao Chen asked him to brew, Grandpa Seven had also finished brewing the wine that he prepared for the wine festival. This is heartburn? Sang looked at the wine bottle and carefully examined it. A fragrance assailed his nose, but it was not much different from regular wine. Xiao Chen still had not returned. Even though Grandpa Seven had finished brewing the dragon race's best wine, he felt somewhat dispirited. As Grandpa Seven smoked his pipe, he said casually, "Yes, it is heartburn. It has not appeared for more than 5,000 years, perhaps even longer. I don't know if the world can still recognize it. If not for some techniques passed down by the ancestors, this old man would not be able to tell that this is heartburn. Sang, tell this old man what's going on with little brother. He has not returned for 2 months already. Now that the wine is ready, if he does not appear, what is the point?" Grandpa Seven brought up the same topic. He had already asked Sang several times, but Sang did not answer. Sang put down the wine flask and said softly, "I know him very well. Even if his legs break, he will continue walking the path that he chose with his hands. As long as he does not bleed to the last drop, he will not give up." Grandpa Seven sighed in shock. Little brother is so young. What exactly did he experience for him to have such a mental state? "Oh, right, Sang, keep an eye on Qing Chen. That girl keeps sneaking out. No one can stop her." Sang was about to answer when his expression suddenly changed. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "He returned." "Ah." Grandpa Seven felt startled when he heard that. He quickly asked, what do you mean returned? Little brother returned? At the ancient well outside the village, Qingchen looked at the spring water in the well and said innocently, Moon, oh, Moon, tell me, when will big brother return? You stinky moon, bad moon. You never speak. It's all your fault. It's all because of you that big brother did not return, right? Qingchen said unhappily to the ancient well with a pout. Didn't I say that the ancient well is dangerous and that you should not come back? Just at this moment, a familiar voice came from behind Qingchen. Startled, Qingchen turned her head to look. Under the light of the setting sun, a familiar face appeared before Qingchen. Big brother. Qingchen felt incredibly joyful. She quickly ran over, crying tears of joy as she hugged him tightly. Xiaochen felt somewhat confused. When he turned around, he saw the village entrance. He saw Grandpa Seven and Iron Egg leading the entire village, young and old, over. When they saw Xiaochen, they all showed shock and joy on their faces. After disappearing for 2 months, Xiaochen, who was rumored to have lost to the demon envoys while sweeping away the roving bandits, actually returned. Chapter 2041. However, in the blink of an eye, Xiaochen was shocked to discover many fatal injuries. However, these injuries formed a weak balance in Xiaochen's body and slowly recovered. Xiaochen avoided the topic, not saying much. When he raised his wine cup and took a look, his eyes immediately lit up. Sang's expression changed slightly as he looked at Xiaochen. Clearly, he had not expected Xiaochen to be so severely injured. Unfortunately, Xiaochen was too weak and could not go too deep. However, only Sang knew that Xiaochen had not rested much in the past 3 months. Furthermore, Xiaochen fought a great perfection sovereign personage and barely survived. He would definitely be injured. When Xiaochen looked carefully, the blood moon disappeared again. It looked dreamlike, exceptionally wondrous. Xiaochen had a feeling that the person who laid this ancient well might be a dragon king of the blue dragon bloodline. As long as Xiaochen could unravel the mystery of this ancient well, the secret of the blue dragon bloodline's destruction would be revealed. However, the time was not right yet. Grandpa Seven nodded. The recipe passed down by my ancestors is already somewhat incomplete. It was originally called Blood Moon, but I can only change it to Waning Moon. Iron Egg told Xiaochen about the rumors he heard in the neighboring villages, seeking confirmation. Big brother Xiao, is that all true? Someone saw you lying in the desert covered in blood. They all said that the demon envoy surrounded and injured you. Iron Egg's strength was somewhat inferior to Xiaochen's. However, no matter what, the innocence in his heart was that he hoped for Xiaochen to live well. At every moment, I am able to sense that there are 2 great powers fighting in the desolate sea. These 2 factions are so strong that they are terrifying. If I were at my peak, my main body would not be able to last a single strike before these 2 factions. Sang smiled faintly and took out a wine flask. Then, he slowly opened the lid. His horizons would definitely be broadened. He would be able to properly appreciate the charm of the desolate sea. Sang walked over to the ancient well and said softly, "This girl has an extreme body. It is normal for her to see what you and I see. There are blood moons both day and night. There might really be a blood moon in this well." In Grandpa Seven's house, from the villagers' point of view, Xiaochen's white robe was spotless and had an extraordinary bearing. Sang said softly, "When you were heavily injured, the bandits rose from the ashes and wandered outside the village. I dealt with some of them and found these on their bodies. You're lucky. The Heaven Fiend Sex Branch Master personally made a move, but you still managed to escape with your life." There was indeed a moon in the well. However, Qingchen could see it during the day. This was somewhat puzzling. Xiaochen was startled when he heard this. Sang's main body was the propping mulberry tree. Even the propping mulberry tree could not withstand a single blow from these 2 forces. The ancient well and the Blue Dragon clan were definitely related. Xiaochen chuckled and said, "I'm fine. You're all worrying too much. You can all leave now. I don't have anything to see. Thank you for your concern." Xiao Chen took it and opened it. It was a wanted poster, and the person in the picture was himself. Bruiser ran over excitedly and punched Xiao Chen. Everyone thought you were dead, 3 days later. Although this wine was not as stimulating as heartburn, it was very refreshing. After drinking it, Xiao Chen felt somewhat disappointed and frustrated. He put down the wine cup and said, "It is indeed good wine. However, it seems to have some flaws and is not perfect enough." Grandpa Seven nodded and said, "You decide. The Peach Blossom Wine Festival is about to begin. Little brother, when are you preparing to depart? What you see might not be true. Have you ever wondered why there is a blood moon in the desolate sea and why the setting sun is so huge?" A wine fragrance spread out, and Xiao Chen immediately rejoiced. He exclaimed, "Heartburn! Big brother Xiao, you finally returned. What wine is this?" Grandpa Seven asked somewhat anxiously, "Is it really fine to participate in the wine festival with heartburn?" "We will participate in the wine festival with a waning moon. If we do not stand out, I will take out heartburn." "What do you mean?" An acquired divine body was a divine body in the first place. You succeeded? During the past 3 months, Xiao Chen had experienced countless battles. His cultivation had stabilized at peak holy venerate. Xiao Chen said calmly, "Grandpa Seven, there is no need to worry. If the Peach Blossom City Lord is truly strong enough, with just one word from him, no one in the city will dare to touch me. Furthermore, it will not be easy for anyone to snatch the recipe from me." Waning moon. The wine in the cup was as red as blood and gave off a chill. When the cup was gently shaken, cold air blew out. In their opinion, they could not help Xiao Chen. Night fell, and the blood moon hung high in the sky. Seeing that Xiao Chen was indeed fine, the villagers revealed sincere smiles as they left, chatting and laughing. Xiao Chen praised, "Grandpa Seven is really humble. I know a little about brewing wine as well. To brew something as excellent as heartburn, would have to spend a lot of effort. Even if a regular winemaker has the recipe, they would find it hard to successfully brew it. Their success rate is extremely low." Xiao Chen had several chances to break through to sovereign personage. Unfortunately, he had always failed by one move. There were simply too many unsolved mysteries in the cold Yin spring. When Xiao Chen advanced to sovereign personage, he had to go down and take a look. However, the heavenly slaughter sect placed a bounty on your head for 500,000 primeval heavenly pills. Xiao Chen stood alone beside the ancient well. The water in the well reflected the bright scarlet moon. Sang stretched out his hand, and a painting flew over. How terrifying were these two factions in the past. An indistinct blood moon appeared in the cup amid the hazy white fog. "No wonder you managed to return alive. Your physical body is truly astonishing. It rivals a divine body," Sang said in shock as he withdrew his hand. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. He had not expected Sang to know so much. He said softly, "I was lucky. Unfortunately, I failed to break through to sovereign personage midway." Footsteps came from behind. Xiao Chen turned his head back and saw Sang walking over. Sang said helplessly, "Never mind. I can't be bothered to talk about it. When you reach Peach Blossom City, you will know how much trouble you have caused. How terrifying are the 6 demonic Tao sects. Let me take a look at your injuries." In the end, Xiao Chen still lacked an opportunity to advance to sovereign personage. It was not that he did not have sufficient accumulations but that his horizons were lacking. Xiao Chen felt that Peach Blossom City might be an opportunity. Xiao Chen drained the cup in one go. He immediately felt a refreshing coolness in his mouth. The chill assaulted him, making him shiver involuntarily. Grandpa Seven sighed softly, "Unfortunately, my skills are limited. Little brother gave me so many ingredients, but I can only brew such a small pot." Xiao Chen changed the topic. Then, he looked at the ancient well and asked, "Little Qing Chen said that she can see the blood moon in this well during the day. What do you think?" "It doesn't matter. There is still this." "Why?" The recovery ability of Xiao Chen's physical body was somewhat heaven-defying, comparable to a divine body. Your injuries, Sang looked at Xiao Chen with a complicated expression. Previously, I went out to make some inquiries. Nearly all the cultivators near Peach Blossom City know that the 80-odd strongholds of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branches were destroyed. This news has spread throughout the entire desolate sea, causing a huge commotion. No one knows what happened. Many people are guessing your identity. The Heavenly Slaughter sect, one of the 6 great sects of the demonic Tao, has not suffered such a loss for many years. Some people even suspect that the righteous Tao and demonic Tao factions are about to clash again. The desolate sea has been peaceful for too long. No wonder Sang was not satisfied. So, that was the case. Xiao Chen said softly, "This is really unfortunate. Otherwise, I would have been able to shine at the Peach Blossom Wine Festival and attract the attention of Peach Blossom City Lord. At that time, all the wine lovers of the desolate sea would gather in Peach Blossom City. There would be many experts from various places among them." Xiao Chen nodded and said, "I have already destroyed the 89 strongholds of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branches. If I want to rebuild these strongholds, I might not be able to do so even after 10 years. I have achieved my goal. The painting is rather similar. Where did you get it?" Xiao Chen was not surprised. He had long expected this. He replied calmly, "As I wish. At the very least, the Heavenly Slaughter sect will focus all their attention on me. I will do my best to dilute the news of the extreme Yin body. This will be good for little Qing Chen." Chapter 2042. 3 days later, Xiao Chen brought Iron Egg with him, preparing to head to Peach Blossom City. Sang remained in the village, just in case. Grandpa Seven got Xiao Chen to bring Iron Egg along, to let him see the world. As for Grandpa Seven, he rejected Xiao Chen's invitation, not going with him. Xiao Chen brought the 10-odd bottles of Waning Moon and half a bottle of heartburn that Grandpa Seven brewed, as well as the anticipation of the entire village. "Iron Egg, have you been to Peach Blossom City before?" "I have never been there before. However, I heard Grandpa Seven mention it. Peach blossoms are everywhere there. The mountains are beautiful, and the water is beautiful. It is like an immortal realm." Iron Egg felt very excited about going far away to see the world. Xiao Chen also felt some anticipation in his heart. He had been in the desolate sea for a long time already, but he had only stayed in the city for a short time. As for a large city like Peach Blossom City, he had never been there before. Xiao Chen had spent most of his time in the village, away from the cultivators. To him, this was something he had never experienced before. It had been a very long time since he had such close contact with ordinary mortals and lived together. After galloping for 7 days, the two smelled a heavy wine fragrance under the blazing sun. Since they could smell the wine fragrance, Peach Blossom City was naturally not far away. Xiao Chen opened his heavenly eye and looked into the distance. An oasis appeared at the limits of his vision. It was rare to see such a vast oasis in the harsh environment of the desolate sea. Many cities were built directly on wastelands. A large peach forest could be seen in the oasis. Pink peach blossoms covered the ground. A clear river flowed through the peach forest. Lush green mountain ranges lined the sides. The scenery in the vast peach forest was like a painting, fresh and elegant. However, when one thought about the vast peach forest, one would find it boundless, deep, and shocking. This place was the famous Peach Blossom Wall of the desolate sea. Peach Blossom City was behind this vast peach forest. Xiao Chen withdrew their gazes and galloped. They finally arrived at the peach forest before sunset. In the peach forest, many cultivators gathered under the peach trees. They played zither and played music, drinking wine with the peach blossoms. They chatted loudly, attracting everyone's attention. In the past, Xiao Chen had only observed it from afar. However, Xiao Chen had never been to Peach Blossom City before. He was stuck in the peach blossom forest. The horse's hooves trampled on the fallen flowers on the ground, unable to find his way into the city. He only found out after asking around. It turned out that there was only one way to enter the city, and it could only be brought in by a boatman. If one wanted the boatman to sail, no matter how many primeval heavenly pills one offered, one needed to offer a cup of fine wine. If the boatman thinks that the wine is good, he will guide you into the city. Otherwise, no matter how many resources one had, it would be useless. They would only be able to smell the fragrance of the wine in this peach forest. They would not be qualified to participate in the banquet. So there was such a rule. It could be considered a threshold. The two of them led their horses back and forth along the riverside. When they saw a boat docked by the riverside with no one queuing up, they hurriedly ran over. The boatman wore a straw raincoat and sat at the bow of the boat, fishing with a hook in his hand. When Xiao Chen saw this, he felt startled. This seemingly ordinary boatman's cultivation was somewhat unfathomable. It felt like he was at least a great perfection sovereign personage. However, Iron Egg did not feel anything. He stepped forward and asked, "Sir, are you driving the boat?" Xiao Chen immediately found this somewhat strange. This was the first time he heard someone address a sovereign personage as sir. The straw-caped old man was clearly stunned for a while as well. After glancing at Iron Egg, he fixed his gaze on Xiao Chen. Fortunately, he did not get angry. The old man withdrew his fishing rod and removed his conical bamboo hat, revealing a spirited, aged face. Haha. It is not easy to get this sir to drive the boat. There were a few waves earlier, but I sent them all away. If the two of you are smart, you should go and find another boatman. The straw-caped old man stroked his beard as he laughed strangely. Xiao Chen thought back. Indeed, many cultivators who wanted to enter the city avoided this boat. They did not even look at it, showing some disgust in their eyes. Haha. Sir, you really know how to joke. You look rather friendly. How could you not let us pass? Big brother Xiao, let this sir have a cup of our wine. However, Iron Egg guffawed and boarded the boat without any hesitation. Xiao Chen thought to himself, oh no. This is not in accordance with the rules. Just as he was about to stop Iron Egg, the straw-caped old man waved his hand, indicating that there was no problem. Then, he let Xiao Chen fetch the wine. Since Iron Egg made his choice, Xiao Chen did not want to interfere. He took out a flask of waning moon and handed it over. Quick, look. Someone boarded drunkard Chui's boat. The two's actions attracted the attention of the many cultivators in the peach blossom forest. Someone is going to be unlucky again. To think that someone dares to board drunkard Chui's boat. If drunkard Chui is not satisfied with the wine, he will chase them away. Ha 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 ha. I'm dying of laughter. What kind of lousy wine flask is this? Are these two people from the countryside? To think that they cannot even afford a decent wine flask. Really, anyone can come to Peach Blossom City now. They are not even particular about the wine flask. Even good wine is wasted. When the cultivators at the riverbank saw that the wine flask Xiao Chen took out was extremely ordinary, like a clay figurine from the countryside. When they saw that Iron Egg did not have any cultivation, they immediately showed expressions of disdain. Iron Egg immediately felt upset. He shouted from the boat, "Bunch of lunatics. What are you talking about? What does this Lord's choice of boat have to do with you? So what if it's from the countryside? Countryside people can still participate in the wine festival." Damn! To think that this little bastard dares to talk back. Just you wait. When drunkard Chui tosses you off, this old man will beat you up until your own mother won't recognize you. Seeing Iron Egg acting so arrogant despite looking like a clay figurine, the group of people in the distance immediately felt upset. Unfortunately, due to the straw-caped old man, they did not dare to come over. They could only shout from the riverbank. Tui! Bunch of trash. You are just bullying me for not having any cultivation. If this old man cultivated from a young age, I guarantee that I would beat you up until your own ancestors wouldn't recognize you. You only know how to shout. If you have the guts, come and beat me up now. This group of people suffered a great loss when they bickered with Iron Egg. After a while, they flew into a rage out of humiliation and gritted their teeth. However, they did not dare to board the boat and could only wait, shouting that they would beat him up after he disembarked. However, the straw-caped old man did not care so much. After he poured himself a cup of wine, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Mist rose from the wine cup, and an indistinct blood moon appeared amid the cold chi. The straw-caped old man's eyes immediately lit up. He gently inhaled, and the mist formed by the wine turned into a crescent moon, which he sucked in. This startled Xiao Chen. This old man was truly incredible. Even Xiao Chen did not know how to drink like this. After that, Xiao Chen closed his eyes and drained the wine in his cup in one go. When he opened his eyes again, he heaved a long sigh and said, "Waning moon. Waning moon. I have not drunk this wine for several decades already. It is still as cold as before, but there is a trace of joy in it. It is not so chilling and heartbreaking. Old Seven's skill is becoming increasingly exquisite. Set sail." Xiao Chen shouted, filled with lofty sentiments. Then, he casually waved his hand, and the boat shot forward like an arrow, kicking up surging waves. The boat set sail, just like that. The cultivators at the riverbank were all stunned. The notoriously bad-tempered old drunkard Chui actually set sail. Even though old drunkard Chui's entire body was drenched, he did not feel it. This old drunkard's boat had been parked at the riverbank for several decades, never moving. No matter what kind of wine they offered, anyone who boarded would be scolded and beaten down. As time passed, drunkard Chui's reputation became increasingly notorious. No one sought him out to set sail. However, today, 2 bumpkins from the countryside actually got drunkard Chui to set sail. This was truly inconceivable, completely unimaginable. The cultivators waiting to beat up Iron Egg were all drenched. They could only watch helplessly as Iron Egg slipped away, feeling so frustrated that they stomped their feet. When Iron Egg, who was on the boat, saw the situation, he felt very delighted. He laughed loudly and said, "Bunch of trash, and you still want to beat me up? Just watch obediently. This old man is leaving." Ha 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 ha. More people gathered at the riverbank. As they watched drunkard Chui's boat go further away, they all showed astonished expressions. Someone in the peach forest played the zither and sighed, "The peach blossoms on both sides turn red every year, but the ancients do not come with the wind. After 30 years of searching for an old dream, all I get is a cup of wine in a golden goblet." Even old drunkard Chui set sail. This wine festival is finally going to be interesting. After not setting sail for 30 years, old drunkard Chui was not waiting for a cup of wine but a person. However, that person did not arrive in the end, only a cup of wine for the ancients. Chapter 2043. The peach blossoms on both banks turn red year after year, but no old friends come with the wind. After 30 years of searching for an old dream, all I get is a cup of wine in a golden goblet. The zither music stopped. The youth playing the zither put it away and carried it on his back. As he looked at the reflection of the peach blossoms on both banks, he said softly, "It is time to enter the city. Most of the people who should be here are already here." As the boat traveled along the river, it gradually slowed down. The noise behind also faded. Xiao Chen looked curiously at the straw-caped old man and asked softly, "Senior, do you know Grandpa Seven?" The straw-caped old man smiled and sighed, "I have been waiting for him at the Peach Blossom Cove for 30 years. It looks like he still cannot forget the past. He really will not come again." Iron Egg exclaimed in shock, "Sir, what exactly did my 7th uncle experience back then? Why has he not come to Peach Blossom City?" Xiao Chen felt this was strange. Could there be another reason for Grandpa Seven not coming to Peach Blossom City aside from the drying of the cold Ean spring? The straw-caped old man looked at the two, and a reminiscing expression appeared in his eyes. "I got to know your Grandpa 50 years ago. Back then, when he first came to Peach Blossom City, he came to my city. What a fellow. He gave me a cup of wildfire and nearly made a fool of himself in front of everyone. The two of you might not know this, but when old Seven came to Peach Blossom City, he became famous everywhere. Many large sects wanted to invite him over to nurture him. However, he refused. His arrogance offended many people. However, every time he came, there was an endless stream of people asking him for wine. However, Iron Egg felt somewhat stunned. He had not expected the seemingly ordinary Grandpa 7 of the village to have such a great background. Xiao Chen was not surprised. When he first saw Grandpa 7, he knew that the other party had seen the world. His speech and mannerisms were not like that of an ordinary person. From the very start, Xiao Chen had maintained some respect for Grandpa 7. Iron Egg asked anxiously, however, what? The straw-caped old man sighed. At the wine festival 30 years ago, he finally brewed Waning Moon and qualified to participate in the Wine King contest. He obtained a promise from the Peach Blossom City Lord. This was the dream that he had been working hard to achieve. However, he lost to someone in the Wine King contest. It was a miserable defeat, a humiliating defeat. After that, I never saw him again. The world is really interesting. I waited for 30 years, but he didn't come. Instead, his descendant came. You can't just say it's a coincidence that you met me. Indeed, the two had never heard of drunkard Shui before they came. They did not know that Grandpa 7 had once enjoyed such glory in Peach Blossom City. He even became close friends with this old man. Just to wait for one person, he didn't set sail for 30 years and even had to bear so many curses. This kind of friendship wasn't something that anyone could easily form. Grandpa 7 had given them special instructions, but the two somehow boarded the straw-caped old man's ship. It could only be said that it was the will of the heavens. Let this cup of wine put an end to the friendship between the two old men. Who defeated Lord 7? Xiao Chen asked. The straw-caped elder said, Lu Yuanfei is currently the royal winemaker of the Hound Lion Empire in the eastern region. People call him Master Yuanfei. It's seventh brother's fault for being stubborn. He refused to join a sect or accept the empire's resources. Otherwise, how could this have happened? There were some things that the straw-caped elder did not say clearly. However, Xiao Chen could roughly guess. This Master Yuanfei definitely did not just defeat Grandpa 7 back then. He must have done something bad, resulting in Grandpa 7 not coming to Peach Blossom City. It was very possible that Grandpa 7 suffered some grievances. Senior Chui. To think that you are setting sail. Just at this moment, a tall, magnificent fortress ship with dragons and phoenixes carved on it passed by. Banners fluttered in the wind. A youth stood at the bow of the ship with his hands behind his back. When he saw the straw-caped old man setting sail, he was greatly startled, appearing extremely shocked. The fortress ship was bustling with activity. The laughter of several girls could be heard, making it a very lively ship. The straw-caped old man glanced at them and ignored them, focusing on steering the ship. Senior Chui, will you board the ship for a chat? I have already prepared good wine. I will not disappoint, Senior. That youth wore embroidered robes and had an extraordinary air. His cultivation had already broken through the shackles of sovereign personage. However, that youth's attitude toward the straw-caped old man was extremely polite. Not interested. The straw-caped old man waved his hand, decisively rejecting. Haha. In that case, sorry for the disturbance. The youth frowned slightly. Then, his gaze fell on Xiao Chen, and a hazy look flashed in his eyes. What wine did this fellow use to move Senior Chui? He won't spoil my plans, right? The fortress ship moved very fast. Soon, it vanished from the group's sight. Iron Egg was flabbergasted. Who is that? How can he be so arrogant? To think that he drove his own fortress ship here. The clear river was filled with all sorts of small boats belonging to Peach Blossom City. Suddenly seeing such a large, magnificent fortress ship appear, it would be hard not to notice it. The straw-caped old man said indifferently, that fellow is Yihan, the top true inheritor of the Ice Snow Mountain Manor, a rank 7 sect in the eastern region. He is just relying on the face of his sect. This is a rare centennial wine festival. There will always be some strange people coming to join in the fun. After seeing more of them, it will not be strange anymore. Following this, Xiao Chen finally understood what, after seeing more of them, it would not be strange anymore. Not only did the rank 7 sects and empires of the eastern and northern regions send people over, but even the demonic Dao factions in the distant Shuowu dynasty came to join in the excitement. It had to be said that the Peach Blossom Wine Festival was indeed famous. What surprised Xiao Chen and Iron Egg was that when the fortress ships of nearly every major faction noticed the straw-caped old man, they were all astonished. They would all be surprised and invite them to board the ship. Naturally, they would all be politely rejected. This puzzled Xiao Chen. What exactly was the background of this old man before him? 1 hour later, the river flowed through a city gate. Then, the scene before them suddenly widened. An ancient city appeared before Xiao Chen and Iron Egg miraculously. Xiao Chen and Iron Egg had not sensed it before. To think that there was such a majestic city behind the peach forest. Xiao Chen did not know what formation it used to hide this city so ingeniously. When the river flowed through the city before them seemed to suddenly appear. Go up, then. The wine festival will start in a few days. You can stroll around or sell the wine you have here. The city should be quite lively these few days. Oh, right. The straw-caped old man thought of something. Then, he said, give me another flask of waning moon. I'll sign you up for the Wine King contest. You have to fight for it. Xiao Chen already knew that these boatmen were wine appraisers sent by the city lord's residence. Using wine to pilot a boat meant appraising the best wine and participating in the Wine King contest. Of course, those rank 7 sects did not need to go through so much trouble. They were all qualified to participate in the Wine King contest. After Xiao Chen offered up a flask of waning moon, he formally took his leave of the old man. The two went ashore, officially entering Peach Blossom City. The bustle of the city dazzled the eyes, overwhelming them. Taverns filled the place, and the fragrance of the wine filled the air. If one opened their mouth to breathe, they might get drunk. After Iron Egg entered the city, he became excited. He looked around and sighed in amazement. These were all scenes that he had never seen before. Xiao Chen was in a good mood as well. The two strolled around the city, occasionally stopping to sigh at the novelty of the things they saw. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter is out again. Everyone, quickly, go and take a look. She is out again? Could it be that no one has appraised the wine that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter brought? Quickly go, quickly go. If we are late, she might not appear again. Suddenly, the crowd on the street Xiao Chen was on rushed to the East Street in a frenzy. Iron Egg exclaimed excitedly, Big Brother Xiao, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter is here as well. The Holy Land, the heavenly fragrance. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. He recalled that when he first came to the desolate sea, he came into contact with a group of heavenly fragrance disciples. At that time, the woman holding the flute had given him a bottle of medicinal pills when she saw that he was poisoned by the 1,000 taste red. Let's go and take a look. Xiao Chen showed a calm expression as he led Iron Egg over to the crowd. The crowd gathered at a courtyard on the East Street, densely surrounding the place. Xiao Chen had to use some skill to squeeze his way in. Xiao Chen saw a few heavenly fragrance disciples with the air and beauty of fairies standing behind a white jade table in front of the courtyard. Our clan's young miss obtained a flask of wine half a year ago and liked it a lot. Unfortunately, we did not know its name. Even when we looked for the wine master, no one knew what kind of wine it was. Coincidentally, the Peach Blossom Wine Festival gathers all the wine lovers of the desolate sea. If anyone can identify the origins of this wine, our clan's young miss will reward you handsomely. A heavenly fragrance disciple smiled as she looked around and pointed at the wine in the cup on the table. If one could identify the origins of this wine, they could meet the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and even receive a gift from her. Without a doubt, this was very tempting. Big Brother Xiao, do you want to give it a try? Big Brother Xiao, why aren't you saying anything? The excited Iron Egg asked in confusion when he noticed that Xiao Chen's expression was somewhat strange. Xiao Chen stared at the wine in the cup in a daze. Why does this wine resemble the thousand-year flame? Did Chen leave the Kunlun realm? Chapter 2044. Thousand-Year Flame. The Thousand-Year Flame was a wine that Chen brewed based on an incomplete winemaking recipe from the immortal epoch. Logically speaking, it should not have appeared in the Great Thousand Realms. If it appeared, there could only be one reason: Chen had already left the Great Thousand Realms. Chen counted carefully and realized that it had been close to 8 years since he left the Kunlun realm. He remembered that the old dragon horse said that Chen had a chance of entering the Blue Dragon Palace. Given Chen's intelligence, after entering the Blue Dragon Palace, she should have grown strong enough to leave the Kunlun realm in 8 years. There was another important point. The Black Lotus sect venerate was already dead. The restrictions that he laid might no longer exist. No matter how Chen looked at it, Chen had a high chance of leaving. However, he needed to verify that the wine on the white jade table was indeed the Thousand-Year Flame. "Big Brother Xiao, are you all right?" Iron Egg asked from the side. Chen's expression recovered its calm. He nodded and said, "I'm fine. Continue watching." The somewhat charming heavenly fragrance disciple behind the table said softly, "If anyone is confident, you can come up and check it out. However, I'll say this first. Those who come up will have to pay 100,000 primeval heavenly pills. If you succeed, the heavenly fragrance will return 200,000 primeval heavenly pills. If you fail, you will lose the 100,000 primeval heavenly pills." Such a threshold was mainly to prevent anyone from coming up to taste the wine. The wine was limited and could not be tested frequently. The moment the disciple said that, the crowd discussed it. However, no one stepped forward. It is difficult. Yesterday, 3 scions brought Grandmaster winemakers over. In the end, they did not gain anything. No one knows what wine it is. Among them was the top true inheritor of the Heavenly Lodging sect. Last year, he entered the Wine King contest, but no one knows the result either. Damn! Is it that difficult? Haha. Whether it is difficult or not, just hand over the primeval heavenly pills and go up to check. What kind of joke is this? Even if they are scions, 100,000 primeval heavenly pills is not a small sum. How could they dare to go up? Many people came to watch the excitement. However, only a few actually stepped forward. These people were not fools. The Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land had seen all sorts of wine. They already had the best winemakers. Furthermore, with the Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter's connections, they could meet even more winemakers. However, they were still unable to appraise it. Furthermore, the people who had failed yesterday knew that this was not an easy task. Just as that charming Heavenly Fragrance disciple appeared disappointed, a white-clad person walked out of the crowd and said with a smile, "This young master, please pay the primeval heavenly pills first. How could Chen have any more primeval heavenly pills? He had used them all long ago, so he was now penniless." Without saying a word, he reached out to grab the wine glass. "Young master is rude." The charming woman smiled and stretched out her hand. Her fingers were as white as jade, soft and beautiful. Her hand moved like she was pinching a flower, grabbing at Chen's wrist. Chen gently flipped his palm to avoid the attack and continued to grab the wine cup. The charming woman immediately became somewhat angry. Her lily-white hands continued to move. Instantly, brilliant lights appeared, and hundreds of flowers bloomed. Her lily-white hands were like saucers that danced around, dazzling and unfathomable to the eyes of others. Heavenly fragrant 100-flower finger. The cultivators watching from behind were greatly startled when they recognized this consummate technique. At the same time, they felt shocked. To think that someone was so rude in front of the heavenly fragrance. Was he not afraid of incurring the wrath of the crowd? As Chen looked at the hundreds of flowers blooming in front of him and the indistinct immortal butterfly hidden among them, he could not help but feel shocked. Chen thought to himself, "Interesting. If I continue to grab the wine cup, the other party will definitely restrain me." Chen retreated in order to advance. After he withdrew his hand, he silently circulated the divine dragon body tempering art. Strands of azure light representing vital qi slowly flowed in Xiao Chen's body and gathered at his 5 fingers. Xiao Chen withdrew his hand as slowly as an ant. However, the instant he withdrew it, he attacked again at lightning speed. Anxiety immediately flashed on the charming woman's face. She could not help but move faster. Multicolored butterflies danced around, creating many phantoms. It was hard to tell which was real and which was fake. The hundreds of flowers bloomed even more beautifully. Xiao Chen and the charming woman's palms moved around each other, dazzling everyone and making them sigh in amazement. The crowd that was startled and angered by Xiao Chen earlier could not help cheering when they saw such a game. Where did this person come from? To think that he can last for so long before the 100 flowers twining fingers. I've never heard of him before. He seems to have the dragon race bloodline. Ha ha ha. Interesting, interesting. This is much more interesting than watching wine tasting. The onlookers' interest was piqued, and they began to watch attentively. Many people even gained some comprehension, using their left and right hands to mimic the moves. 100 flowers twining fingers, soft fingers twining among the 100 flowers. Toward the end, Xiao Chen found the other party's fingers increasingly difficult to deal with, making things difficult for him. However, it was not that simple for him to admit defeat. Time to gamble. Xiao Chen's expression turned grave. Suddenly, he gave up on playing with the wine cup and grabbed it with a flip of his hand. The 100 flowers twining fingers grabbed the other party's wrist, preventing her from struggling free. However, Xiao Chen's other hand grabbed the wine cup firmly at an even faster speed. The mysterious phenomenon of the 100 flowers suddenly stopped. This startled the charming woman, and she revealed a trace of embarrassment on her pretty face. You are cheating. When the charming woman saw the wine cup land on Xiao Chen's body, she immediately felt flustered and frustrated. When the others saw this scene, they also felt sorry for the charming woman. This white-clad person really did not play by the rules. To think that he even dared to tease a heavenly fragrance disciple. Senior Sister Chu. When the other heavenly fragrance disciples saw Xiao Chen grab the charming woman's wrist, they immediately panicked and charged at Xiao Chen. In that instant, 10,000 flowers bloomed, looking very beautiful. A strong wind blew as they charged at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen remained calm. Boundless azure vital qi circulated in his body. The vital qi surged from all over his body, forming the might of a blue dragon. With a dragon roar, Xiao Chen let go of the charming woman's wrist. Xiao Chen gently waved his hand, looking like a dragon swinging its tail. This seemingly casual waving carried 200 cauldron force in his body. Bang! 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 Shattered flower petals filled the air, knocking back the heavenly fragrance disciples charging at Xiao Chen. Just as the charming woman was about to get serious, she suddenly looked up and discovered that Xiao Chen had already focused all his attention on the wine in the cup. He held the wine glass with 3 fingers, and with a slow and gentle movement, he began to shake it gently in accordance with some sort of rhythm. While Xiao Chen felt uncertain, the wine in the cup gave off a golden light. Then, a golden crow soared into the sky and circled the surroundings. It had both form and spirit, like a divine bird had appeared. Golden crow. Golden crow. Quick, run. The golden crow holy beast is coming out. The golden crow empire of the eastern region was famous. Everyone knew that the divine bird of the empire had appeared. Right now, the empire's luck was flourishing and unstoppable. The strength of the golden crow was boundlessly ferocious. It was a divine bird that only existed in myths and legends. The sudden appearance of the golden crow startled the many cultivators present, causing them to scatter and flee. After a while, the circling golden crow slowly scattered. Only then did everyone startle awake from a dream. It turned out that everything earlier was just an illusion. They immediately felt embarrassed. To think that the mysterious phenomenon in the wine scared them into such a sorry state. Damn it, this fellow actually tricked us. Many people glared at Xiao Chen, feeling very angry. Xiao Chen did not care. As he looked at the wine in the cup, he finally confirmed that it was indeed the 1,000-year flame that Imochen brewed. The charming woman looked at Xiao Chen incredulously. Just as she was feeling shocked, a voice projection rang out by her ear. She looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Young master, please come with me. The holy daughter requests your presence." Xiao Chen nodded slightly. He wanted to ask where the other party got this 1,000-year flame. Xiao Chen drained the wine in the cup in one gulp. Then, he called out to Iron Egg and walked to the residence with large strides. Damn, he actually managed to figure it out. Who is that rustic country bumpkin? Heavens! Where did these two weirdos come from? This is illogical. Why? I can't enter the residence. I want to see the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter as well. Seeing that even Iron Egg was invited in, the many cultivators behind wanted to cry, but no tears came out. They felt extremely disappointed, finding this unfair. Chapter 2045. After passing through the corridors, courtyards, and pavilions, Xiao Chen's field of vision gradually widened. A patch of green grass appeared before Xiao Chen. Many people were already seated on the grass, looking carefree and at ease. Xiao Chen took a quick look and found many familiar people among them. These were the Rank 7 sect outstanding talents and noble clan scions who had taken the fortress ship to come over. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yihan was among them. However, the one who attracted Xiao Chen's attention the most was a youth playing the zither. This youth wore embroidered robes, and his long hair casually draped over his shoulders. He held a flask of wine by his hand, looking very extraordinary. For this youth to be so eye-catching among the true inheritors of a Rank 7 sect, he was definitely extraordinary. However, Xiao Chen only took a glance at him. His attention landed on a woman holding a flute behind the grassy field. The two's eyes met, and Xiao Chen felt slightly startled. It turned out that she was the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. Back when he first entered the desolate sea, this person even gave him a medicinal pill. No wonder there was always a fog around her. Even though she was right before Xiao Chen and their eyes met, he could not make out her appearance. While Xiao Chen was startled, the other party was even more startled. The poison of the 1,000 taste red has already penetrated deep into the soul. You can still remove it. This is truly shocking, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said slowly, feeling incredibly shocked. The moment the holy daughter said that, she immediately attracted the attention of the outstanding talents on the grassy field. The poison of the 1,000 taste red had long since spread throughout the desolate sea. Everyone feared it, even more so than the soul devouring of the demonic Tao cultivators. I was lucky. Xiao Chen was not used to such a scene. After giving a simple explanation, he asked, "Might I ask the holy daughter, where did this 1,000-year flame come from?" The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said in understanding, "So, this wine is called the 1,000-year flame. I obtained it by chance. I wonder who brewed it. I spent a lot of effort searching but could not find it. It probably came from the outer realm. Young master seems to know a lot about it." The outer realm referred to the worlds outside the central great realm, such as the Grave Sea Cluster. As the two spoke, several people noticed Xiao Chen, finding him somewhat familiar, and started whispering to each other. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Given this, Imochen should have left the Kunlun realm already. However, they hadn't reached the central world yet. It wasn't easy for outsiders to reach the central world. In order to set foot on the central world, Xiao Chen had wandered for 5 years and suffered a great deal. If young master knows, please tell me. I really want to introduce this wine to the heavenly fragrance banquet. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter appeared very sincere. She was also very interested in this 1,000-year flame. For the sake of investigating Xiao Chen's origins, he even made a special trip to Peach Blossom City. This showed his determination. However, it had nothing to do with Xiao Chen anymore. He was a little disappointed and casually said, "I don't really know her well. Goodbye." Originally, Xiao Chen was thinking of finding out where Imochen was. Now, it looked like that was impossible. Since that was the case, there was no need to stay here any longer. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter felt surprised when Xiao Chen wanted to leave. She smiled and said, "Young master still has not told me your name." Xiao Chen. "So, it is young master Xiao. Have a seat. It is rare for us to meet. No matter what, you helped me figure out the origins of this wine. I have to thank you." The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter urged Xiao Chen to stay. "Young master Xiao, please have a seat. I am very curious about the person who can make Senior Chui drive his boat." The well-dressed young master playing the zither had just taken a sip of wine when he put down the wine flask and spoke to Xiao Chen. Before this, Senior Chui's boat had passed by. However, he had not noticed Xiao Chen's presence. After the well-dressed young master's reminder, Xiao Chen immediately remembered. No wonder he found Xiao Chen familiar, but he could not place him. After the well-dressed young master's reminder, Xiao Chen immediately remembered. No wonder he found Xiao Chen familiar, but he could not place him. Xiao Chen nodded and casually found a place to sit with Iron Egg. Iron Egg felt somewhat uncomfortable. These people all had strange expressions as they looked at the two of them. These people were all proud and arrogant. Although they did not say it, they all showed disdain and contempt on their faces. Even the weakest among them was an initial perfection sovereign personage. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yihan and the person playing the zither were even more unfathomable. After chatting for a while, Xiao Chen answered every question he asked. Now, the group understood. When the group realized that Xiao Chen was not a disciple of Ancestor Dragon City or a noble clan disciple, they immediately lost interest. However, the person playing the zither did not mind. He discussed many interesting topics with Xiao Chen. "Brother Wenren, why don't you play another song for us?" Right. "It would be best if you play a duet with the Holy Daughter's flute." Someone booed, and the others immediately chimed in. Xiao Chen felt curious as well. He wanted to hear this person's zither. Of course, he missed the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's flute music even more. Back then, she had shocked everyone. This zither-playing youth with the family name Wenren looked at the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and asked, "Holy daughter, are you willing?" "Never mind. Brother Wenren studied under the zither sage and has learned the true inheritance. This little sister's flute music might not be able to match. Brother Wenren, please play a solo." The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter did not agree, but she rejected. Naturally, the others did not think that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's music was inferior to Wenren's. However, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter had never played a duet with a man before, probably to avoid arousing suspicion. Wenren smiled faintly and did not say anything more. His 10 fingers moved nimbly, and a drawn-out zither music immediately flowed like an unending stream from the foot of a divine mountain, bringing with it a refreshing tinkling sound. The music intoxicated everyone, making them forget everything else and unable to pull themselves out. The spirited zither music, together with Wenren's grace, was pleasing to the eyes and delightful in this residence. When the song ended, everyone slowly woke up. When they opened their eyes, they still felt that it was not enough. Good song. He truly lives up to being the zither sage's brilliant disciple. Brother Wenren's zither skills are always refreshing. How unfortunate. If it were paired with the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's flute music, it would be the best in the desolate sea. Wenren quietly listened to these praises, not saying anything. He revealed a faint smile on his face. Iron Egg muttered, "It's nothing much. It doesn't hurt or itch. It's soft, without any strength at all, like a girl's." Although Iron Egg's voice was soft, everyone here was a sovereign personage. How could it escape their ears? When Iron Egg heard that, his expression did not change. However, a strange look flashed in his eyes. Clearly, he still felt somewhat upset. "You are just a country bumpkin. What do you know? If you don't know, then don't say it. Don't embarrass yourself, Xiao Chen. Are you not going to discipline your companion? How rude. If you don't want to listen, then scram. Don't just stand there." Iron Egg's words incited everyone's anger. The voices of criticism slowly shifted to Xiao Qin. Actually, these people had long since been dissatisfied with Xiao Qin. Previously, they had all appraised the 1,000-year flame. In the end, no one recognized it. Suddenly, this person, who came out of nowhere, identified it and showed off in front of the Holy Daughter. Naturally, these people felt upset. Now that they found an opportunity, they immediately pointed the spearhead at Xiao Qin. Xiao Qin said indifferently, "Although I do not understand music, I know that there are differences in taste and taste. Everyone has their own taste. It is indeed not good to express one's opinion in public. However, there is no need to criticize others like this." Iron Egg also felt somewhat uncomfortable. He felt that the people in this place all had the same attitude. He had long been upset. He directly said, "Big brother Xiao, let's go. It is tiring talking to this group of people. Even when playing the zither, they still have to say nice things. You country bumpkin, you want to leave without apologizing to brother Wenren? No way." However, the others did not give up. They wanted Iron Egg and Xiao Qin to apologize as well. Ha 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 ha. I also feel that this zither music is very soft and boring. Wenren, do you want me to apologize to you as well? Just at this moment, boorish laughter rang out from a tall building in the courtyard. At some point in time, a person had appeared. This person wore scarlet robes, and his fine black hair fluttered about. Demonic chi surged from his entire body, and he had a handsome face. A sharp light radiated from his face, making him look unruly. The blood flames scion, Pei Xiaoxian. Indeed, wherever the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter appears, this fellow will definitely come. The blood flame immortal was the top true inheritor of the blood flame sect, one of the 6 demonic Dao sections. He could be considered an outstanding talent among demonic Dao outstanding talents. This person was arrogant and unruly. However, he was terrifyingly strong. Although Xiao Qin had not been in the desolate sea for long, he had heard of this person before. Haha. Why is this old man not coming? I'm here for my wife. The profound heaven's holy son, Wenren, you shameless bastard. For the sake of chasing after my wife, you left home to learn the sound Dao. Halfway through, you were chased out of your sect. Then, you stuck to your wife like a mangy dog. Who in the desolate sea does not know what you, Wenren, are up to? Only you people would lick his stinky feet. This old man does not care. After the blood flame immortal Pei Xiaoxian laughed loudly, he looked at the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and said, "Wife, don't be afraid. I'll help you chase away these flies." The blood flame immortal Pei Xiaoxian threw a palm strike, wanting to fight everyone here alone. Chapter 2046. Pei Xiaoxian was simply like a madman. He attacked as he wished without any warning. With a palm strike, countless scarlet flames formed talismans that covered the sky and rained down like a storm. It's the flame demon talisman. Disperse. Xiao Qin looked at the sky full of blood talismans and fell into deep thought. These talismans were hard to defend against. After being struck, it would immediately burn the body, burn the blood, and even burn the soul. If an ordinary cultivator could release such a blood talisman, it would already be extremely frightening and difficult to deal with. However, the moment Pei Xiaoxian attacked, blood talismans filled the sky. Just looking at this made one's scalp go numb. Humph. Wenren snorted coldly. Her hands quickly plucked the strings of the zither, creating waves of sound waves. They turned into rainbow-colored arrows that shattered the terrifying blood talismans. However, many blood talismans still fell to the ground. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter sighed softly and made a move. The sound of the flute rang out, like the sounds of nature, slowly fusing with the power of the surroundings. Space rippled like water, and the blood talismans gradually faded before vanishing completely. Comparing the two, the Tao of music. The difference between the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and Wenren was immediately clear. Young Master Pei, this is the heavenly fragrance palace, and everyone here is a guest. Please don't be presumptuous. There was no joy or anger in the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's voice. Pei Xiaoxian withdrew his hand and said with a smile, "Dear, I'm just helping you chase away the flies. I'm not being impudent. All of you guys are staring at my wife. Do you want to die?" The moment Pei Xiaoxian spoke, the smile on his face vanished. Then, he glared at Wen Renyu and the others with a fiendish expression. Wen Renyu said indifferently, "Pei Xiaoxian, if you are going crazy, go far away. Don't be impudent in the holy daughter's residence. Others might be afraid of you, but I won't." Pei Xiaoxian smiled and said, "Haha. For the sake of pursuing my wife, you embarrassed the profound heaven holy land. Today, I'll make you lose all your face. Let's see how you can continue acting in the future." Boom! Pei Xiaoxian roared, and a boundless scarlet flame ignited in half the sky. The flames were like painful waves, surging and surging, bringing about an impending pressure. The demonic chi on his body soared into the sky, causing the crimson flames to surge violently, causing people's hearts to tremble. The expressions of everyone below changed. This Pei Xiaoxian was truly a madman. Xiao! Suddenly, a person dashed out of the scarlet flames. With a wave of his hand, he caught all the scarlet flames in his hand. With a flip of his hand, a vast universe appeared before everyone's eyes, and the terrifying phenomenon instantly vanished. Xiao Chen's eyes lit up. The person who made a move was actually the drunkard who had driven the boat for him previously. Blood Flame's son. The city lord had ordered that the saintess was his honored guest. "If you continue to cause trouble like this, I can only tie you up and throw you into the Peach Blossom Cove to feed the fish." A trace of fear flashed in Pei Xiaoxuan's eyes. However, he felt extremely displeased in his heart. This old fellow was really ruthless. His expression kept changing, and he actually did not let go immediately. After a while, Pei Xiaoxian revealed a smile and said, "Senior Chui must be joking. I am just passing by. I did not intend to cause trouble." "Humph. You know my temper. If there is a next time, I will not waste words with you." Senior Chui snorted coldly. Then, his gaze landed on the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. "Holy daughter, are you startled? If you are, I will chase this fellow away. It's fine. He can stay here as long as he does not attack others." Old Chui did not say anything more. He looked at the scarlet flames in his hand and said indifferently, "I'll hold on to this scarlet flame for you first. I will return it to you after you leave the city." Pei Xiaoxian waved his hand and said, "Hee. Take it. If Senior Chui can help me refine it again, I will be eternally grateful." Senior Chui ignored Pei Xiaoxian. His figure flashed, disappearing before everyone's eyes. He came quickly and left quickly as well. Iron Egg whispered, "So, sir is actually so strong." Up on the roof, Pei Xiaoxian did not care. He laughed loudly and landed beside Iron Egg. Then, he patted Iron Egg's shoulder and said with a smile, "Little brother, you have pretty good taste. I'll sit beside you. Come, come, come. Everyone, continue. Pretend that I am not here. What were you all talking about earlier?" Pei Xiaoxian sat down without any fear. However, this made the others feel somewhat awkward, not used to it. No one answered. However, Iron Egg remembered. He said, "Earlier, they wanted Big Brother Xiao Chen to apologize. They said that I insulted the Holy Sun and that Big Brother Xiao Chen did not discipline me properly." Pei Xiaoxian smiled and said, "You people only know how to look down on others. Seeing that this brother Xiao does not belong to any sect, you think that he is easy to bully. Haha. If you knew that this brother Xiao of mine is the ruthless person who recently uprooted 80-odd heavenly slaughter sect branches, I wonder if you would still dare to make him apologize." What? The moment Pei Xiaoxian said that, everyone's expressions changed drastically. Countless gazes landed on Xiao Chen. "So, it is you. Recently, the righteous Tao and demonic Tao sects had hundreds of conflicts in the desolate sea. To think that it is all because of a mixed-blood dragon who is not even a sovereign personage. How dare you! Recently, after the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branches were uprooted near Peach Blossom City, it triggered a chain reaction. No one knew who was the culprit, but the Heavenly Slaughter sect took revenge on the surrounding righteous Tao factions to vent their anger. The originally fragile balance between the righteous Tao and demonic Tao broke. The various major factions started fighting, and both sides suffered huge losses. This matter had long since spread like wildfire. However, who could have imagined that the cause was a brat who was not even a sovereign personage? Xiao Chen's expression did not change. However, he felt slightly startled in his heart. Now, he finally understood why Sang said that he would only know what kind of trouble he caused after he fell in Peach Blossom City. Pei Xiaoxian paused for a moment and looked at Xiao Chen. Then, he smiled and continued, "Do you know why this profound heaven's holy son is here? Aside from coveting my wife's beauty, it is to mediate the conflict between the righteous Tao and demonic Tao. The Heavenly Slaughter sect's young sect master, Wang Yun, will be rushing over soon." Xiao Chen's heart sank. He had not expected such a thing to happen. Wenren Yu carefully put away the zither, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. He looked at Xiao Chen and asked, "Young Master Xiao, did you really eradicate the 80-odd strongholds of the Heavenly Slaughter sect?" With such a question, it looked like what Pei Xiaoxian said was pretty close to the truth. Xiao Chen nodded and replied casually, "That's right. I was the one who eradicated the Heavenly Slaughter sect's strongholds. Holy Son Wenren, do you have any advice for me? Brat, do you know that you have caused us great trouble? How can the demonic Tao factions casually move around? Who do you think you are in this desolate sea? It is not your turn to play the hero. If the demonic Tao factions were that easy to deal with, they would have been eliminated long ago." Ridiculous. This time, 10-odd strongholds of the Fire Flame sect were eradicated. More than 100 people died. Our Water Cloud sect is in a miserable state. The branch that we established more than 100 years ago was nearly destroyed. Our Scarlet Firmament sect is in an even worse state. One of our branch elders died. Before Wenren you could say anything, the true inheritors of the rank 7 sects and ancient noble clans all showed somewhat hostile expressions as they looked at Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen smiled self-mockingly and said, "So, it's my fault. If not you, who should we blame? If not for you, why would there be such a huge commotion?" Some people refused to give up, continuing to pester Xiao Chen. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said softly, "It looks like everyone has forgotten their purpose here. I want to speak to Xiao Chen alone. Everyone, please go back." Clearly, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter's tone already showed some displeasure. The others also felt that making things difficult for the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter in her residence was somewhat overboard. They quickly apologized and took their leave. This gathering should have ended the moment Pei Xiaoxian appeared. Now that Xiao Chen's identity was exposed, there was no reason for this gathering to continue. Before the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yihan left, he glanced at Xiao Chen and smiled faintly. Then, he sent a voice projection, "If young Master Xiao has time, you can come to the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's residence for a gathering. I have some things to discuss with young Master Xiao." Without waiting for Xiao Chen to reply, Yihan left with the others. Before Wenren Yu left, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, "If Brother Xiao wants to resolve some conflicts with the demonic Tao factions, you can take the initiative to contact me. I can still put in some words." However, Pei Xiaoxian smiled coldly at the side and said, "Words are useless." Wenren Yu left with a smile, treating Pei Xiaoxian as heir, not caring about his existence at all. "You're not leaving? If you don't, I'm afraid that you won't be able to leave even if you want to." The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter looked at Pei Xiaoxian with a smile that did not seem like a smile. Pei Xiaoxian smiled embarrassedly and said, "Wife, you really know how to joke. This husband will take his leave first. Next time, when there is no one around, we can chat happily." Before the holy daughter left, she looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I find you pleasing to the eye. If the Heavenly Slaughter sect's Wang Yun comes looking for you, my name will definitely be more useful than Wenren Yu's. The Tianxiang imperial residence, which had been bustling with noise just a moment ago, suddenly became deserted. When Xiao Chen looked up, the sky had already darkened at some point in time. Xiao Chen looked at the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and asked, "Holy daughter, why did you make me stay behind alone?" Chapter 2047. Saintess, why did you ask me to stay behind alone? At this moment, on the grassland, aside from Xiao Chen, only the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter remained. Iron Egg had also been arranged to rest elsewhere in the palace. Xiao Chen could not figure out why the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter wanted him to stay behind. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter looked at Xiao Chen and said, "I would like to ask you if you met someone in the desolate sea." Who? The number of people Xiao Chen saw in the desolate sea could not be considered many, but it could not be considered few either. This question was somewhat difficult to answer. Qin Zhuolin. Xiao Chen felt slightly stunned. He had indeed seen this person once when he first came to the desolate sea. However, it could be considered a coincidence that the two of them came into contact. Furthermore, it was extremely secretive, so it would be difficult for outsiders to know about it. Unless, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter smiled and said, "In that case, there is no mistake. Half a month ago, I sent someone to seek him out for help. However, he was rejected. He said that he didn't owe anyone a favor in the past few years, and that there was no need for him to make a move. This is also a coincidence. I did not expect the Xiao Chen he mentioned to be the same Xiao Chen who was poisoned by Thousand Taste Red that day. What's more, I did not expect to see you again in Peach Blossom City." Indeed, Xiao Chen guessed right. Unless Qin Zhuolin said it himself, Qin Zhuolin would not be able to hide it. Otherwise, no one would know about his meeting with Qin Zhuolin. However, who exactly was this Qin Zhuolin? He did not even give face to the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. One had to know that the heavenly fragrance holy land's status was transcendent, and its reputation was excellent. Obtaining the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's invitation and establishing a connection with the heavenly fragrance holy land would be extremely beneficial to him. Regardless of Qin Zhuolin's origins, Xiao Chen looked at the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and asked, "So?" The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said, "I do indeed have something to ask of Qin Zhuolin. Furthermore, it is very urgent. If he does not appear, it will be very difficult for me to accomplish it. It just so happens that he owes you a favor. I want you to help me persuade him." In the end, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter just wanted to ask Xiao Chen to help her persuade Qin Zhuolin. Xiao Chen said thoughtfully, "I've only met him once. I'm not sure if I can persuade him." "It's fine. As long as you say that you are willing to help me, I will pass on the message." When the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter saw that Xiao Chen was easy to talk to, she felt gratified. Xiao Chen nodded. "Since the saintess is really anxious, we can give it a try, but I can't guarantee that he will agree." Seeing Xiao Chen agree so straightforwardly, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter revealed an expression of joy, a smile on her face. It seemed like it wanted to blow away the fog shrouding him. When Xiao Chen looked over, he felt like he was bathed in a spring breeze, and his eyes lit up. Unfortunately, the fog did not disperse in the end, and he still could not see Xiao Chen's appearance clearly. "Then I'll take my leave." Xiao Chen cupped his hands and prepared to leave. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter felt slightly stunned. Then, she smiled and said, "Young Master Xiao, are you not willing to speak more with me?" It was the same before, and it was the same now. He was always in a hurry to leave. "You helped me identify the 1,000-year flame, so I should properly thank you. Now that you have helped me so much, I should thank you even more." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "It was just a small matter. There is indeed no need to thank me. This is the first time we met, and we do not know each other. Yet, the holy daughter left behind the antidote to the 1,000 Taste Red for me. What I am doing now is not worth mentioning." The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter saw that Xiao Chen was carefree and at ease, showing that he did not intend to stand on ceremony. After thinking for a while, she said, young Master Xiao and your friend have just arrived in Peach Blossom City. I believe you have not found a place to stay yet. If you do not mind, you can stay in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. This was the truth. Xiao Chen thought about it for a while. There would definitely be endless trouble after he left. Staying in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence was indeed much more convenient. In that case, many thanks for the Holy Daughter's invitation. After Xiao Chen turned and left, a few Heavenly Fragrance disciples appeared. They frowned and said, "Young miss, are we really going to let young Master Xiao stay? The Heavenly Fragrance's residence has never let a male stay in it before. Would it be bad if word got out?" The Heavenly Fragrance's Holy Daughter replied softly, "What's bad about it? Chu Xiang, you make the arrangements." "Me?" The disciple named Chu Xiang was the flirtatious girl who used the 100 flowers twining hand to block Xiao Chen but ended up getting captured by Xiao Chen. The Holy Daughter's words surprised Chu Xiang. After she recovered her wits, she nodded in agreement. After making some preparations, Chu Xiang went to look for Xiao Chen and Iron Egg, who were resting in a pavilion. Then, she brought the two to their lodgings. When Chu Xiang saw Xiao Chen, she said softly, "Young Master Xiao, I have already made arrangements for your lodgings. Please come with me." Xiao Chen recognized this girl. He said sincerely, "I have offended you earlier. Miss Chu, please don't take offense." Chu Xiang smiled casually and said, "It's fine. Young Master Zhao's cultivation is not high, but this Chu Xiang admires your strength. My master's 100 flowers twining hand is the true inheritance." Unexpectedly, young Master Xiao still managed to break it. "If we have time in the future, we can have a good exchange." Chu Xiang was indeed a good girl. She had a good temper and a good heart. Xiao Chen nodded and smiled. "I would be delighted." The two chatted casually in the residence, discussing some of their understanding of the martial Tao. This somewhat broadened Xiao Chen's horizons. Chu Xiang truly lived up to being a disciple of a holy land. Many of her insights and viewpoints benefited Xiao Chen greatly. Halfway to the residence, Xiao Chen discovered an old man and a youth leaving in the opposite corridor, feeling somewhat disappointed. The old man was spirited and gave off a steady aura, giving off the air of a grandmaster. The youth had an imposing appearance, looking handsome and distinguished. He even exuded the air of a ruler. Upon seeing that youth, the dragon race bloodline in Xiao Chen's body even surged slightly, raring to give it a try, wanting to compete with him. Xiao Chen could not help asking out of curiosity, "Who are these two people?" Chu Xiang took a look and said, "That is the crown prince of the eastern region's Hound Lion Empire, Xiahou Wu. The one beside him is Great Master Yuan Fei. They should be here to appraise the 1,000-year flame because of its fame." However, young Master Xiao already appraised the 1,000-year flame, so they have nothing to do with it. No wonder they returned disappointed. "Wait, Great Master Yuan Fei." Xiao Chen suddenly recalled this Great Master Yuan Fei. Wasn't he the one who humiliated Grandpa Seven back then? As a result, Grandpa Seven did not come to Peach Blossom City for 30 years. "Miss Chu, it has been a long time." Xiahou Wu looked at Chu Xiang from afar, and the disappointment on his face immediately vanished. Then, he quickly walked over with a smile. Seeing the other party so enthusiastic, Chu Xiang said somewhat cautiously, "Young Master Xiahou, how have you been?" Xiahou Wu smiled and said, "It has been a year since we parted at Desolate City. Great Master, please give Miss Chu a bottle of my 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine. This is just a small gift. Please don't regard it as an outsider." Great Master Yuan Fei, who was behind, smiled faintly and took out a flask of wine. Xiahou Wu received it and said, "This spirit flower wine not only tastes excellent, but it also has a beautifying effect on women. More importantly, it can assist in cultivation and increase one's comprehension ability." With regards to his gift, Xiahou Wu was still very confident. However, Chu Xiang rejected, saying, "Young Master Xiahou is too polite. This fine wine is too precious. Young Master Xiahou, please keep it for yourself." Xiahou Wu had not expected to be rejected. He took a step forward, wanting to forcefully give this 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine to Chu Xiang. If you don't want it, you are looking down on me, Xiahou Wu. If Miss Chu continues to reject me, then there is no point in me keeping it. I might as well throw it away. Chu Xiang felt somewhat embarrassed, unable to advance or retreat. As she struggled, a hand suddenly reached out and took the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine. Young Master Xiahou, since Miss Chu does not want this wine, it would be a waste to throw it away. Let me drink it for you. Xiao Chen held the wine flask and gulped it down in one go. His body immediately felt hot. The spiritual energy, veritable essence energy, and demonic chi, veritable essence energy in his primal core surged at the same time. In an instant, his veritable essence energy became denser, a pleasant surprise. Xiao Chen reluctantly drank the last drop. Then, he shook the flask a few times to make sure that there was no wine left. Wiping his mouth, Xiao Chen returned the flask. Then, he smiled and said, "This is indeed good wine. It truly lives up to being the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine. Thank you, young Master Xiahou, for your kind intentions." This happened in the time it took for a spark to fly. Chu Xiang and Xiahou Wu were stunned. When Chu Xiang saw Xiao Chen wipe his mouth and return the empty flask to Xiahou Wu, she could not help covering her mouth and giggling. However, Xiahou Wu flew into a rage out of humiliation. He sized up Xiao Chen and demanded, "Who are you? How dare you drink my wine? Are you seeking death?" Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, "There are many people in this world who want me dead. It does not matter if you die or not. I do not even fear the dragon god crown prince. So what if I drink your flask of wine? You are seeking death." Seeing that a holy venerate like Xiao Chen dared to show such an attitude, Xiahou Wu became enraged. He immediately threw a palm strike at Xiao Chen. Xiahou Wu flew into a rage, and his aura instantly erupted. A terrifying aura belonging to the great desolate Ian mutated beast, the Swan Ni, pressed down on Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen could no longer hold back his divine dragon bloodline. It erupted, merging his veritable essence energy and vital chi. Then, he threw a punch at Xiao Chen. Bang! The two fists clashed amid a loud sound. By relying on his acquired divine body, Xiao Chen did not move at all. Xiahou Wu, who had underestimated his opponent, suffered greatly. This punch sent him flying back 100 meters. His internal organs churned, feeling incredibly uncomfortable. "Xiahou Wu, this is the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. How dare you be so impudent here?" Chu Xiang shouted coldly as she stood in front of Xiao Chen when she saw Xiahou Wu attack and injure him. Fortunately, Xiao Chen was not injured. Otherwise, if the holy daughter blamed her, she would have failed in her duty. At this moment, Chu Xiang's gentle and charming air vanished. Her aura was sharp, no one daring to underestimate her. Xiahou Wu, who was about to continue attacking, withdrew the terrifying aura in his body. Then, he said indifferently, "Naturally, I do not dare to be impudent in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence." After saying that, Xiahou Wu looked coldly at Xiao Chen before turning to leave. Chu Xiang heaved a sigh of relief after seeing Xiahou Wu leave. Then, she quickly turned around to look. She saw Xiao Chen's expression turn strange. His cheeks puffed up like he was suppressing the clotted blood in his body, feeling very uncomfortable. Startled, she exclaimed, "Young Master Xiao, are you all right? Don't scare me." Gulp. Xiao Chen recovered to normal. He smiled and said, "What can happen to me? I just could not bear to spit out the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine." Chu Xiang heaved a long sigh of relief. Then, she recalled Xiahou Wu's foolish expression when he saw Xiao Chen drink the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine in one go. She could not help laughing again. Chu Xiang's bell-like laughter sounded very pleasing, like a lively musical instrument. Chapter 2048. Chu Xiang's laughter sounded very pleasant, sounding like a wind chime. Xiao Chen revealed a smile. It had been a long time since he had heard such clear and melodious laughter. The holy daughter was like a fairy from heaven. Even when she stood before him, she gave off a distant feeling. A layer of fog shrouded her, making her seem otherworldly. Chu Xiang was a living celestial maiden. One could truly feel her existence and her beauty. When Chu Xiang noticed Xiao Chen paying attention to her, she immediately realized that she had lost her composure. However, she still could not hide the smile on her charming face. She said softly, "Thank you, young Master Xiao, for helping me out. However, I offended the Bai and Crown Prince. Young Master Xiao, you should be careful in the future." Xiao Chen said softly, "If you are not afraid, all the more I will not fear him. However, his wine is pretty good. It would be a pity if Miss Chu did not drink it. I will not take his things." Chu Xiang's lips curled up as she said, "For the sake of getting close to the holy daughter, many people have targeted me, trying to use me to get close to the holy daughter. If not for the heavenly fragrances rules, would have slapped such people with impure motives long ago." At the start, Chu Xiang appeared soft and weak. Later, she became incredibly tyrannical. Xiao Chen smiled to himself. This Miss Chu is also a passionate person. "We're here. Young Master Xiao will be staying here tonight," Chu Xiang said softly as she pointed to a courtyard in front. "We're here. Young Master Xiao will be staying here tonight." The courtyard looked very ordinary. However, after entering, one discovered that it was a completely different world. There were fake mountains, flowing water, and winding corridors. It was elegant and clean, and there was even a place for cultivators to cultivate. Xiao Chen felt very satisfied. He nodded and said, "This place is pretty good." Chu Xiang said softly, "This is a place arranged for cultivators. I will arrange another place for young Master Zhao's friend." Xiao Chen nodded. Iron Egg did not have any requirements for a place to stay. Being able to stay in the palace already surpassed Xiao Chen's expectations. There was nothing to be dissatisfied about. "In that case, I'll take my leave first." Chu Xiang smiled and bowed before taking her leave. After entering a cultivation room in the courtyard, Xiao Chen sat down cross-legged and quickly refined the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine. As expected of the Bai and Crown Prince. Although this 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine was much weaker than heartburn, especially since it did not have the ability to strengthen one's bloodline, it was still comparable to the Bai and Crown Prince. However, its effect in assisting cultivation was unparalleled. Right now, Xiao Chen could break through to sovereign personage at any time. He did not want to miss this opportunity. If he was lucky enough to succeed, he really had to thank the Taowan Crown Prince, Xiaohu. At the same time, Xiaohu, who had just walked out of the Tianxiang Palace, had a dark expression on his face. The killing intent in his eyes was extremely thick. Great Master Yuanfei, who was at the side, consoled, "Your Highness the Crown Prince, there is no need to be anxious. I have already sent people to investigate this person's background. When night falls, we will know this person's background." Xiaohu calmed his emotions, unable to hide the pain on his face. The value of the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine was worth more than 1 million primeval heavenly pills. Moreover, it was priceless. Spirit flower wine that was over 1,000 years old was limited even in the Hound Lion Empire's imperial family. He had wanted to get on Chu Xiang's good side, but he did not expect this mixed-blood lad to come out of nowhere and ruin his plans. In just 2 or 3 mouthfuls, it was all gone. What was even more abominable was that the person whom he underestimated actually got knocked into the air with one punch. Great Master is right. No matter what, we cannot be unbridled in this Tianxiang Palace. When Great Master Yuanfei heard that, he heaved a sigh of relief. Then, he nodded and said, "It is good that the Crown Prince understands. In this trip to the Peach Blossom Garden, we still need to focus on the Wine King contest. Proper matters are more important." Xiaohu smiled and said, "With Great Master Yuanfei around, I do not have to worry about the Wine King contest at all. Let's go back first. After we investigate this fellow's background, I will make him spit it out 10 times, 100 times." The bright moon hung alone, and there were no stars for thousands of kilometers around. The gentle, watery moonlight shone on the Tianxiang Palace, looking elegant and tranquil. The night was beautiful. At this moment, in the courtyard where Shao Chen was, azure energy ripples spread out wave after wave, looking like the surface of a lake reflecting the moonlight, beautiful and flawless. Beneath the surface of the water, within the courtyard, everything was hazy and indistinct. From time to time, the cyan energy ripples would be thrust thousands of meters high, but they wouldn't break. It seemed like there was a terrifying existence under the ripples, trying to break through but never succeeding. Two women hovered in the air above the residence. From a distance, they looked like they were standing on the full moon. They were tranquil and beautiful, standing out from the crowd. They looked ethereal and otherworldly, like people in a painting. These two women were the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and Chu Xiang. What a terrifying energy fluctuation. Senior sister, the water cloud formation that you laid for him seems to be unable to hide his aura. Chu Xiang felt startled, clearly surprised. Under the moonlight, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter also appeared somewhat unfathomable, frowning heavily. 1 hour later, Chu Xiang suddenly came looking for the holy daughter and told her that Shao Chen was about to break through to sovereign personage. The aura in the courtyard was somewhat terrifying and startling. After the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter arrived, she immediately laid the water cloud formation to hide the aura in the courtyard. By now, the holy daughter's water cloud formation had already suffered more than 10 attacks. Unlike Chu Xiang, the holy daughter could see the scene in the courtyard through the water cloud formation. Dragon roars rang out in the courtyard, and mysterious phenomena appeared. The seated Shao Chen was like a powerful treasure saber giving off a faint light. Even though he did not draw his scabbard, he still gave off a terrifying sharpness. After the treasure saber were the 3 Dao wheels. Shao Chen, who did not look outstanding, actually comprehended 3 great Dao. Among them, his thunder Dao reached an inconceivable level. This caused the entire courtyard to be engulfed in a sea of lightning. Heavy snow flew above the sea, and strong winds carried a boundless saber intent. Dragon roars rang out in the surroundings of the sea. An ancient and grave dragon might swept out in all directions. In the chaotic and terrifying mysterious phenomenon world, the sun and the moon shone together above the heavenly palace, competing with each other. Such a mysterious phenomenon already surpassed the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's understanding. To her knowledge, any of the mysterious phenomena here would be an incredible existence if it appeared on a cultivator. However, for Shao Chen, the sun and the moon shone together, a sea of lightning, snow drifted for 5,000 kilometers, a powerful treasure saber, and many other mysterious phenomena appeared at the same time. What kind of existence can suppress so many mysterious phenomena? Confusion filled the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's eyes, appearing extremely confused. Logically speaking, even someone with a great desolate Ian bloodline could not suppress so many mysterious phenomena. One would explode and die. The mysterious fog shrouding the holy daughter's face scattered slightly, revealing a pair of unparalleled eyes that looked like stars and gems. A faint light flickered in the holy daughter's eyes. A sea of flowers bloomed in her eyes, overlapping and forming a vast world. This was the heavenly fragrance's 10,000 flower eyes. Chu Xiang, who was at the side, felt slightly shocked. She did not know why her senior sister executed an eye technique. Just as Chu Xiang felt uncertain, the 10,000 flowers gathered and silently withdrew. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter revealed an expression of understanding. So, that is what happened. An acquired divine body. No wonder he could suppress so many mysterious phenomena. It turned out that he had already cultivated an acquired divine body. This made sense. If one did not have a divine body, who could control so many mysterious phenomena in this world? With such accumulations, once Shao Chen broke through to sovereign personage, his strength would increase unimaginably. Junior sister Chu, are you saying that he drank all of Xiahou Wu's 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine in one go? The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter asked. At the mention of this matter, Chu Xiang could not help smiling. That's right. I saw that Xiahou Wu was completely stunned. His jaw nearly fell off. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter smiled faintly and said, "If he knew that Xiao Chen would break through to sovereign personage because of this, I wonder what kind of expression he would have. Just thinking about it is very interesting." Chu Xiang rubbed her chin and asked, "Senior sister, are you saying that young Master Xiao can really break through to sovereign personage?" The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter shook her head and said, "It's hard to say. I can tell that he has failed at least 5 or 6 times. Every time, he has a limitless chance of success. However, he always lacks an opportunity, wasting all his previous efforts. Tell me, what kind of person is he?" The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter suddenly asked in the end. This question stunned Chu Xiang for a moment. Clearly, she had not expected the holy daughter to ask this. In Chu Xiang's memory, her senior sister had never been so interested in a person before. When they first met, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter thought that Xiao Chen was just a dead man. Out of pity, she gave him a medicinal pill. However, that medicinal pill could not resolve the 1,000-taste red's poison at all. When they met again, Xiao Chen appeared before her brimming with energy. This had already startled her. Furthermore, she had not expected him to be the person that Qin Zhuolin mentioned. However, there was still more to come. Xiao Chen was the one who uprooted the 80-odd strongholds of the Heavenly Slaughter sect branch outside Peach Blossom City. Now, this Xiao Chen surprised her again. He actually cultivated and acquired divine body. Chapter 2049. All sorts of mysterious phenomena clashed under the water cloud formation. As Xiao Chen anxiously tried to break through, the holy daughter and Chu Xiang waited patiently for the results. The two felt very curious about whether Xiao Chen would succeed or not. If he succeeded, how strong would Xiao Chen be after advancing to sovereign personage? However, even after waiting until sunrise, there were no results. This attempt to break through was the one that took the longest out of all the attempts he had made. It looks like we will not know the results anytime soon. As the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter looked at the rising sun in the east, she sighed softly and said, "Chu Xiang, stay behind. If he fails this time, the consequences will be severe." "What do you mean?" Chu Xiang did not know how horrifying Xiao Chen's accumulations were, so she did not understand what the holy daughter meant. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter did not say anything more. The rebound of his veritable essence energy is not that easy to endure. Chu Xiang nodded and said, "I understand. I will watch over young Master Xiao and not let anything happen to him in the heavenly fragrance's residence." "Right." Chu Xiang stood guard for 3 days straight. During these 3 days, the water cloud formation that the holy daughter laid endured several attacks. However, it finally stabilized. The holy daughter did not spread out Xiao Chen's horrifying mysterious phenomena or his dragon race aura. The news of Xiao Chen staying in the heavenly fragrance's residence spread throughout Peach Blossom City during these 3 days. This caused countless people to be shocked. To think that a man stayed in the heavenly fragrance's residence. This was something that had never happened before. Hence, everyone felt very curious about Xiao Chen's origins. After asking around, everyone was shocked. It turned out that Xiao Chen was the mysterious person who swept through the 80-odd strongholds of the Heavenly Slaughter sect's branches. The recent fluctuations between the righteous factions and demonic factions were actually because of Xiao Chen. After that, there was news that the wine that Xiao Chen brought to the Wine King contest was Waning Moon. Back then, old Seven Du, who had not entered Peach Blossom City for 30 years after being defeated by Great Master Yuanfei, sent someone to kill his way back with a flask of wine. That was not all. After some digging, people dug up all of Xiao Chen's deeds in the Divine Dragon Empire. He could not blame the others for investigating him so thoroughly. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter was very famous in the great desolate domain. She was the dream lover of countless people. There had never been a male martial artist who was invited to stay in the Tianxiang Palace. He was the first. Furthermore, the participants of the Peach Blossom Wine Festival were all outstanding talents from various places, all of them backed by super factions. 3 days was more than enough to investigate a person's background. However, Xiao Chen could not become the main character in Peach Blossom City. Right now, the most popular event in Peach Blossom City was the Wine King contest. During every Centennial Wine Festival, aside from agreeing to a reasonable request from the Wine King contest's winner, the Peach Blossom City City Lord would also take out one of his treasures as a reward. It was said that this year's reward was a mysterious key. As for what kind of key it was, others did not know. However, the great factions of the righteous and demonic paths already knew. For the sake of this key, an increasing number of outstanding talents gathered in Peach Blossom City over the past few days. The one who had the most hope of winning the Wine King competition was still the Crown Prince of the Hound Lion Empire, Xiahou Wu. This was because Xiahou Wu brought Great Master Yuanfei. Great Master Yuanfei was the legendary brewer of Peach Blossom City. In the past few decades, he had practically always won every wine festival he participated in. However, it was a little different this time around. This was because the number of people who came far surpassed the previous ones. Not just the top disciples of the righteous Tao sects came. The young sect masters of the Blood Flame sect and the Heavenly Slaughter sect of the demonic Tao factions also came. Among the demonic Tao factions, the 6 great demonic Tao sects were like the holy lands of the righteous Tao. As for the Blood Flame sect and the Heavenly Slaughter sect, they were 2 of the 6 great demonic Tao factions. Aside from the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter, the one with the greatest background among the righteous Tao factions was undoubtedly the Profound Heaven Holy Lands Holy Son. After him were the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yihan, the Hound Lion Empire's Xiahou Wu, and the other rank 7 factions' crown princes and top disciples. This was the first time in a century that so many factions of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao gathered at the same time. The Peach Blossom Wine Festival looked the same as usual. In reality, as the factions of the righteous Tao and demonic Tao gathered, undercurrents surged. After so many factions arrived, the commotion caused by Xiao Chen staying in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence slowly faded. The Heavenly Fragrance's residence remained as bustling as before. Every day, the outstanding talents of the various major factions came to visit. However, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter refused to see anyone. There were only 2 days left until the Wine King contest. However, Xiao Chen still showed no signs of coming out of closed-door cultivation. Chu Xiang, who had been guarding the courtyard, already started to worry. "Young Master Xiao, what's going on? Should we go in and take a look?" Chu Xiang showed some worry on her charming face. She had never seen someone take so long to break through to sovereign personage before. However, when one was breaking through, one feared being disturbed the most. However, no one dared to act rashly, only feeling anxious. "Is there still no movement?" A figure drifted over in the air. Chu Xiang turned her head and saw the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter. "Yes, senior sister. There are still no signs of him coming out of closed-door cultivation. In the past few days, the water cloud formation has not even stirred. It is like a pool of dead water inside, showing no movement at all." The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter nodded. Seeing Chu Xiang's worry, she said softly, "Don't worry. Let me take a look." The holy daughter personally laid the water cloud formation. Others could not see the scene inside or sense the aura inside. However, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter was not restricted. A faint light flashed in the holy daughter's eyes as she peered through the rippling water screen. She saw that the courtyard was calm. The mysterious phenomenon she saw earlier had vanished. The entire courtyard was deathly silent. Even the fallen leaves in the courtyard turned slightly yellow. It was so quiet that it made one's hair stand on end. Did he fail? The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter thought to herself. Such a situation does not seem like something that should happen after a successful breakthrough. She fixed her gaze on Xiao Chen, who was seated cross-legged, and was about to take a closer look. Just as she was about to take a closer look, Xiao Chen suddenly opened his eyes. The two's gazes met in the air. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter saw an ancient and grave azure-colored dragon image in Xiao Chen's eyes. The azure-colored dragon image disappeared in a flash. Following that, the sovereign personage Wolfram Xiao Chen's soul pool erupted from his body. In that instant, winds and clouds gathered. Fallen leaves flew everywhere, and strong winds howled. This startled the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. She withdrew her gaze and could not help taking a step back. Chu Xiang quickly went over to support the holy daughter. "Senior sister, what's wrong?" The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter held her forehead, feeling a piercing pain in her eyes. Earlier, Xiao Chen's gaze was very scary. That fleeting dragon silhouette caught her off guard. The dragon might that originated from ancient times shook her divine soul. "I'm fine. Come in with me and congratulate young Master Xiao." The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter waved her hand and entered. When Chu Xiang heard that, she felt slightly stunned. Then, she reacted. Xiao Chen succeeded in breaking through to sovereign personage. Chu Xiang quickly followed. She had been on tenterhooks for the past few days, feeling very worried. Xiao Chen finally succeeded. It had not been easy. Back then, when she tried to break through to sovereign personage, she had not been this worried. "Young Master Xiao, congratulations on successfully advancing to sovereign personage," the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said softly as she drifted in. Xiao Chen looked at the water cloud formation above him. Then, he smiled faintly and said, "Many thanks to the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and Miss Chu Xiang for protecting me." Sovereign personage was the final major realm of the Cloud Sea realm. After entering this realm, one could become a sovereign among humans, the peak of humans. If one cultivated any further, they would no longer be a human realm. From the initial veritable personage to the current sovereign personage. It had not been easy for Xiao Chen to get to where he was. Outsiders did not know the hardships involved. As someone who came from an abandoned land, Xiao Chen had climbed step by step to where he was today. If he told others everything, no one would believe him. Even among the outstanding talents of the Central Great Realm, very few could advance to sovereign personage. Those who could advance to sovereign personage at Xiao Chen's age were even rarer. They were either the people of the Holy Lands or the true inheritors of rank 7 sections. There were practically none like Xiao Chen, who fought his way up step by step. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter seemed to want to see through Xiao Chen. However, she discovered that he was shrouded in mystery, appearing even more mysterious than her. The holy daughter could only give up helplessly. She said, "After advancing to sovereign personage, you should properly cultivate and stabilize your foundation. However, the Wine King contest will begin in 2 days. I'm afraid that young Master Xiao will not have much time to familiarize yourself." Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock, "I took so long to break through." "A total of 5 days. Chu Xiang said from the side, raising her hand. Time was really tight. Xiao Chen had to set aside the joy of advancing to sovereign personage for now. He had to spend some time to prepare for the Wine King contest. He had to do his best to emerge victorious in the Wine King contest and complete Grandpa Seven's unfulfilled wish, ensuring the peace of the village for 100 years. Chapter 2050. While you were in closed-door cultivation, Senior Chui sent someone to deliver an invitation to the Wine King contest. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter handed Xiao Chen a gold-plated invitation. Many people came to participate in the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. However, not many people could obtain this invitation. Only with this invitation could one qualify to participate in the Wine King contest. Young Master Xiao, are you participating in the Wine King contest for the ethereal immortal palace's treasure key? The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter asked when she saw Xiao Chen receive the invitation. What ethereal immortal palace? Xiao Chen felt confused. He did not know what the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter was talking about. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter revealed an expression of understanding. Then, she said, "Indeed, it is as I thought. In every centennial wine festival, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor will take out one of his treasures as a reward. This time, the reward is a key. Anyone with some connections would know that it is the key to the ethereal immortal palace. Many people have come for this key." Xiao Chen smiled bitterly and said, "I really don't know about that. I don't even know what the ethereal immortal palace is. Chu Xiang covered her mouth and smiled faintly. Young Master Xiao is really surprising. You are already a sovereign personage, yet you do not know some things that everyone knows. I am from another region. I came to the Central Great Realm only 2 or 3 years ago. Xiao Chen answered honestly, answering the two's doubts. We can talk about the ethereal immortal palace later. You should have many things that you do not understand now that you have advanced to sovereign personage. I will leave Chu Xiang here. If you have any questions, you can ask her for answers. Don't underestimate this junior sister of mine. If we really fight, you might not be a match for her. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter smiled sweetly and slowly withdrew. This was not an exaggeration. This Chu Xiang had advanced to sovereign personage at least 2 or 3 years ago. Furthermore, she came from a holy land. She definitely had a lot of resources. It would be hard to say if she was a match for her. Holy daughter overestimates me. I will wait outside the courtyard. If young Master Xiao needs anything, just call me at any time. The junior sister of the holy daughter served Xiao Chen like a maidservant. This caused him to feel slightly uncomfortable, but Chu Xiang didn't give him a chance to refuse. She smiled, bowed, and left. Let's not think anymore. Let me see what changes there are when I advance to sovereign personage. Recollecting his thoughts, Xiao Chen's consciousness entered the soul pool. After advancing to sovereign personage, the greatest change was the vague dragon seal in Xiao Chen's soul pool, which represented his will of soul. It was completely clear and distinct, radiating a resplendent light. King's might spread to every corner of the soul pool. King's will. The qualitative improvement of Xiao Chen's will of soul allowed him to rival a small perfection sovereign personage's will of soul. If he advanced further, he could rival a great perfection sovereign personage or even surpass them. Apart from that, his quintessential essence had been further condensed, reaching the limit. Lowering his consciousness to his dantian, Xiao Chen discovered that the 9-star primal core had already solidified, flickering with black and white lights. The amount of true essence it could hold had increased by 10 times. Xiao Chen exclaimed in shock, small perfection sovereign personage. The materialization of the primal core was the mark of a small perfection sovereign personage. His primal core would be further transformed and could be molded directly. When one reached peak sovereign personage, the primal core would advance further, turning into an illusory object, somewhere between tangible and intangible. At that time, the primal core would no longer be destroyed, and one would reach the limits of a human. If one wanted to advance further, one had to undergo a rebirth, break through to the Cloud Sea realm, and start cultivating the soul. However, all of this was still a distant goal. Right now, Xiao Chen was shocked that he had directly surpassed initial perfection sovereign personage and advanced to small perfection sovereign personage. Xiao Chen could not help wanting to laugh out loud. The sovereign personage realm was divided into initial perfection, small perfection, great perfection, and consummation. With each increase in the 4 stages, there would be a qualitative improvement. Many people would remain stuck at a certain stage for the rest of their lives, unable to advance further. However, now, when Xiao Chen advanced, he skipped initial perfection and reached small perfection. Xiao Chen's deep accumulations finally erupted at this moment. After thinking about it, Xiao Chen concluded that it might have something to do with the flask of heartburn that he drank. It was the best wine of the dragon race. Not only could it increase one's cultivation, but it could also convert one's bloodline power. Qin Zhuolin once said that back then, a sovereign emperor was willing to pay a jade mine for this wine. With the aid of this excellent wine and his acquired divine body, Xiao Chen still needed to add in the 1,000-year-old spirit flower wine that Xiahou Wu gave him. Coincidentally, Xiao Chen managed to advance to small perfection sovereign personage. Xiao Chen smiled faintly and said, I wonder if Xiahou Wu will die from anger when he finds out. The various changes made Xiao Chen's current strength several times stronger than before he broke through. Now that he ran into a great perfection sovereign personage, while Xiao Chen did not dare say that he could defeat the other party, he would not fear it. Saber. With a thought, the tyrant saber appeared in Xiao Chen's hand, and he drew it. The blade was perfectly straight and 2 fingers wide. It looked delicate and pretty, but when paired with its nearly 4 feet long length, it made one shudder in fear. As Xiao Chen gently caressed the saber, he felt somewhat rueful. He had not truly drawn his saber for a long time already. It was not that Xiao Chen did not want to, but that his saber skills had fallen too far behind. The Supreme Dragon Fist and Firmament's Rage combined with his Peak Thunder Dao could help him settle most battles. However, the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber's third move, Entering Hell, required a sovereign personage to truly control. Otherwise, if Xiao Chen cultivated it rashly, he might end up like Xin Yuan, falling into the demonic Dao. All this while, Xiao Chen had not dared to touch it. Now that he had advanced to sovereign personage, he did not want to wait any longer. As a bladesman, Xiao Chen had been suppressed for too long. "I've wronged you." Buzz. Right after Xiao Chen spoke, the tyrant saber seemed to understand him. It trembled gently and buzzed endlessly. The sharpness that had been suppressed for a long time burst out, turning into a boundless saber intent sweeping out in all directions. A tyrannical aura surged in Xiao Chen's heart. The bloodline in Xiao Chen's body instantly surged. Using this aura, Xiao Chen immediately executed the Mahamaya Abstinence Violation Saber Technique's third move, Entering Hell. The Buddha said, "If I do not enter hell, who will?" This saber strike contained the intent to forego death. Compared to breaking the mundane and resolving the mundane, it contained a broader and boundless boldness and breadth of mind. Without the will of soul of a sovereign personage, one would not be able to control this fearless saber strike. If one was not careful, one would lose control and become a slave to the saber, unable to extricate themselves. Outside the courtyard, Chu Xiang, who was waiting, heard a saber hum. His heart instantly trembled, and his entire body shivered. He was bewildered. Just as she was feeling uncertain, a boundless saber strike containing a fearless boldness soared into the sky from the courtyard and swept out in all directions. What a strong saber strike! This startled Chu Xiang. She nearly thought that this saber strike would destroy the entire residence. However, just as Chu Xiang was about to make a move, she was shocked to discover that this saber strike was forcefully pulled back just as it was about to leave the courtyard. He stabilized it? Such a strong saber strike was actually more terrifying when it was pulled back than when it was unleashed. The saber strike was already so terrifying, inspiring fear. In that case, how terrifying was the person who could subdue this saber strike? Xiao Chen. Aside from Xiao Chen, there was no one else in the courtyard. Clearly, this saber strike came from Xiao Chen. He is also a bladesman? Chu Xiang could no longer suppress the curiosity in her heart. She gently spread her arms and flew up like a butterfly, landing firmly on the courtyard wall. She saw saber winds in the courtyard, accompanied by ghostly wails and wolf howls. It was like purgatory in the mortal world. Malicious spirits wailed and evil spirits cried amid the howling saber winds. The saber winds caused Chu Xiang to lose her footing and nearly fall. The saber winds were so intense that she could not open her eyes. Chu Xiang squinted and looked over with some difficulty. Finally, she saw the mysterious phenomenon formed by the saber wind. Finally, she saw the white-clad Xiao Chen in the purgatory storm with a calm expression and a saber in his hand. A Buddhist swastika appeared on Xiao Chen's forehead. Xiao Chen did not seem to be holding a saber in his hand but an evil dragon from hell that ruled the world and could devour the world. Chu Xiang trembled in fear, afraid that Xiao Chen would lose control and release this evil dragon of hell. Chu Xiang worried for Xiao Chen. She could tell how terrifying this saber strike was and feared that Xiao Chen would lose control and sink into it. However, Chu Xiang slowly discovered that she had worried for nothing. Xiao Chen's initial control was somewhat stiff, making the onlookers nervous. Soon, he could control it as he pleased. It was like Xiao Chen's white robes made him look like an azure lotus walking in hell. His figure swayed, but his heart remained calm. Clang! At some point in time, a melodious saber hum rang out beside Chu Xiang's ears. Only then did Chu Xiang come to her senses. She discovered that Xiao Chen had already sheathed his saber at some point in time. He had a faint smile on his delicate face as he looked at Chu Xiang, who was standing on the courtyard wall. Chapter 2051. On the courtyard wall, Chu Xiang calmed down for a long time before saying, unexpectedly, young Master Xiao is actually a bladesman as well. This is truly surprising. Xiao Chen said softly, I haven't used it for a long time. Fortunately, I'm not rusty. Miss Chu Xiang's swordsmanship should be pretty good. Would it be possible for you to give me some pointers? My pleasure. I haven't used a saber in a long time, and I've just entered hell. His improvement would be much faster than if he were to cultivate on his own. It was great that Chu Xiang could help him. As for Chu Xiang, after seeing Xiao Chen's saber skills, she was already tempted. Even if the other party did not mention it, she would have taken the initiative to bring it up. It would also be of great help to her. Xiao. With that, a sword appeared in Chu Xiang's hand, and she swung it at Xiao Chen. As the long sword was unsheathed, rays of light shone out. Immediately, the courtyard was filled with vitality. Hundreds of flowers suddenly appeared between the ground and the ground. The moment the flowers bloomed, Chu Xiang's sword also arrived in front of Xiao Chen. Among the hundreds of flowers, her sword was the king of the flowers. Under the scorching sun, he bloomed proudly. What a powerful life force! Xiao Chen felt shocked in his heart. To think that Chu Xiang cultivated the life Tao. This reminded him of the merfolk Yan Songming, who cultivated the death Tao. Compared to the Tao of death, the Tao of life was much harder to cultivate. However, be it the life Tao or the death Tao, they were both special great Taos that stood above the wind Tao, fire Tao, lightning Tao and the other elemental Taos. Xiao Chen did not dare to underestimate him. He immediately drew his tyrant saber. Infusing the thunder great Tao into the great Tao, Xiao Chen swung his saber to block this unstoppable, exuberant life force. When the saber and sword clashed, Chu Xiang was shocked to discover that the two of them were actually evenly matched. She had advanced to sovereign personage 2 years ago. Without a doubt, her cultivation was much denser than Xiao Chen's. However, she could not suppress Xiao Chen, who had just advanced to sovereign personage. Without any time to think, Zhang Xian flicked his wrist, and the 100 flowers fluttering petals swiftly changed his move. Under the scorching sun, one of them used a saber while the other used a sword, exchanging blows with each other. Neither of them wanted to give in to the other, and neither of them wanted to admit defeat. Gradually, the two of them began to unleash the strength they had been suppressing. They were evenly matched, and Chu Xiang had the upper hand. After all, he came from the heavenly fragrance Holy Land and advanced to sovereign personage 2 years earlier than Xiao Chen. Furthermore, this was just a spar. Xiao Chen had many trump cards that he could not use. Such an outcome was reasonable. 2 days passed in the blink of an eye. Xiao Chen exchanged moves with Chu Xiang during the day and stabilized his cultivation at night. He did not notice the passage of time. Just like that, 2 days passed just like that before he could do his best. However, even if he wanted to continue, he had to stop. The Wine King contest was about to begin. No more fighting. Chu Xiang sheathed her sword, feeling some lingering fear. She still had a slight advantage on the first day. On the second day, he couldn't hold on any longer. Furthermore, this was before Xiao Chen executed that horrifying killing move. Chu Xiang had never seen a bladesman with such startling comprehension ability. His comprehension was so strong that it made people feel a little scared. Xiao Chen asked softly, Miss Chu, do you want to participate in the Wine King contest with me? Chu Xiang smiled faintly and replied, I'm afraid not. I have to go with the Holy Daughter. Senior sister is a specially invited appraiser. Hee hee. You can secretly approach senior sister now and use your connections. Xiao Chen knew that the other party was joking. He performed a cupped fist salute and said, I'll take my leave first, then. Let's meet at the Wine King contest. Right. I look forward to your good performance. After saying goodbye to Chu Xiang, Xiao Chen headed to the Wine King contest with Iron Egg. The venue of the Wine King contest was in the city lord's residence. Today, the city lord's residence was open to the public and exceptionally bustling. However, ordinary people could only watch the Wine King contest from the outer courtyard and could not enter the inner courtyard. "Brother Xiao." Someone called out to Xiao Chen at an intersection. When he turned his head back, he saw that it was the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yihan. What a coincidence. Xiao Chen had a good impression of this person, so he replied softly. "This is not a coincidence. I've been waiting for young Master Xiao at this intersection for 5 days already. Young Master Xiao never came to my Ice Snow Mountain Manor's residence, so I could only wait here." Yihan did not hide anything, directly stating that he had purposely waited here for Xiao Chen. Only now did Xiao Chen recall that before Yihan left a few days ago, he did invite him to the Ice Snow Mountain Manor. Unfortunately, time was too tight, so Xiao Chen had completely forgotten about it. "Sorry, young Master Yi, why are you looking for me?" Yihan looked around. There were many people and carriages on the streets, but no one paid attention to the two of them. Yihan walked over and whispered, "If young Master Xiao wins the Wine King contest, will you give me the ethereal immortal palace's key? Of course, the price is negotiable. I will definitely not disappoint young Master Xiao." The ethereal immortal palace again. Xiao Chen's expression did not change as he said calmly, "Brother Yi really thinks highly of me. Let's talk about it later. In any case, that Xiahou Wu will definitely not agree to it. I can only try to get young Master Xiao. If you agree, you can come and look for me at any time." Yihan did not say anything more. After saying that, he performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave. Yihan did not show any intention of traveling with Xiao Chen. As Xiao Chen looked at Yihan's departing figure, he entered deep thought. It looks like I have to spend some time to find out what kind of existence the ethereal immortal palace is. Xiao Chen continued on his way. Half an hour later, Xiao Chen arrived at the city lord's residence and handed over his invitation, successfully entering the inner courtyard. The venue for the Wine King contest was set up on a tall platform. After entering the inner courtyard, someone led Xiao Chen to the tall platform to take a seat. The tall platform was already filled with people. When Xiao Chen looked around, he found many of them familiar. They were the guests at the Heavenly Fragrance Palace that day. Their gazes were hostile, but there was no murderous intent. Only 2 people were exceptions. One was the Hound Lion Empire's crown prince, Xiahou Wu. Great Master Yuanfei stood behind him, smiling coldly as he looked at Xiao Chen. The other person sat beside Pei Xiaoxian. This person had a sullen expression, pitch-black eyes, and extremely heavy demonic qi spreading from his body. Due to the different demonic cultivation techniques one cultivated, demonic qi was ever-changing. The characteristics of the other party's demonic qi were very familiar to Xiao Chen. Many of the Heavenly Slaughter sect cultivators he had killed had this aura. The Heavenly Slaughter sect's young sect master, Wang Yun. A name immediately appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. He guessed this person's identity, but his expression did not change as he sat down calmly. This Xiao Chen is really bold. To think that his expression did not change at all when he saw Wang Yun. He probably does not know how horrifying Wang Yun's strength is. I can tell that Great Master Yuanfei's gaze on this fellow is somewhat strange as well. Who knows what's going on? You still don't know? The wine that this fellow brought was brewed by old Du Qi. How could Great Master Yuanfei find him pleasing to the eye? Haha. There will be a good show to watch now. On the high platform, many people were whispering and discussing in low voices. Suddenly, a group of people walked over from behind the tall platform. One of them was a middle-aged man who looked extraordinary. He was casually dressed and had an unruly smile on his face. His 2 glasses were slightly red, and he seemed to be a little drunk. This was Peach Blossom City's city lord, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. Aside from the city lord's residence's experts, there was also a group of appraisers that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter had invited over. Greetings, City Lord. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was no ordinary sovereign emperor. He possessed extremely horrifying strength. Even those demonic Dao outstanding talents had to give him face. At this moment, he didn't dare to be impudent and obediently bowed. Ha ha ha, you're welcome. It's time for the centennial wine party again. Thank you, everyone, for taking the trouble to bring me good wine. I don't like red tape, and I don't like to talk nonsense. Drink 3 glasses with me first. After 3 cups, we'll talk about the Wine King contest. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor appeared rather laid back. He stumbled over to the host's seat and casually waved his wide sleeves. In the blink of an eye, hundreds of wine cups flew out from his sleeves and shot toward him. Bang! 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 The wine cups instantly struck a few loose cultivators with weak cultivations. They vomited a mouthful of blood, and all their bones shattered as they went flying back in miserable states. These loose cultivators fell off the tall platform, losing their qualifications to continue participating in the wine party. Xiao Chen felt somewhat surprised. Unexpectedly, there was such a thing. The other participants were also somewhat surprised. There had not been such a rule in the past. However, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's way of doing things was unfathomable, with no rules to follow. Right now, there was no time to think too much. Xiao Chen had to catch 3 cups of wine first. Otherwise, he would be eliminated before it started. Chapter 2052. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's move caught everyone by surprise. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's attack instantly knocked 4 or 5 people into the air, causing them to fall off the tall platform in a sorry state. Even a sovereign personage could not withstand an attack from this wine cup. How strong was the energy contained in the wine cup? How startling was it? However, the many winemakers standing on the tall platform were not injured. When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor made his move, his target was clear. He would not harm the innocent. Xiao Chen had no more than 3 seconds to think. If he could not make a decision within 3 seconds, he could only dodge. Soon, the wine cups would empty. Even if he wanted to attack, he would not have a target. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the demand on the outstanding talents here was so high that it made one's hair stand on end. Xiao Chen thought for only 1 second before making his move at lightning speed. He instantly circulated his vital qi and fixed his gaze on the wine cups flying at him. Then, Xiao Chen caught one of the wine cups. Buzz! 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 The wine spun in the cup at a startling speed. A huge force surged out from the cup, numbing Xiao Chen's arm slightly. Xiao Chen's footing was somewhat unstable, but he did not fluster in the face of danger. He swung his right hand slightly and scattered the force. Then, he firmly placed the wine cup on the table. Bang! Just as Xiao Chen caught the wine cup, the arms of a few rank 7 sect true inheritors who also caught the wine cup broke. Led by the wineglass, flew out. 2 cups. After stabilizing the first cup, Xiao Chen moved much more easily, placing the wine cup on the table. Interesting. I like it to be more interesting. Pei Xiaoxian was the first to catch the 3 wine cups. After drinking wildly, he guffawed. Then, he ferociously attacked, sending out energy. Ding! Dang! Dang! Hundreds of wine cups immediately shattered. The scattered wine splattered in all directions like raindrops with great force. Immediately, many people were hit by the splashes. Their skin and flesh were lacerated as they screamed in pain. Here's a cup for you. Xia Hou suddenly let out an evil laugh, fiercely pushing the cup of wine in his hand towards Xiao Chen. With a kacha sound, Xiao Chen was just about to receive the cup of wine. On the spot, it was smashed by the flying wine cup, and the fragments flew everywhere. They were all sharp weapons that could injure people. Xiao Chen's expression did not change. He gently waved his right hand, and saber winds spread everywhere. These boundless fragments transformed into a wild storm of blades that swept toward Xiaohu. The Xiaohu who was waiting for Xiao Chen to make a fool of himself jumped in fright. He had never expected this to happen. Xiao Chen casually resolved the crisis and even materialized such a terrifying saber wind. Seeing that he could not dodge in time, he quickly dodged in a sorry state. After this game, Xia Houwu did not dare to find trouble with Xiao Chen. He focused on receiving his third cup of wine. When all the wine glasses in the air had flown away, only 9 people managed to catch 3 cups. The Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor's move eliminated most of the participants in the Wine King contest. Not bad. There are still 9 people remaining. I know that many of you are here for the ethereal Immortal Palace's treasure key. Without any strength, obtaining the key is just sending yourself to death. Don't blame me for chasing you away. The Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor showed a smile that did not seem like a smile. To him, the Wine King contest was more like a game. The defeated cultivators and the people from the outer courtyard watching the excitement now understood. So, that is the case. No wonder the previous Wine King contests did not have such a move. The Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor paused for a while before saying, "After drinking my wine, it is time for me to drink yours. Come, bring out your wine. Let me see what good wine old Shui chose for me." The Heavenly Slaughter Sect's young sect master, Wang Yun, clapped his hands, and the wine master behind him quickly took out a wine flask. After receiving the flask, Wang Yun walked out first. "I specially prepared this flask of unfettered sky for Senior Peach Blossom. It is a forbidden wine of the Blood Moon Dynasty. With just 1 cup, one can achieve all one's wishes. Fellow appraisers, please consider carefully before you drink it." Wang Yun was very confident in his unfettered sky, revealing a smile on his face. Unfettered sky. Rumor has it that ordinary people cannot drink this wine. Just 1 sip will make one die from happiness. Even if you are a martial artist, if you do not have an outstanding state of mind, you cannot simply drink. The ingredients for such a forbidden wine are extremely rare. To think that Wang Yun managed to find it. I thought that Xia Houwu would win this time. It looks like it is going to be difficult. Wang Yun felt very cocky when he heard these discussions. However, drunkard Shui, who was beside the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor, waved his hand and said, "Go down first. The people behind are still waiting." Wang Yun could not help feeling somewhat embarrassed. He thought that the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor would look at him in a different light after he delivered this forbidden wine. Wang Yun had only spoken a few words with Wang Yun. Unexpectedly, Senior Shui chased him away. In that case, this junior will take his leave first. After Wang Yun left, Pei Shaoxian stepped forward, carrying a round wine flask with both hands. The wine flask was covered in mud, looking very old. Pei Shaoxian smiled and said, "I don't know what wine this is, either. It was dug out from underground and has never been opened before. I estimate that it has at least 3,000 years of history. Let's see if the city lord likes it." As soon as these words came out, there was an uproar. This Pei Shaoxian is really messing around. How dare he participate in the Wine King contest with wine that he dug out from a pile of corpses? What made him even more speechless was that he didn't even know what kind of wine it was. The Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor raised his eyelids slightly and glanced at Pei Shaoxian. Then, he asked, "Don't you find it heavy?" Pei Shaoxian smiled and said, "It is quite heavy." Pa! The Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor clapped his hands ferociously, and the soil on the wine bottle cracked. Then, the wine bottle exploded. It revealed a white crystal glass-like skull that flickered with cold light. It was incomparably sinister and cold. This was actually a wine cup made from a skull. The owner of the skull was at least a sovereign emperor when he was alive. The sinister skull that suddenly appeared startled everyone. Pei Shaoxian could not help taking a few steps back, his complexion pale. He didn't expect that he was hugging a skull. Inside the skull, there was some liquid that sparkled under the sunlight. "You may leave," the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor said indifferently. Only then did Pei Shaoxian leave with some lingering fear in his heart. The people who were mocking Pei Shaoxian earlier all kept their mouths shut, completely stunned. First, there was Wang Yun's unfettered sky-forbidden wine. Now, there was Pei Xiaoshuan's mysterious skull wine. The wines of the two demonic Dao cultivators were completely unconventional, turning this wine king struggle into a confusing affair. Following that, the others stepped forward and offered up the wines they brought. Without exception, all of them were excellent brews of the world, opening everyone's horizons and making them sigh in amazement. When Xiahou Wu stepped forward and brought out the 9-color divine phoenix that great master Yuan Fei brewed, everyone was shocked. My goodness! It is actually the 9-colored divine phoenix. Great master Yuan Fei truly lives up to his name. This is the 9-colored divine phoenix. Since great master Ning Xinyan passed away 500 years ago, no one has been able to brew the 9-colored divine phoenix. Unexpectedly, I get to see this wine again today. I thought that the demonic Dao cultivators would snatch away the title of Wine King. Unexpectedly, a great master is truly a great master. To think that he took out the 9-colored divine phoenix. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could not help showing a slight change in expression. He said softly, I finished the last bottle of the 9-colored divine phoenix 100 years ago. Unexpectedly, I get to see it again today. Great master, many thanks. On the tall platform, great master Yuan Fei pressed his palms together and returned the bow. City Lord, you are too polite. Excellent brews only exist for true winemakers. Without the Peach Blossom Wine Festival, there would be no 9-colored divine phoenix. These words made the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor happy. He said to Xiahou Wu, stay behind and sit beside me, then. Xiahou Wu rejoiced. After bowing, he quickly walked over. This action set the crowd abuzz. With the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's generous gift, it looked like the title of Wine King would fall to Great Master Yuan Fei again. The victor of this Wine King contest was still Xiahou Wu. Now that the 9 people offered up their excellent brews, only Xiao Qin remained. Xiao Qin had 2 choices. One was to take out Waning Moon to compete, and the other was to take out Heartburn. However, honestly speaking, even if he took out Heartburn, he might not win. Xiao Qin had not expected Xiahou Wu to bring the 9-colored divine phoenix. The grade of this wine was no lower than Heartburn's. This was especially so after Great Master Heart Cloud passed away. No one had been able to brew it for hundreds of years, making it even more precious. Most importantly, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor clearly missed this 9-colored divine phoenix and had a special liking for it. When Xiahou Wu saw that Xiao Qin did not move, he smiled and said, Xiao Qin, why are you still not stepping forward? If you feel ashamed of your inferiority, you can forfeit. There is no need to feel embarrassed. Indeed, the 8 wines that took the stage could all be called excellent brews. Some of the eliminated people even celebrated in their hearts, glad that they managed to survive. If they were still here and took out a wine of too low a grade, they would have embarrassed themselves too much. There was no way to compete at all. The others had similar thoughts as Xiahou Wu. They felt that Xiao Qin should be ashamed that he could not take out a wine of the same grade. When the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor saw the situation, he consoled softly, little friend, just step forward. There is no need to worry. Being able to stand until the end is already a success. No matter what wine you bring, even if it is just a cup of water, it is better than those who are not qualified to stand here. When Xiao Qin heard that, he could not help feeling somewhat disappointed. Xiao Qin was a smart person. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words were just a form of consolation. The meaning of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words was very clear. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor already had a wine that he liked. No matter what wine Xiao Qin brought, it did not matter. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was already satisfied. Xiao Qin smiled bitterly and did not say anything. He stepped forward and placed Heartburn with the other wines. Then, he left without saying a word. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor only loved the 9-colored divine phoenix. All the other wines were destined to serve as foils. Chapter 2053. Xiahou Wu took over and said loudly. This wine, Everyone slapped the table and could not help cheering. However, they were afraid of disrupting this beautiful zither music. Seeing Xiao Chen remain silent, Xiahou Wu revealed a victorious smile. There was no need to say who the champion was. Everyone laughed and evaluated each other. Wang Yun's unfettered sky, Pei Xiaoshuan's bone-grinding wine, Yihan's heavenly ice, the profound heaven's holy sun's flying cloud wine, Xiao Chen's heartburn, Xiahou Wu's nine-colored divine phoenix. Xiao Chen stretched out his hand and caught a snowflake. It melted on contact, and his hand felt cold. It looked extremely ordinary. When Xiao Chen looked at the wine cup and saw that the wine was even more ordinary, he could not help mocking it. The entire place erupted into an uproar. As everyone looked at the wine cup containing the nine-colored divine phoenix, their eyes blazed with desire. Such a scene was considered a miracle at the wine party, eliciting mockery from the cultivators of the inner and outer courtyards. Immediately, countless envious gazes landed on the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. Many people felt their mouths go dry. They wanted to go forward and drink the wine in one go. The prohibition of alcohol truly lived up to its name. Just one look was already so frightening. What would happen if one really drank it? The other appraisers quickly put down their wine cups and quickly walked over. The mysterious phenomenon materialized by Wenren Yu's flying cloud wine perfectly demonstrated what it meant to be ethereal. A hazy fog rose up from the unfettered sky along with the wine, materializing a twisted illusion. Everyone saw a different illusion in the hazy fog. They were all the desires buried in the depths of their hearts. The previously bustling city lord's residence instantly fell deathly silent, devoid of any sound. The place immediately turned noisy. The originally relaxed wine party immediately turned tense. After taking a sip, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter put down her wine cup and praised, "This is indeed an excellent wine. Even the legendary Jade Lake Immortal Brew is not as good as this." An older old man could not bear to see Xiao Chen in such an awkward situation. He walked over and picked up Heartburn. The wine that fell was like a spirit spring falling from a celestial river in the sky. If it weren't for the fact that it was on the same stage as the nine-colored divine phoenix, the other top-grade wines would have had the opportunity to become the main characters. As the wine was poured into the glass, thin snowflakes gushed out. Snowflakes fluttered about, spreading out and drifting over the entire high platform. "Master Feng, what happened to you?" The moment the light appeared, it immediately attracted everyone's attention, causing them to inhale a mouthful of cold air. The Peach Blossom's sovereign lord waved his hand, and a few attendants immediately stepped forward to pour wine. As expected of an excellent wine. How rare. A nine-colored divine phoenix. To be able to see a nine-colored divine phoenix in my lifetime, I am satisfied. Knowing that it was no match for Zhang Xian, the nine-colored divine phoenix casually picked up a flask of wine to make up for it. The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor looked at the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter and said, "Since the holy daughter is willing to give me face and come over, I will let the holy daughter taste the first cup of nine-colored divine phoenix wine." Just a gentle breath of the multicolored light made one feel refreshed and refreshed. As the flowing water hit the wine glass, it produced a quiet and rhythmic tune. Wenren Yu smiled faintly and took out the zither on her back. She casually plucked the zither strings with one hand, and the beautiful zither music immediately merged with the tune of the wine. To think that he dares to bring poisoned wine to the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. Does he not know how to spell death? 9 types of excellent wines were placed before the Peach Blossom's sovereign lord and the many appraisers. With one look, it was clear that this wine was prepared for an ancient demonic sovereign. Whoosh! When Xiahou Wu heard the appraiser's words, he could no longer hide the cocky feeling in his heart. He could trample on the profound heaven's holy sun, Yihan, Pei Xiaoxian, and the others. Even if it was just a wine festival, it was enough to make him feel proud. 9 attendants raised the 9 wines at the same time and slowly tilted them. The fragrant wine turned into strands of gorgeous silver light under the sunlight and fell into the wine glass. There was a saying, "The success of a general rests on the bones of 10,000 people." How many corpses were there under the feet of an ancient demonic sovereign? Without an unparalleled tyranny, one would not be able to suppress the baleful aura in the wine glass, not even able to raise it. Of the 9 people present, aside from Xiahou Wu, no one else had been invited. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Lord looked at the other impatient appraisers. Then, he smiled and said, "Everyone, feel free to taste the wine." Poison. This was the charm of the unfettered sky. The more one abstained from alcohol, the more tempting it was. These appraisers are too much. At the very least, they are just putting on a show. This is too hurtful. Plop. Xiaochen fell heavily to the ground, his fate unknown. Be it the 2 unconventional demonic wines, the profound heaven's holy sun's flying cloud wine, or Yihan's heavenly ice wine, they all pale in comparison. What is a wine king? This is the true wine king, suppressing the righteous and evil, standing out above everyone else. This is the king of wine. There was a total of 9 bottles of wine, 9 types of excellent wine competing for the title of wine king. The holy daughter overpraises me. If you are willing, I am willing to offer up another flask at the heavenly fragrance banquet. The wine cup emitted a 9-colored glow as the wine was poured into it. This Peach Blossom Wine Festival far surpassed the previous ones, creating a history that would not be surpassed for a long time. However, the mysterious phenomenon materialized by Pei Xiaoshuan's demonic bone wine was incredibly sinister, radiating a horrifying cold qi. What flowed out of the skulls did not seem like wine but terrifying corpses. The wine cup contained a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood. Indeed. Who could have imagined that the people left behind would bring out such excellent wines? Even the 9-colored divine phoenix came out. Xiaochen can only blame himself for being unlucky. How could the Peach Blossom Wine Festival be treated like this? However, they still had to go through the necessary procedures. They had to cover their mouths the moment they opened them. It had to be said that the mysterious phenomenon of so many excellent wines appearing at the same time was a feast for the eyes. However, Xiaochen's heartburn remained quietly on the table, no one touching it. After the 9 kinds of wine were poured, it was time to taste the wine. Even the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor's expression changed slightly. As his gaze fell on Xiaochen, a murderous intent flashed in his eyes. The multicolored light became increasingly resplendent, flowing with many colors and changing many forms. "Senior sister, what's going on? What wine did young Master Xiao give?" Chu Xiang asked the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter somewhat anxiously. Although the wine of the others is slightly inferior, it is not that much inferior. It is still very attractive, and people are willing to drink it. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had not specifically thanked any winemaker to show his respect. This nameless ancient wine inspired fear in everyone, not daring to look at it for long. This is too embarrassing. Fortunately, I did not go up. Otherwise, I would have ended up like this. Compared to these 2 unconventional demonic wines, Yihan's heavenly ice wine was like a clear stream. I thought that this wine would never appear again. Who could have thought that it would appear in Great Master Yuanfei's hands? Each of these wines had their own merits and could be said to be unique. However, after the 9-colored divine phoenix phenomenon appeared, the other mysterious phenomena instantly paled in comparison. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter replied softly, "Many thanks, Crown Prince Xiahou." This fellow had also given up on himself. An awkward scene appeared. Even the unfettered sky and the cold demon bone wine had appraisers willing to try it. Hee, if I were one of these appraisers, I would do the same. At the very least, you have to taste all of these top-grade wines. The clouds swirled, and the wine in the jug pierced through them. It was as if it was falling from an altitude of 10,000 meters, turning into a clear waterfall that fell into the wine cup. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was in a good mood. When he saw this, he did not say anything. Instead, he looked at the 9-colored divine phoenix with a fervent gaze. Putting down the wine cup, Zhang Xian was just about to leave when his face suddenly warped. He clutched his chest, revealing an expression of extreme pain. There were also people who saw themselves hugging 2 beauties, with the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter on their left. On his right was the white dragon holy daughter, and behind him was a group of heavenly fragrances disciples. The scene was rather alluring. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter shook her head and said, "I don't know, either. However, this wine should not be an ordinary wine. It is not as simple as it looks." Everyone's gazes fell on Xiao Chen, feeling extremely incredulous. When these people looked around, they suddenly discovered that the wine that Xiao Chen served did not show any mysterious phenomenon. Naturally, the result went without saying. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor raised his hand and flicked away the people charging at him. When the wine cup was filled, a bright multicolored light ignited and turned into a fierce flame. When the wine cup was filled with the heavenly ice wine, the snowflakes that spewed out slowly gathered and formed an ice flower swaying in the air. The appraisers immediately stood up and poured a glass of the wine they liked. As the wine flowed out of the wine bottles, all sorts of magnificent mysterious phenomena appeared. Of course, not everyone felt that Burning Heart, which was served without any introduction, could be considered as a top-grade wine. Right after the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor spoke, an envoy brought wine cups to the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter. There were even some people who could not resist the temptation and flew up, wanting to charge into the tall platform. Ding! 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 Dang! Some people saw themselves becoming famous, surpassing sovereign personages and becoming a sovereign emperor. A divine phoenix soared out of the flames and soared into the sky. Then, it circled the tall platform, attracting everyone's gazes. Unfortunately, there were no ifs. With just one look at such a fine wine, one would find it pleasing to the eye. When one felt a chill, one's heart instantly calmed down. As one stared at the ice flower, one's heart swayed with it, recalling the many happy and peaceful memories of the past. When these people met this nine-colored divine phoenix, they were destined to lose their splendor, becoming foils. These people whispered to each other and shook their heads, showing dissatisfaction and disappointment in their eyes. This mocking voice attracted the attention of others. Many appraisers looked at Xiao Chen's wine cup. Whoosh! The divine phoenix flapped its wings, and multicolored light descended. The entire city lord's residence bathed in this multicolored light. After taking a look, the divine phoenix raised its wine cup and casually drank it. This wine is poisonous. Up on the tall platform, just as the holy daughter prepared to move and try heartburn, the cultivators of the inner and outer courtyards all showed shocked expressions, sighing in amazement. After receiving this praise, Xiahou Wu's eyes filled with pride as he casually made a promise. The old man known as Grandmaster Feng showed a pained expression as he pointed to the wine flask on the table. However, before he finished speaking, he stopped. Chapter 2054. Poison. The expression of the seated Xiao Chen did not change. However, his heart sank. How could the wine be poisonous? Grandpa Seven personally brewed this wine. Up until now, he had only unsealed it twice. The first time was in Grandpa Seven's house, and the second time was now. Grandpa Seven could not have poisoned the wine. No one would dare to play tricks under the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's nose, so there was absolutely no problem with the wine. The only possible reason was that something went wrong with Grandpa Seven's brewing. Wanting to brew heartburn, the Dragon Clan's #1 fine wine, was not an easy task. The process was complicated and profound, and it required a high level of skill from the brewer. It was possible that a slight mistake would cause the wine to turn into poison. However, Xiao Chen trusted Grandpa Seven's skills. In a short instant, Xiao Chen's thoughts raced as he thought of many possibilities. However, the current situation did not give Xiao Chen much time to think. City Lord, he is not breathing. His heartbeat has stopped, and his aura of life is very weak. We need to quickly save him. The expressions of the two City Lord's residence experts who went to check on the old man's aura changed drastically after a while. Although this old man was an appraiser, his cultivation was not low. He had been a sovereign personage many years ago and could be considered famous in Peach Blossom City. Even if it was a poisonous wine, such a ferocious poison was simply too startling. The moment Xiao Chen said that, another round of startled cries rang out. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor frowned slightly. There had to be something strange about this. Logically speaking, Xiaochen should not have brought poisonous wine. However, the problem now was indeed the wine that Xiaochen brought. How bold! Xiaochen, to think that you dare to bring poisonous wine to the Peach Blossom Wine Festival. At this moment, Xiahou Wu could no longer hold back. Now that Xiaochen was seeking death, this was the best opportunity to trample on him. Xiaochen ignored Xiahou Wu. He stood up and asked, "City Lord, can you let me take a look at this sir's condition?" Xiahou Wu smiled coldly and retorted, "Are you seeking death? This sir is already in grave danger. If you delay him, what if he really loses his life? City Lord, I suggest we take down this brat now. We can interrogate him later if he has any conspiracy." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor entered deep thought. This was indeed the best course of action. However, it still felt somewhat strange. Seeing the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor hesitate, Xiahou Wu continued, "Lord City Lord, if there are no surprises, this wine should be tasted by Lord City Lord. I think his goal is." Xiahou Wu's words caused one's hair to stand on end. This Xiaochen's heart was a little too big. Enough. However, just as Xiahou Wu was about to continue speaking, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter stopped him. Then, she looked at the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and said, "City Lord, I have interacted with Xiaochen before. He is definitely not such a person. Let him have a look. With me here, I can guarantee this lord's life." Now that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter spoke up for Xiaochen, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had to give her some face. He said seriously, "I'll give you 10 minutes. If you cannot give a reason, there is no need for you to exist. No one has ever dared to cause trouble at my Peach Blossom Wine Festival." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's expression remained calm, showing no signs of anger. However, Xiaochen was well aware of the danger of the situation. The other party was not lying. As long as the other party wanted to, they could make Xiaochen disappear from this world in an instant. Xiaochen's life hung on a thread. He could not afford any mishaps. "Many thanks, City Lord." Xiaochen stepped forward and looked at the old man on the ground. Then, he sent in his spiritual sense. After a while, Xiaochen frowned slightly. The old man was indeed not breathing, and his heart had stopped beating. The old man's life force was extremely weak. No matter how Xiaochen looked at it, he looked like he was in grave danger. "What's going on?" Seeing Xiaochen's confused expression, Xiahou Wu said coldly, "Quickly leave. Don't delay the treatment. Otherwise, even the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter will not be able to protect you if he dies." Clearly, Xiahou Wu was very rude to the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter for interrupting him. "What's going on?" Xiaochen did not hear what Xiahou Wu said at all. He was only thinking about the reason. Suddenly, he remembered the feeling he had when he drank heartburn for the first time. Xiaochen's eyes lit up. Then, he asked the person beside him, "Old sir, what was your previous cultivation?" "Great perfection, sovereign personage." "What's wrong?" The city lord's residence's people did not understand why Xiaochen asked this. However, they still answered honestly. Xiaochen revealed a smile on his face. Then, he stood up and looked at the city lord. "City lord, it was just a false alarm. I already know the reason." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor showed an unfathomable expression as he asked indifferently, "What reason?" This old sir was not injured, much less poisoned. He was just drunk. Xiaochen explained calmly, enunciating every word. "Ha ha ha ha. He was drunk." Xiahou Wu felt stunned when he heard that. Then, he guffawed. "Xiaochen, are you joking? Do you know who these appraisers are? They are all famous wine tasters of the desolate sea. They have been drinking wine for hundreds of years." "Drunk? When they were drinking wine, you were not even born yet." It was not just Xiahou Wu. When the others present heard Xiaochen's words, they could not help laughing. "Is this Xiaochen crazy? I think he really is crazy." Without a certain level of appreciation, why would the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor invite them over? Earlier, those grandmasters drank so many excellent brews and did not get drunk. It is impossible for this lousy wine to get drunk from just one cup. What a joke. I believe that these appraisers have tasted all kinds of excellent brews before. I have never heard of anyone getting drunk before. The Peach Blossom Wine Festival has a history of several thousand years. I have never heard of an appraiser getting drunk before, right? The cultivators in and out of the city lord's residence discussed this matter. They all showed expressions of disbelief and mocked Xiao Chen. Speaking big words. Are you not afraid of biting your tongue? Senior Bai did not even get drunk from my unfettered sky. How can he get drunk from your lousy wine? The heavenly slaughter sex Wang Yun already disliked Xiao Chen. When he heard Xiao Chen's explanation, he could not help scolding him coldly. Indeed, Xiao Chen's words were somewhat exaggerated. To those who drank wine, getting drunk was already a rare occurrence. After all, they were all cultivators. It was not easy to get drunk. Furthermore, Xiao Chen only drank 1 cup. How could that be? If that was true, then wouldn't Xiao Chen's wine be even more amazing than the excellent brews that they brought? Humph. What a joke. This old man has brewed so many wines, but I have never seen a wine that can get someone drunk from just 1 cup. 30 years ago, old Seventh Du said the same thing. Even after 30 years, his temper has not changed. Great Master Yuanfei could no longer sit still. He stood up and snorted coldly, looking at Xiao Chen in dissatisfaction. Xiao Chen's expression changed slightly, and anger flashed in his eyes. Great Master, you can just say it about me. There is no need to implicate Lord Seventh. Great Master Yuanfei smiled coldly and said, why can't I say it? A trashy brewer hiding in a remote and desolate place for 30 years actually dares to let a descendant come out and embarrass himself. I think this Peach Blossom Wine Festival is getting worse. Anyone can come and participate. Your Highness, let's go. There is no need to remain in this place. Xiahou Wu's lips curled up as he said, that's true. A trash giving away a cup of lousy wine, yet he dares to boast shamelessly. Hee hee, my 9-color divine phoenix can't make people drunk, it's embarrassing. Your Highness, I think there is no need to send the 9-color divine phoenix to your heavenly fragrance banquet. Just bring Xiao Chen's lousy wine. Right after Xiahou Wu spoke, he tidied up the 9-color divine phoenix and prepared to leave. The other appraisers quickly stepped forward and tried to persuade Xiahou Wu with kind words. Immediately, Xiahou Wu gained a lot of face. He smiled and said, everyone, it is not that I do not want to stay. It is just that my 9-color divine phoenix cannot compare to this lousy wine. It cannot make everyone drunk. Sorry for the ridicule. The place immediately turned somewhat chaotic. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's expression changed slightly. This was the first time he showed anger. Xiao Chen's words were indeed somewhat overboard. City Lord. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's heart skipped a beat. She knew that the situation was bad, so she quickly called out. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor waved his hand to stop the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter from continuing. He said indifferently, I already gave him a chance, but he is still trying to run his mouth in front of me, spouting nonsense, damn it. Xiao Chen panicked. Unable to care about anything else, he immediately kicked the old man on the ground. Ouch! Who kicked me? A miserable shriek came from below. Old Bai, who was lying on the ground, his fate uncertain, suddenly cried out miserably. Old Bai stood up in a daze, staggering. His face flushed red as he looked around, appearing confused. He woke up. Based on Old Bai's confused appearance, he was clearly a drunkard who had just woken up. Up on the stage, the appraisers and geniuses were all dumbfounded. He really did wake up. This was especially so for Xiahou Wu. He was stupefied, not knowing what was going on. Who kicked me? Old Bai shook his head and recovered somewhat. However, rage filled his face. A murderous intent even flashed in his eyes. A terrifying aura burst out of Old Bai's body, eliciting startled cries. Consummation Peak's sovereign personage. The tall platform immediately fell silent. Everyone was stupefied. Old Bai broke through. All he did was drink a cup of wine and sleep. Unexpectedly, he broke through the bottleneck that he had been stuck at for hundreds of years. What exactly is this wine? This question lingered in everyone's hearts. 2163, who kicked me? While everyone was shocked, Old Bai, who had stood up, did not give up. He demanded furiously, burning with rage. The others appeared confused, not knowing what to do. They did not understand why Old Bai was so angry. Xiao Chen replied calmly, I did it. Damn it. This old man nearly touched the threshold of Divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperor. Murderous intent immediately radiated from Old Bai. However, when he saw that the person who came was Xiao Chen, he showed a stunned expression. Old Bai withdrew his murderous intent and said somewhat embarrassedly, So, it is young Master Xiao. Sorry for the offense. Seeing that Xiao Chen had kicked him, Old Bai's attitude immediately changed 180 degrees, quickly apologizing. However, the others did not pay much attention to this. Instead, they were stunned by Old Bai's earlier words. Xiao Chen nearly touched the threshold of Divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperor. This, what exactly is this wine? The people at the scene were going crazy, including those outstanding talents. They were all dumbfounded. Old Bai's words were somewhat exaggerated. However, what happened to Xiao Chen forced everyone to believe it. Previously, who would have believed that someone would break through the bottleneck of great perfection's sovereign personage after getting drunk? Great Master Yuanfei was somewhat stunned. Unexpectedly, such a thing happened. Could it be that Old Du really brewed such a miraculous wine? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Great Master Yuanfei rushed towards the heartburn somewhat crazily, wanting to find out what it was. Whoosh! However, the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor was faster. He stretched out his hand and caught the wine bottle. The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor removed the lid and gently sniffed. It was just an ordinary wine fragrance, nothing strange about it. The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor could not help frowning slightly. To think that there was a peak wine that he did not know about in this world. At this moment, everyone knew that the bottle of wine that Xiao Chen brought over was not poisoned but a peak-quality brew. It had an incredibly miraculous effect, far surpassing that of the other 8 peak wines. However, when the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor sniffed it, he showed a confused expression, unable to guess anything. The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor could not help looking at Xiao Chen and asking, Little friend, what wine is this? Heartburn. Xiao Chen answered calmly, resolving the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor's doubts. Heartburn. The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor's eyelids twitched. He asked somewhat excitedly, Is this the strongest wine of the dragon race, Heartburn, which has not appeared in 5,000 years? Xiao Chen nodded. That's right. Whoosh. The moment Xiao Chen said that, a huge commotion broke out. Everyone showed incredulous expressions. Heartburn? What wine is this? How come I've never heard of it, does anyone know? It has been lost for far too long. 5,000 years ago, the Dragon Emperor bestowed the last flask of heartburn to someone in the Divine Dragon Empire. As for the recipe, it was lost long ago. The origins of this wine are too great. No wonder there were no magnificent mysterious phenomena. It turns out that it is a strong wine. This Xiao Chen really hid his strength. I heard that back then, someone was willing to use a jade mine to exchange for a flask of heartburn. The people on the tall platform showed all sorts of expressions. Some were shocked, some found it strange, and some felt incredibly disappointed. When Great Master Yuanfei heard the words, heartburn, he said somewhat dispiritedly, Heartburn, how could he brew heartburn? I don't believe it. I don't believe it. Lord City Lord, please let me have a sip. Otherwise, I will not be able to accept this. Drink a sip. Haha. Didn't Great Master say that he was leaving earlier? Why are you still here? Now, no one is begging you to stay. However, the Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yihan laughed faintly at this moment. His laughter was filled with mockery. This made Xiahou Wu feel embarrassed. He had been too cocky earlier, thinking about the 9-colored divine phoenix. No matter what, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor would give in under pressure. After dealing with Xiao Chen, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had not expected Xiao Chen to take out heartburn. Naturally, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor could not agree to Great Master Yuan Fei's request. He said calmly, "Someone, send Great Master off." "No, I'm not leaving. Let me have a sip." "I don't believe it. I don't believe that old Seven Du can brew heartburn." However, Great Master Yuan Fei seemed somewhat deranged. He continuously shoved the people sending him off, appearing somewhat frenzied. How stubborn. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor lost his patience. He had always respected the brewer. However, such nonsense crossed his bottom line. These people seemed to have forgotten that he was a divine Vein Realm Sovereign Emperor. Pa! The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor did not see the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor do anything, but he directly sent Great Master Yuan Fei flying. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiahou Wu and said, "Crown Prince Xiahou, please go ahead." After all, Xiahou Wu was the Crown Prince of the Hound Lion Empire. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave him some face, making an inviting gesture with his hand. Xiahou Wu's face was completely lost. In front of everyone, he felt a burning pain on his face. "Many thanks for Lord City Lord's magnanimity. Goodbye." Xiahou Wu showed a cold expression, not saying a word as he quickly left with his head lowered. Xiahou Wu did not want to remain in this place for even a moment longer. He had never been so embarrassed in his life. This was especially so when he pretended to leave in front of everyone. Who knew, he ended up overreacting. He would probably be the laughingstock of the desolate sea for a long time. When Xiao Chen saw this scene, he felt some joy amid his calmness. If one did not seek trouble, one would not die. This Xiahou Wu kept jumping around. In the end, Xiao Chen slapped his face until it swelled up. Xiahou Wu had only himself to blame. However, what made Xiao Chen happy was that Grandpa Seven finally proved himself by not stepping into Peach Blossom City for 30 years. 30 years later, Xiao Chen finally fulfilled Grandpa Seven's long-cherished wish with the heartburn that Grandpa Seven brewed. "Xiao Chen, why did you not explain the origins of this wine earlier?" The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Xiao Chen in confusion, feeling suspicious. The others did not understand, either. If Xiao Chen had introduced this wine as heartburn, Xiahou Wu would not have dared to jump around like that. Or could it be that Xiao Chen was very scheming and purposely dug a hole for Xiahou Wu? If that was the case, it would be too scary. Xiao Chen said honestly, "I did not know that heartburn would have such value. In reality, I already drank a flask of heartburn before, but it did not benefit as much as this old sir. I only felt that it was sufficiently strong and that it was a good flask." Furthermore, the city lord clearly fell in love with the 9-colored divine phoenix back then. I felt that the victor was already decided, so there was no need to waste words. Indeed, at that time, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor had called Xiahou Wu to his side alone. His love for Xiahou Wu was already indescribable. However, there was one more thing that Xiao Chen did not mention, as he could not be bothered to explain. This was because of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's indifferent attitude when he spoke to Xiao Chen. Since the other party did not care, naturally, Xiao Chen did not need to say anything else. "What cultivation realm did you drink it at?" the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor asked in shock. "Middle Stage Holy Venerate." After the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor heard that, he felt that it was a pity. He sighed, "What a waste, what a waste. You are too wasteful. The effects of this heartburn can only be brought out when one is at least a sovereign emperor. Only the first time you drink it will have an effect. If you drink it again, the effects will be much weaker. You will never be able to make up for this regret." Actually, Shao Chen already knew about this. However, this heartburn allowed him to skip initial perfection sovereign personage. His advancement to small perfection sovereign personage and the conversion of his bloodline power more or less made up for some of his losses. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at the many appraisers behind him and said, "Shao Chen, this wine is already certain to be heartburn. However, it is too precious. There is no way for everyone to taste it. I will directly name heartburn as the winner of this Wine King contest. That's how it should be, how it should be. If the 9-color Divine Phoenix had not left, we might have been able to compete for it. Since Great Master Yuanfeng forfeited, it must be heartburn. Haha. Congratulations to the city lord for obtaining this fine wine." The other appraisers all agreed with the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's words. Sighs resounded in the crowd. No one had expected the final victor of the Wine King contest to be Shao Chen. No one had expected the final victor of the Wine King contest to be Shao Chen, whom no one had expected. This was simply unbelievable. Alright, since no one has any objections. Since no one has any objections, I will fulfill my promise. Shao Chen, this is the key to the ethereal immortal palace's treasure. Keep it first. If you have any other requests, I can agree to them as long as they are not overboard. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor looked at Shao Chen. At the same time, a simple brocade box flew into Shao Chen's hand before many people's fervent gazes. Shao Chen received the brocade box. After he put it away, he looked at the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor and said, "City Lord, I would like to have City Lord protect Lord Seven's village for 100 years, preventing the bandits and the various large factions from harming it." The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor felt shocked. This is too simple. I just need to say a word, and no one will dare to touch Old Seven's village. Consider this request a gift from me. Make another request. Given Shao Chen's strength, he could rank among the best among sovereign emperors. No one would offend him over a village. Shao Chen felt surprised. Unexpectedly, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was so agreeable. He did not know what to say. What request should I make? Chapter 2055. What request should he make? His request could not be too excessive. He could not possibly ask for the extermination of all the Heavenly Slaughter sect disciples present. Many people focused their attention on Shao Chen. They were all very concerned about what kind of request he would make. Even among Divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperors, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor was one of the strongest. Shao Chen even dared to slap the Hound Lion Empire's royal court's winemaker. Most importantly, in the Desolate Sea, Peach Blossom City was a rather special force. Peach Blossom City was also a rather special force. It did not differentiate between righteous and evil, not stopping people from coming and going. Both the righteous and demonic factions would give the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor some face. It was extremely rare for someone to make a request of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. After a while, Shao Chen said, "Lord City Lord, if I return to the Divine Dragon Empire one day, can you protect my life?" The moment Shao Chen said that, everyone fell silent. Many people thought of all sorts of possibilities. However, they had not expected Shao Chen to make such a request. Everyone here had long since figured out Shao Chen's background. They knew that he caused a huge commotion in Divine Dragon City during the competition between the 7 outer palaces. Furthermore, he cultivated the forbidden Supreme Dragon Fist. Shao Chen had become a thorn in the Golden Dragon bloodline side. It was already a miracle that he managed to escape the Divine Dragon Empire. To think that Shao Chen still wanted to return. This person was truly suicidal. Interesting. If we want to protect his life in the Divine Dragon Empire, how can we talk about merging? The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor definitely has no problem protecting himself. However, it will be difficult to protect him from the Golden Dragon bloodline. This person is really stubborn. Of all requests, he could not make such a request. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor collected many secret treasures and secret techniques. Any one of them would be a priceless treasure. To think that he wants to return. It is unknown whether he can avoid the golden dragon's pursuit outside. The cultivators in the city lord's residence discussed this, feeling pity for Xiaochen. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor remained silent for 3 seconds before saying, "I do not know if I can protect your life in the Divine Dragon Empire. Back then, when I fought with the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor, we both had our victories. If you knew about the horrifying existence behind the Golden Dragon bloodline, you might not have made such a request. However, since you raised it, I will still agree. If you really return to the Divine Dragon Empire one day, I will do my best to protect your life." There was a terrifying existence behind the Golden Divine Dragons. Xiaochen felt slightly stunned when he heard that. To think that even the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor said that. Xiaochen once suspected that the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor imprisoned the previous generation Heaven Dragon in the Starry Heavens Dragon Prison. This was because Xiaochen learned a secret that he should not have known. After that mysterious faction got the Purple Gold Dragon Emperor to restrain the previous generation Heaven Dragon. This was because the appearance of the Heaven Dragon could raise the Divine Dragon Empire's luck. Unless it was absolutely necessary, no one would sever their own arm to imprison the Heaven Dragon. "Thank you, City Lord." Before Xiaochen could think too much, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor agreed in the end. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor nodded slightly. Then, he looked at the others and said, "This time, everyone brought peak-quality wine. Peach Blossom City will not mistreat everyone. After this, Old Shui will pick some treasures from my treasury to give to everyone." "Many thanks, City Lord." Even if they did not win the Wine King contest, they might be able to obtain a part of the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's collection. This trip was not in vain. The others all stood up and performed cupped fist salutes in thanks. This Peach Blossom gathering came to an end here. All that was left was the Peach Blossom banquet. However, just as the group prepared to take their leave, the Heavenly Slaughter Sect's young sect master suddenly said, "Brother Xiaochen, if you can trade Heartburn's recipe to me, I can let bygones be bygones for what you did to the Heavenly Slaughter Sect." The moment Xiaochen said that, the atmosphere turned somewhat strange. Originally, everyone had a tacit understanding about this topic. Since Heartburn appeared, then Xiaochen must have obtained the recipe. However, the matter of this recipe was somewhat sensitive and not suitable to be discussed in public. Now that the Heavenly Slaughter Sect's Wang Yun mentioned it in public, he clearly harbored malicious intent. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor raised his eyebrows. Then, he looked at Wang Yun and said, "In Peach Blossom City, we only talk about wine and nothing else. If you are not willing to stay and drink, I can send young Master Wang out of the city." "I don't dare. I was just speaking casually." When Wang Yun saw the situation, he quickly changed the topic, not saying anything more. Clearly, the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor meant that as long as Xiaochen remained in Peach Blossom City, he would protect Xiaochen. This stopped the other people who had other thoughts from thinking too much. Xiaochen smiled faintly. He had long expected that someone would bring up the recipe. Actually, before he came, he had already thought of a way to deal with this. Xiaochen stepped forward and took out the recipe. "City Lord, can you help me keep this recipe safe?" After it was exposed, this recipe would be a disaster in Xiaochen's hands. He might attract a great perfection sovereign personage or even a sovereign emperor. The losses outweighed the gains. Xiaochen might as well do the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor a favor and hand it over to the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor. The recipe for Heartburn was written on a special beast bone. The words were similar to divine characters and could not be read or memorized. He was unable to read or memorize it. Only when he held the beast bone in his hand could he correctly read the formula. In reality, the 9-colored divine phoenix had used a similar method. The Peach Blossom City Lord felt slightly stunned before understanding. He received the recipe and took a look. Then, he said, "Don't worry. It is in my hands. You can come and take it at any time." Wang Yun was greatly startled. He had not expected Xiaochen to do this. Xiaochen decisively gave up on Heartburn's recipe. Pei Xiaoxian smiled and said, "This fellow is a smart person and very decisive. If we keep it, as long as we leave Peach Blossom City, we will die within 3 days. The others all showed different expressions. Some even showed disappointment. Clearly, it would be much easier to obtain the recipe in Xiao Chen's hands. In the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor's hands, there was practically no chance of obtaining it. The eyes of the profound heaven's holy son, Wen Renyu, flickered. No one knew what he was thinking. After putting away the recipe, the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor smiled and said, "Let the banquet begin. Everyone, drink to your heart's content." The Peach Blossom banquet began. The Peach Blossom City Lord took out some of the fine wine he normally collected for the cultivators attending the Peach Blossom Wine Festival to enjoy. The bustling banquet lasted until dusk before slowly ending. Xiao Chen returned to the Heavenly Fragrance's residence together with the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter. Congratulations, young Master Xiao. It is truly rare for you to emerge victorious in the Wine King contest, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said with a faint smile. Chu Xiang said in admiration, "Young Master Xiao is really decisive. You gave up on the recipe of the dragon race's best wine without hesitation, not giving that Wang Yun any chance." Xiao Chen said calmly, "For this recipe to land in my hands, I practically did not spend much effort. It is not a pity to give it away. Furthermore, it is not easy to brew heartburn. Even Grandpa 7 does not have a high success rate. I was lucky to be able to brew a flask this time. Oh, by the way, I have something to ask the holy daughter." The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter asked, "You want to ask about the ethereal immortal palace?" "There is no rush for the ethereal immortal palace for now. I would like to ask the holy daughter if you know the faction behind the golden dragon race that the city lord mentioned." It was not difficult to find out about the ethereal immortal palace. What truly concerned Xiao Chen was the existence behind the golden dragon race. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter hesitated for a while before replying, "Young Master Xiao will naturally know what you need to know. If you do not know now, there must be a reason. I can only say that the time is not right." Clearly, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter knew the answer. When Chu Xiang saw Xiao Chen looking at her, she smiled bitterly and said, "Young Master Xiao, don't look at me. I do not know what you are talking about." "All right, the time is not right." Xiao Chen smiled helplessly and did not pursue the matter. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said calmly, "Young Master Xiao, not pursuing the matter is actually a good thing. You will know when you need to know. There is one more thing that I need to tell you. Qin Zhuolan will come and look for you 3 days from now." He already agreed. Xiao Chen felt slightly surprised. "I only passed on a message, and he agreed?" The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter smiled and said, "Indeed. I owe young Master Xiao a favor. If you need any help, you can come and look for me at any time. As long as young Master Xiao says the word, I can help you resolve your conflict with the Heavenly Slaughter sect, getting them to stop bothering you." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "I'll owe him a favor first. There is no need to trouble the holy daughter with such trouble." "Good. It is getting late. Chu Xiang, send young Master Xiao back to rest." The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter did not say anything more. She bowed slowly and left. Chapter 2056. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter seemed to be separated by a thin veil, preventing Xiao Chen from seeing through her. Fluttering over, fluttering away. However, Xiao Chen was already used to it. As he watched her leave, he said, "This senior sister of yours is really strange. It's just a few steps away, yet she still asked you to send me off. Clearly, she could have done it herself." Chu Xiang said softly, "That's how senior apprentice sister is. There are many times when you want to show concern for someone, but because of your status, you can't completely put down your airs. She could only ask me to do this on her behalf. You can just treat me as your senior sister. There's no difference. Isn't this unfair to you? You're just like a shadow." Hee, there's no such thing as fairness or unfairness. We grew up together and are like sisters. How could I possibly fuss over such things? Hearing this, Xiao Chen's heart skipped a beat. doesn't that mean you've seen her true appearance? Even if one felt the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's appearance, one could clearly see it. However, the scene that appeared in his mind was always separated by a thin layer of fog. It was extremely strange. Basically, everyone who saw the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter would be curious about her. Chu Xiang smiled and said, "Of course I have. Actually, you have seen it too. However, senior sister is currently cultivating heart force. Those who have not grasped heart force will not be able to retain her appearance in their hearts." Heart force. Xiao Chen had some understanding of heart force. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King had comprehended heart force. Furthermore, he had used his peerless talent to write the heavenly heart art, which allowed people who could not comprehend heart force to use their soul energy and quintessence to create a simplified version of heart flame. One could not cultivate heart force, one could only rely on comprehension ability. The Scarlet Blood Pirate King comprehended it only after advancing to Divine Vein Realm. This heavenly fragrance's holy daughter actually comprehended heart force at such a young age. This was truly shocking. This is a secret. No one else knows about it. I can tell you everything that I know. However, I truly do not know what sort of existence is behind the divine golden dragon bloodline. Chu Xiang shrugged, indicating that she was indeed unable to help. Xiao Chen, on the other hand, was a little embarrassed. He smiled and said, "It's fine. I'm already here. There's no need to send me off. Alright, see you tomorrow. If you're not in a hurry to leave, we can continue to spar." Alright. At night, the blood moon hung high in the sky, and there were no stars in the sky. Aside from the blood moon, there were no stars in the desolate sea's night sky. Just as Xiao Chen was about to sleep, he suddenly recalled the brocade box he obtained during the day. The key to the immortal palace. Let's see what it is first. Xiao Chen took out the brocade box, opened it, and immediately saw an ancient key shaped like a sword. There was some fine handwriting on the key. Xiao Chen took a closer look. When he saw that the inscriptions were actually divine characters, he gave up on the idea of continuing to look at it. Divine characters could not be memorized or read. The special recipe for heartburn was a simplified version derived from the divine characters. Only by holding the animal bone in his hand could he read and memorize it. I wonder what use it has. Is the misty immortal palace related to immortals? After pondering for a moment, Xiao Chen was still clueless. Thus, he placed it back into the brocade box before placing it back into his storage ring. Looking at the blood moon outside the window, he lay on the bed and let his imagination run wild for a while before he gradually fell asleep. When a thick layer of clouds covered the blood moon, outside the heavenly fragrance's residence, a figure covered himself up so tightly that only a pair of eyes could be seen. This figure looked at the sky and took out a talisman. After the talisman burned, his figure started to turn immaterial until it completely vanished. This was very similar to the void talisman that Xiao Chen and Jiang He used in the Yanwu dynasty's soaring dragon city. After the figure immaterialized, the black figure silently passed through the many restrictions of the heavenly fragrance's residence. Then, he entered Xiao Chen's courtyard. In the dead of night, no one expected that someone had already sneaked into Xiao Chen's courtyard. Furthermore, that person arrived at Xiao Chen's bedroom. After the black figure entered the bedroom, his figure slowly revealed itself. However, that person seemed to have another treasure on him. It was similar to the death god mask, isolating his aura, making it hard to detect. The black figure's gaze locked on Xiao Chen's storage ring, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Then, he formed hand seals with both hands and took out a palm-sized astrolabe. As the astrolabe spun, his soul energy immediately turned into thousands of strands that slowly seeped into Xiao Chen's storage ring. The infiltration process was extremely difficult. Furthermore, he did not dare to startle Xiao Chen. The black-clothed man appeared to be cautious and extremely patient. An entire hour passed, and he did not move at all. Success. A strand of soul energy finally succeeded in seeping into Xiao Chen's storage ring. Then, the black-clad person closed his eyes and did his best to recall what the brocade box that the Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor gave Xiao Chen looked like. After a while, the black-clad person's soul energy detected a spot of bright light in the pitch-black storage space. The bright light disappeared in a flash. However, in this 1,000th of a second, the black-clad person's soul energy quickly wrapped around it. The black-clad person pulled, and an incredible scene appeared. The brocade box in Xiao Chen's storage ring actually appeared in the black-clad person's hand. Joy flashed in the black-clad person's eyes as he quickly opened it in excitement. However, the instant the black-clad person opened the brocade box, the ethereal immortal palace key flew away from his eyes. The black-clad person saw that Xiao Chen had woken up at some point in time, firmly grasping the ethereal immortal palace key. The black-clad person cursed in his heart. Then, he turned around and left through the window, not lingering at all. However, Xiao Chen was no slower than the black-clad person. The black-clad person turned into a flash of lightning and instantly gave chase. Whoosh! After revealing himself, Xiao Chen snorted coldly and instantly drew his tyrant saber. A saber light lit up the night sky, firmly locking on to this black-clad person. Damn it! The black-clad person discovered that he could not dodge this saber strike. Helpless, he could only turn around and send out a palm strike. The palm light and the saber light clashed. In that instant, the courtyard supported by the formation shook somewhat. They were also on the verge of collapse, continuously stirring up commotion. Boom! It was also at this moment that the heavenly fragrance palace, which was originally pitch black, suddenly became brightly lit, as bright as day. More than 100 heavenly fragrance disciples appeared from the various pavilions, charging at the black-clad person with weapons in hand. Dodge! With Xiao Chen delaying him, the black-clad person looked like he was about to fall into an encirclement. So, he roared, no longer suppressing his strength. The black-clad person unleashed his aura, erupting with startling and terrifying might. Then, he sent out a mountain-like palm image. Before the many heavenly fragrance disciples could close in, this person's palm strike knocked them back. It looked like this black-clad person was about to flee. Just as Xiao Chen was about to give chase, a figure descended from the tallest pavilion in the residence. This figure looked like an immortal and knocked this person back. After suffering this attack, the black-clad person's aura weakened significantly. Clearly, he was severely injured. Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter, you are actually so strong. The strength that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter burst out with seemed extremely surprised, shock flashing in his eyes. However, you still can't stop me. As the black-clad person spoke, his body started to fade into nothing, slowly fading away. Void Image Talisman? The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter frowned slightly. In the end, she was too late. When Xiao Chen discovered this person, he had already activated the Void Image Talisman. However, the holy daughter was not willing to let this person off. Her figure soared up and gave chase under the moonlight. The Void Image Talisman had a time limit. This person could not remain hidden forever. As long as he revealed some clues, she would have a chance to catch him. Xiao Chen, are you all right? Chu Xiang asked out of concern as she arrived beside Xiao Chen. Xiao Chen sheathed his saber and replied softly, I'm fine. If he wanted to kill me, I would have died already. That's why he came. The ethereal immortal palace key? Xiao Chen nodded. Fortunately, I left a mark on this key during the day. The instant he opened the brocade box, I noticed it. Even so, Xiao Chen still felt some lingering fear. This person came to his room without a sound. If he really wanted to kill him, he would not be able to do so. If he really wanted to kill Xiao Chen, it would be hard to say whether he could survive or not. It looked like he could not let down his guard even though he was in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. He could not be so lucky every time. Sorry, I nearly killed you. To think that this person even dared to barge into the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. Chu Xiang said somewhat apologetically. It's fine. Xiao Chen entered deep thought, finding this strange. Who could this person be? The ice snow mountain manners Yihan? The heavenly slaughter sex Wang Yun? The blood flame sex Pei Shaoxian? Or perhaps the profound heaven's holy son, Wen Renyu? Many candidates appeared in Xiao Chen's mind. All of them were suspicious, but he could not match them up. It was even possible that none of these people were Xiao Chen. It looked like some people's desire for the ethereal immortal palace key far surpassed his expectations. This person even dared to barge into the heavenly fragrance's residence. He wondered if the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter could catch up to him. Chapter 2057. When dawn was about to arrive, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter returned alone. Senior sister, you failed to catch him? The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said softly, an expert obstructed me along the way, so I lost him. Young Master Xiao, are you injured? Xiao Chen shook his head and repeated what he told Xu Xiang. Who do you think that person is? Xiao Chen asked in the end. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter replied helplessly, I can't figure it out. However, we should have met this person before. He purposely hid his familiar martial techniques. Otherwise, I would not have injured him so easily. If I guessed right, he should be one of the people participating in the Wine King contest on the tall platform. As for who it is, I am not sure. This person had a treasure that could isolate his aura and purposely hid his identity. It would be difficult to find him. It was already very difficult for the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter to narrow the search to 9 people. If Xiao Chen had to ask who it was, the first person he thought of would be the ice snow mountain manners Yihan. This person desired the ethereal palace's key and even took the initiative to seek Xiao Chen out. Perhaps Xiao Chen's vague attitude at that time made Yihan feel that there was no hope of obtaining it through a transaction. Hence, Yihan took the risk to come to the heavenly fragrance's residence to plunder it. However, is he really that strong? Xiao Chen knew that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter comprehended heart force. It would be difficult for Yihan to escape from her hands. Aside from Xiao Chen, there were also the profound heaven's holy son Wen Renyu, the heavenly slaughter sex Wang Yun, Xiahou Wu, and Pei Shaoxian. Does young Master Xiao have a candidate in mind? Xiao Chen recovered his wits and replied, I do not. Actually, it does not matter. Even if I guessed it, I cannot do anything to these people without evidence. As long as he does not give up on his evil intentions, he will fall into my hands sooner or later. Holy daughter, can you explain to me what kind of place this ethereal immortal palace is and what is the use of the key? After some thought, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter asked, do you know how many grades of soul tools there are? Xiao Chen knew this. He answered casually, soul tools are divided into 3 grades, inferior grade, medial grade, and superior grade. Regular rank 6 sects had inferior grade soul tools. Only rank 7 sects and factions could control medial grade soul tools. As for superior grade soul tools, only the holy lands and dynasties could control them. The Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant and the God's Shadow Bow in Xiao Chen's hands were both medial grade soul tools, carefully chosen by the Scarlet Blood Pirate King. It was extremely rare. Even among medial grade soul tools, it was one of the best. Under normal circumstances, Xiao Chen would not dare to take out these 2 soul tools. If news of them leaked out, it would bring him great trouble. Wrong. Rank 4, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter corrected Xiao Chen. 4th class. Right. Aside from inferior grade, medial grade, and superior grade, there are also transcendent grade soul tools. Xiao Chen asked in confusion, what does this have to do with the immortal palace key? Legend has it that the ethereal immortal palace hid a transcendent grade soul tool. After the heavenly realm shattered, divine tools no longer existed in the martial epoch. A transcendent grade soul artifact is the strongest artifact in the world. Any force that possesses it will immediately become a holy land, or even surpass it. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter continued, 100,000 years ago, the blood-soaked dragon emperor used this transcendent grade soul tool to defeat and seal the unparalleled Black Dragon King, ending the war between righteous factions and demonic factions. The blood-soaked dragon emperor once used this soul tool. Startled, Xiaochen quickly searched through the vast blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories for any transcendent-grade soul tools. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories were too vast. If one did not have any crucial clues, one would not be able to search for them rashly. He might not be able to find any useful information even after a year and a half. The transcendent-grade soul tool that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter had given him was different. Soon, Xiaochen found some useful memories. He could not help asking, "Are you talking about the wings of time?" "You actually know." That's right, it was the wings of time. Back then, the Black Dragon King had been insufferably arrogant. He had used the destruction dragon flame to burn down the world tree. He caused the heavenly realm to lose its source of energy and collapse in an instant. All the martial gods were severely injured, and their strength plummeted. Nearly no one was a match for him. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter felt somewhat surprised. To think that Xiaochen knew such a secret. However, when she thought about how he was a member of the dragon race, she understood. After a pause, she continued, "The righteous Dao factions worked together to gather the divine Aeon steel fragments and forge the wings of time that could reverse time. Then, they helped the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor defeat the Black Dragon King, ending the previous war between righteous factions and demonic factions." Xiaochen remained calm and collected as he continued searching for information about the wings of time in the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor's memories. He finally found it. After the Black Dragon King was sealed, there was no longer a need for the wings of time. Because the wings of time were too strong, the various holy lands feared them, so the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor continued to hold the wings of time. The blood-soaked Dragon Emperor understood this principle, so he returned the wings of time. The various holy lands refined an immortal sect remnant to seal the wings of time. This immortal sect remnant was the ethereal immortal palace. After that, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor lost his memories. In the battle with the Black Dragon King, the blood-soaked Dragon Emperor also suffered irreparable injuries and vanished 100 years later. Xiaochen looked at the ethereal immortal palace key in his hand and immediately felt incredibly heavy. Don't tell me that this ethereal immortal palace key is the key to opening the ethereal immortal palace? If that were the case, why did the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor give him away as a prize? The Wings of Time was a transcendent grade soul tool. Why did he not open the ethereal immortal palace himself? The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter smiled and said, "That's right. This is indeed the key to opening the ethereal immortal palace." However, what? Xiaochen asked. "However, it is useless even if you have this key. No one knows where the ethereal immortal palace is now. Furthermore, there are a total of 7 keys. Some of them are already missing. The most important inheritance key has not appeared in the world for tens of thousands of years." Xiaochen felt somewhat speechless. "In that case, isn't my key useless?" "That is natural. Otherwise, why would the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor give away such a precious item? However, it is not completely useless. Did you notice the divine characters carved on it? If you use the divine characters to cultivate soul energy, you can achieve twice the result with half the effort. It is actually very useful to you, who just advanced to sovereign personage. The divine characters could indeed cultivate soul energy." Back then, Xiaochen relied on reading the divine characters to temper his will of soul to the level of a great perfection sovereign personage. The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter's words reminded Xiaochen of something. While it was useless to the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor, it was very useful to Xiaochen. However, Xiaochen thought for a while before saying, "What is the purpose of that black figure coming to my room and stealing my key?" At the mention of this matter, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter's expression turned somewhat grave. "I hope that he just wants to rely on the key to raise his soul energy. What if that is not the case?" The Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter remained silent for a long time before sighing. "If that is not the case, then there will be great trouble. It will be a boundless calamity that will affect the entire martial epoch. A transcendent grade soul tool like the Wings of Time should not have appeared in the world." Xiaochen understood that the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter was not exaggerating. If someone really opened the doors to the ethereal immortal palace and the Wings of Time appeared, the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's words would break. The fragile balance between the righteous Tao and the demonic Tao would immediately break. The previous great war between the righteous factions and the demonic factions had already destroyed the heavenly realm, severely weakening the martial epoch. If there was another great war between the righteous factions and the demonic factions, it would be hard to say whether the martial epoch would still exist. It would not be an exaggeration to call it a calamity. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter said after some thought, however, don't overthink. I don't believe that someone can gather all 7 keys. No one even knows what the inheritance key looks like. The ethereal immortal palace is like its name. It will probably remain ethereal forever. Xiaochen thought about it and felt that this was a groundless worry. It was just a black figure coming to steal the key, yet the two connected it to the calamity of the martial epoch. As they spoke, the sky turned bright without them realizing it. When the sun rose, the blazing sun shone with a fiery light and shone on the heavenly fragrance's residence. Such an intense sun only existed in the desolate sea. Your Highness the Holy Daughter, Senior Chui is here. The Peach Blossom Sovereign Emperor's reward for young Master Xiao is also here. Just at this moment, a heavenly fragrance disciple came to report. Xiaochen felt slightly surprised. He recalled that the Peach Blossom's Sovereign Emperor said yesterday that anyone who entered the Wine King contest could obtain one of his treasures. Unexpectedly, Xiaochen had one as well. I'm looking for you. I won't be going. The heavenly fragrance's holy daughter smiled faintly and took her leave. Chapter 2058. After the holy daughter left, Chu Xiang led Xiaochen to meet old Chui. Xiaochen. When old Chui saw Xiaochen, he walked over with a wide smile. It was clear that he was very excited. Congratulations. When you go back, help me ask old 7. Tell him that an old friend in Peach Blossom City misses him, old Chui said in a somewhat choked voice. After waiting for his old friend for 30 years, all he got was a cup of old wine. However, in the end, Xiaochen still helped Grandpa 7 fulfill his long-cherished wish. Xiaochen won the Wine King contest and even defeated his old rival, Great Master Yuanfei, resolving the knot in his heart. Xiaochen nodded and said, definitely. Keep this well. The City Lord and I chose it for you. The City Lord likes your heartburn a lot. Old Chui took out a brocade box and solemnly handed it to Xiaochen. What is it? Just as Xiaochen was about to open the box, old Chui pressed down on his hand and smiled. There's no rush to open it. Open it when you go back. Also, help me give this heavenly origin pill to old 7. The heavenly origin pill was used by cultivators to extend their lifespans when they were nearing the end. It was a rank 5 heaven-ranked medicinal pill, something worth cities. Xiaochen felt slightly startled. It looked like old Chui and Grandpa 7 had a deep friendship. Old Chui even gave such a precious medicinal pill to Xiaochen. Haha. I won't stay any longer. I still have to help you deliver the collections of the others. After chatting for a while, old Chui performed a cupped fist salute and took his leave to deliver the collections of the other winners of the Wine King contest. Senior Chui, please wait. Just as old Chui was about to leave, Chu Xiang called out to him, sending a voice projection. Old Chui's expression immediately changed drastically. To think that there is such a thing. To think that someone dares to barge into the heavenly fragrance's residence in Peach Blossom City. He is simply lawless. Don't worry. I will do as Miss Chu said. Old Chui left in a rush with a somewhat angry expression. However, this left Xiaochen somewhat confused. Chu Xiang, what did you say to Senior Chui? Chu Xiang smiled and said, since Senior Sister said that, the person from last night must be a cultivator who participated in the Wine King contest during the day. Just nice, we can let Chui Lao test the waters and see who's injured, who doesn't dare to appear, and who's worthy of suspicion. Xiaochen said softly, it's better not to spread this matter. Don't worry, I've already instructed Chui Lao to keep this a secret. Back in his room, Xiaochen opened the brocade box. Inside was a jade strip and a beast horn. This, Xiao Chen picked up the beast horn and examined it. He was shocked to discover that it was the heartburn recipe that he had given the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor. It was only after a long while that he regained his senses. The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor truly lived up to his character. He had never thought of taking advantage of Xiao Chen, returning the recipe. However, it helped him shoulder all the danger. Everyone knew that Xiao Chen had publicly given the recipe to Peach Blossom City. However, they did not know that he had secretly given it to Xiao Chen. Going back and forth had saved Xiao Chen a lot of trouble. As for the other jade slip, Xiao Chen placed it on his forehead, and many cryptic mantras entered his mind. It was the rare eye technique, the candle dragon eyes. Xiao Chen used his ice great Tao energy and soul energy at the same time to imitate the candle dragon eyes. Once he activated it, he could seal his opponent in ice. It could seal not just the physical body but the soul as well. This was both an eye technique and a soul technique. Its offensive power was extremely strong, catching others off guard. Think about it. In the middle of a battle, the opponent was imprisoned by you. Even if he could freeze his opponent for only 1 second, it would be sufficient for Xiao Chen to kill his opponent hundreds of times. The scarier thing was that even if this eye technique broke the ice seal, the candle dragon eyes would keep an eye on the other party, interfering with the other party's movement technique and veritable essence energy circulation. The only flaw of this eye technique was that it was somewhat troublesome to execute. It was very hard to execute instantly. However, this candle dragon eyes was very suitable for Xiao Chen. It looked like the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor could tell that Xiao Chen had 3 great Tao. The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor used the ice great Tao less, so he chose this eye technique for Xiao Chen to make use of the ice great Tao. With the dragon race bloodline, it would be much easier for Xiao Chen to execute this eye technique, achieving twice the results with half the effort. When the sun set, Cui Lao returned to the Heavenly Fragrance's residence and informed Xiao Chen and Chu Xiang of the results of his probing. The Heavenly Slaughter Sect's Wang Yun is missing. A Heavenly Slaughter Sect elder received the items on his behalf. The Ice Snow Mountain Manor's Yihan already left the city. Pei Xiaoxian seems to be injured. He said that something went wrong while he was cultivating. Aside from these 3, the others are rather normal and are not suspicious. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. Then, he asked, what about the profound heaven's holy son, Wenren Yu? This person should be the least suspicious. He took the initiative to stay and chat with me for a long time. I did not notice anything strange, Cui Lao said honestly, not hiding anything. Chu Xiang said, it looks like the suspects are Wang Yun, Yihan, and Pei Xiaoxian. Pei Xiaoxian is the most suspicious. Once something goes wrong in a demonic Tao sect, the backlash is extremely severe. He should be recuperating in closed-door cultivation. Why would he need to come out personally? Xiao Chen remained silent, not saying anything. Could it be Pei Xiaoxian? If so, this person is rather horrifying. He appears crazy on the surface, but he is so scheming. In the following days, Xiao Chen had the innate fragrance disciples send Iron Egg back alone. Then, he remained in the Heavenly Fragrance's residence. During the day, he sparred with Xiao Chen, practicing his saber techniques. At night, he practiced his eye technique, the candle dragon eyes. Once he succeeded, this eye technique would become a powerful killing move that rivaled the divine lightning eye. 7 days later, Xiao Chen said goodbye to the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and left the residence. Before Xiao Chen left, the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter said, "Young Master Xiao, please take care of yourself. If you need help, you can contact me at any time. Many thanks." Chu Xiang said somewhat reluctantly, "How unfortunate. I do not know when we can meet again after parting with young Master Xiao this time." Xiao Chen smiled and said, "Tell me how to get to the Heavenly Fragrance. I can go and see you." The location of the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land had always been a mystery. No one knew. Even during the previous war between the righteous factions and demonic factions, the Black Dragon King had searched many times but returned empty-handed. Xiao Chen's words were just a form of mockery. In your dreams. Chu Xiang covered her mouth as she laughed. Her laughter was as melodious and pleasing as before. Goodbye. Chu Xiang, help me send young Master Xiao off. Chu Xiang sent Xiao Chen out of the peach blossom garden. Then, Xiao Chen grew increasingly smaller in her vision until he vanished. Only then did Chu Xiang sigh and turn to leave. The return journey was much smoother than Xiao Chen imagined. The journey was calm and peaceful. Aside from some blind ferocious beasts in the desolate sea, there were no other disturbances. There were no surprises or dangers. 7 days later, the Azure Mountain appeared before Xiao Chen. The ancient and mysterious Azure Mountain rose steeply from the ground, enduring thousands of years of worship from the surrounding villages for 5,000 kilometers around. The ancient and mysterious Green Mountain rose steeply from the ground, enduring the worship of the surrounding villages for thousands of years. The momentum that was originally rising came to an abrupt halt at the peak of the mountain. The Azure Mountain was still there, but where was the dragon's head? When Xiao Chen reached the Azure Mountain, the village would be close. He would be able to rush back before sunset. The journey was overly peaceful. However, Xiao Chen was not used to it. Originally, he thought that even if the black figure did not seek trouble for him, the Hound Lion Empire's crown prince, Xiahou Wu, and the heavenly slaughter sex Wang Yun would not let him off so easily. Along the way, Xiao Chen was very cautious, not daring to be careless. Who knew, the two did not make a move. After thinking about it, there was only one possibility: the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter secretly helped him deal with this matter. Otherwise, given Wang Yun and Xiahou Wu's characters, they would not easily seek trouble for him. This is good. Xiao Chen withdrew his gaze and returned his attention to the Azure Mountain. Whoosh! Gently pushing off with his feet, Xiao Chen's figure moved like lightning, heading for the Azure Mountain. This mountain seemed to have a magical power. Every time, it would attract Xiao Chen's attention. After looking at it for a while, he could not help rushing over. 10 kilometers away from the Azure Mountain, Xiao Chen stopped. Xiao Chen recalled the strange encounter when he first touched the Azure Mountain and the uncontrollable demonic qi covering his body when he climbed to the summit. The more taboo something was, the more it tugged at one's heartstrings. Xiao Chen considered himself a calm person. However, when facing the taboo mountain, he found it hard to suppress the impulse in his heart. After hesitating for a while, Xiao Chen raised his feet and walked over step by step. Xiao Chen could cross the distance of 10 kilometers in the blink of an eye. However, Xiao Chen walked very slowly. A strange force field spread around the entire Azure Mountain. The air was filled with hatred, rage, killing intent, pain, and other negative emotions. Among them, despair was the heaviest. In the eyes of ordinary people, this should be an out-and-out demonic mountain. However, Xiao Chen's intuition told him that there was something strange here, hiding a startling secret. Don't touch it. Just as Xiao Chen was about to touch the Azure Mountain again, someone stretched out a hand from behind and placed it on his shoulder. Chapter 2059. The atmosphere near the Azure Mountain was strange in the first place. Suddenly, someone appeared and patted Xiao Chen's shoulder. Xiao Chen, who already felt nervous, immediately turned around and threw a palm strike as if he faced a great enemy. Bang! The two palms clashed, and Xiao Chen knocked that person back. When he landed, he paled slightly and grimaced in pain, appearing extremely unbearable. Qin Zhuolin. When Xiao Chen saw this person's appearance, he felt startled. Why is he here? He hurriedly flew forward and walked over with quick steps. Are you all right? Qin Zhuolin smiled bitterly and said, It has only been half a year, and your strength has increased a little too much. This is truly incredible. Half a year ago, Xiao Chen was still a holy venerate. When they met again, Xiao Chen had already broken through the shackles of sovereign personage, surpassing initial perfection sovereign personage and reaching small perfection sovereign personage. This is all thanks to the heartburn you gave me. I don't know whether to thank you or blame you. Heartburn can only be used once in my lifetime, and I wasted it at the Holy Venerate realm. Without the accumulations of heartburn, it would have been very difficult for Xiao Chen to break through to small perfection sovereign personage in one go. Qin Zhuolan smiled abashedly and said, I did not expect heartburn to be so strong. Sorry. Since you hit me earlier, we are even, right? Let's not talk about this. Why are you here? Haha. I've been waiting for you for a few days already. Let's talk after we return to the village. All right. When Xiao Chen returned to the village, the villagers welcomed him like he was a hero, welcoming him warmly. Iron Egg, who had returned early, had already told everyone about Xiao Chen winning the Wine King contest. The Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor had already declared that anyone who dared to touch their village within 100 years would become an enemy of Peach Blossom City. Given the Peach Blossom's sovereign emperor's strength and prestige, the villagers would no longer have to worry about bandits or demonic Dao factions invading them. They no longer had to worry about the thing that they feared the most. How could they not be happy? After the commotion, Xiao Chen, Sang, and Qin Zhuolan gathered together. What exactly is the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter looking for you for help? Xiao Chen asked. Qin Zhuolan took a sip of wine and said after some thought, she wants me to help her find the corpse of the previous Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter and bring back a jade pendant. Xiao Chen's thoughts raced, and he quickly guessed, the body of the previous generation's saintess should be in an underground tomb somewhere. Otherwise, she wouldn't have asked for your help. Smart. Even the Holy Lord of Tianxiang wouldn't dare to enter this place. The stronger one is, the greater the danger. Qin Zhuolan smiled faintly. Then, he looked at Xiao Chen and said, guess where the remains are? It's just outside the village, under that well. These few days, if you have nothing to do, go there. Before Xiao Chen could say anything, Sang spoke up from the side. Really? Qin Zhuolan said awkwardly, indeed. The corpse of the previous Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter is in that well. 50 years ago, the Heaven Dragon of your dragon clan seemed to have discovered a shocking secret in this place. Not only did it attract the attention of many people, but it also offended someone that it should not have offended. When it fled into the well, many people who did not know what was going on wanted to follow and take a look. In the end, they were all trapped in there. The infamy of this well spread throughout the desolate sea. From then on, it became one of the most horrifying forbidden lands in the desolate sea. Xiao Chen remained silent. Indeed, he had not expected the Heavenly Fragrance's holy daughter to do something related to this well. After a long time, Xiao Chen said, I went into this well before. You came out? This time, it was Qin Zhuolan's turn to be shocked. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, this is really shocking. In the past, there were fearless geomasters who wanted to go in and check it out. However, no one came out. Xiao Chen raised his wine cup and drained it in one go. Then, he revealed an expression of lingering fear. After some thought, he said, there is a heavenly Dao killing formation inside. The killing formation perfectly blends with the environment, preventing people from feeling any danger. Everyone who died in there showed shock on their faces, not knowing how they died. I did not go too deep and only managed to come out due to some fortuitous encounters. Xiao Chen told Qin Zhuolan everything that happened that day, holding nothing back. After Qin Zhuolan heard that, he thought for a long time. Then, he smiled bitterly and said, to think that it is a heavenly Dao killing formation. Had I known, I would not have agreed to her request. It looks like the Heavenly Fragrance Holy Land's people went down before. However, they were already scared out of their wits. Brother Qin, can you tell me honestly how much do you know about this place? Xiao Chen asked directly as he looked at Qin Zhuolan, not wanting to beat around the bush. Be it the azure mountain that had lost its dragon head or the mysterious and unfathomable ancient well, Xiao Chen urgently wanted to know the answer. He had a feeling that as long as he solved these two mysteries, he would be able to figure out why the blue dragon race was destroyed. Qin Zhuolan was stunned for a while. Then, he said, I don't know much, either. I only heard from my master that the desolate sea was not like this in the past. In the past, desolate slaves could be seen roaming the desolate sea even during the day. Look at how desolate the desolate sea is now, right? The desolate sea used to be even scarier and more dilapidated than this. The corpses and blood of the righteous and demonic sects turned this place into hell on earth. However, because of two people, because of their fight, the entire desolate sea's terrain changed. Xiaochen asked, which two people? The desolate sea was vast and boundless, even larger than the eastern region and northern region combined. Just because of a fight between two people, the landscape had completely changed. Just how powerful was that person? One was the dragon race's dragon emperor Xiao Yun, and the other was a mysterious existence without a name. Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun? There doesn't seem to be such a dragon emperor. I once checked the dragon race's records of emperors, and there was no such dragon emperor. Xiao Chen's memory was not bad. If this person was truly strong, he should have a deep impression of him. There isn't? I don't know about that either. My master told me. My sect only has a single inheritor, so my master should not lie to me. However, that does not matter. I will only tell you what I know. Xiao Chen nodded and said, speak. For some reason, this dragon emperor Xiao Yun wanted to sacrifice the entire desolate sea. TSK. Think about it. Back then, the war between the righteous and demonic factions had just ended. Who knows how many sovereign emperor and foe god corpses were buried in the desolate sea? There were even more sovereign personage corpses. If he really succeeded in the blood sacrifice, how horrifying would it be? So, someone came to stop him, and the two started fighting. Qin Zhuolin continued, no one knows who won. In any case, the desolate sea became like this after that. Xiao Chen entered deep thought. After a while, he asked, what does this have to do with this place? My master speculated that this towering mountain might be the totem that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun set up back then, using the totem as the formation core. Then, he used the entire desolate sea as the formation core and carried out the blood sacrifice. Qin Zhuolin smiled and said, of course, that master of mine is not very reliable. What he said is something passed down by his ancestors. Take Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun for example. Even you said that there was no such thing, so don't take it too seriously. I really don't believe that someone could use the entire desolate sea as the formation core and lay a blood sacrifice formation. How strong would that person have to be? However, I'm only telling you what I know. Hey, Xiao Chen. As Qin Zhuolin spoke, he discovered that Xiao Chen was in a daze, not listening to him at all. Sang saw some clues and already guessed some things. The Emperor record did not have any records of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun. However, that did not mean that there was no such Dragon Emperor in the Divine Dragon Empire's history. If this Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun was the Blue Dragon race's Dragon Emperor, then everything made sense. Xiao Chen must have guessed this, which was why he was in a daze. What are you thinking about? Xiao Chen recovered his wits and said, nothing. Go on, go on. Flabbergasted, Qin Zhuolin said, I already said everything. What else do you want me to say? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Xiao Chen could only change the topic. Who exactly is the person who fought with Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun? Qin Zhuolin shrugged and said, who knows? There are always some people in the Great Thousand Realms who hide their strength. Take you for example. Who could imagine that you were just a holy venerate half a year ago? Now, you are already a small perfection sovereign personage. Now that the topic returned to himself, Xiao Chen stopped asking. However, he felt exceptionally curious about Qin Zhuolin's identity. To think that Qin Zhuolin knew such a secret in such detail. Since you are here, I will not linger. After drinking this cup of wine, I will be going down. I hope that I can return alive, Qin Zhuolin said resolutely as he drained the wine in one go. Qin Zhuolin downed the wine in one go and put down the wine cup. He still wants to go to the cold Een Springs ancient well? Chapter 2060. Despite knowing that the heavenly Tao killing formation was at the bottom of the ancient well, Qin Zhuolin still wanted to go down. The blood moon hung high in the sky beside the ancient well. Qin Zhuolin made up his mind to go down and investigate. Aside from the fact that he had already promised the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter, Qin Zhuolan had also decided to investigate. Firstly, he was confident in his own strength, and secondly, he wanted to see what was down there. Thinking about how Zhang Xian even dared to touch the ancient tomb of a Hellguard, Zhang Xian felt a little relieved. "I'll go down with you." Looking at the reflection of the blood moon in the well, Xiao Chen said softly. Finding it strange, Qin Zhuolan asked, "Are you sure?" "Yes." Originally, Xiao Chen planned to explore the ancient well after he broke through to sovereign personage. Now, he was already a small perfection sovereign personage. Since Qin Zhuolan insisted on going down, she might as well go down with him. At least, she could take care of him. Qin Zhuolan thought for a while before nodding. "That's fine. After all, you went down once. However, think about it carefully. You might not be as lucky as you were last time. Even if you don't go, I will go down alone." Qin Zhuolan looked at Xiao Chen strangely. Xiao Chen should be hiding something from him. However, that did not matter. Everyone had their own secrets. Wasn't he the same? "Let's go." The two of them jumped into the ancient well one after the other. The spring water was clear, and the reflection in the water was a cold blood moon. It looked like the two of them were rushing toward the blood moon. Thump. Not long after, the two of them dived into the water. The cold air assaulted them, instantly penetrating their internal organs. The two people in the water couldn't help but shiver. There was a thick yin qi in the chill. If it was an ordinary person, they would not be able to stay for long after jumping in. Otherwise, they would be poisoned by the cold poison. If it was light, their internal organs would be damaged. If it was heavy, they would die on the spot. After swimming for an hour, Xiao Chen and Qin Zhuolan leaped out of the water at the same time. Their complexions were pale. In front of him was a deep karst cave with crystal-glazed stalactites hanging upside down. Be careful of the stalactites above. These stalactites are even sharper than divine weapons. Many people were pierced through by them and frozen to death on the spot. Xiao Chen came once and reminded Qin Zhuolan. Qin Zhuolan looked around but did not see anything strange. However, he, who had been dealing with evil spirits underground for many years, felt a deep chill in his heart. His intuition told him that this seemingly ordinary cave was actually filled with killing intent. Unheard of. After a while, Qin Zhuolan shook his head in disappointment. It seemed like his previous experience was useless here. Walking on the surface of the underground spring, the two of them swam upstream. "I recall that your dragon race's heaven dragon only disappeared 20 years ago, right?" Qin Zhuolan asked. "Yes. After he lost to the purple gold dragon emperor, he was imprisoned in the starry heavens dragon prison." Qin Zhuolan entered deep thought. Then, he said, "That means that this path is not a dead end. I'm somewhat curious now. Just what kind of scene is the source of this spring? Who set up this place and drew out a cold yin spring?" The two of them were extremely cautious and did not dare to be careless. After a while, Xiao Chen called out to Qin Zhuolan. "Previously, I came to this place. After the spring flowed, I managed to leave by following the spring. I don't know what I will run into if I go any further. If we go any further, we might not have a chance to turn back." Qin Zhuolan looked around and continued, "The heavenly Tao killing formation's killing intent is untraceable. This is really difficult." Qin Zhuolan sighed softly and continued walking forward. As the two walked upstream, they ran into corpses sealed in ice by cold qi. However, they were not the people the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter was looking for. "There's someone underwater." Qin Zhuolan suddenly came out of the water. Xiao Chen went forward to take a look and saw a frozen corpse at the bottom of the spring. The corpse was perfectly fine. Even the expression on its face at the moment it died had not faded. It was an expression of bewilderment, and astonishment. This was a sovereign emperor who died under completely unexpected circumstances. A cold, sinister wind blew, covering the two in a faint layer of frost. Let's go. The two had seen too many frozen corpses and were already numb to it. They sighed softly and continued walking. The cold chi underground turned increasingly cold. However, it was still bearable and not a major problem. Aside from the cold, there was nothing strange. The two even started to feel bored. Crack. At some point in time, Qin Juolin's right leg, which was about to raise, gave off a crisp sound. Qin Juolin's bone actually broke. Before Qin Juolin could react, he felt boundless pain. Qin Juolin, who was walking on the water surface, fell in and instantly sank into the water. After entering the water, Qin Juolin was horrified to discover that the frost on his body turned into ice when it came in contact with water. Before Qin Juolin could react, his entire body was sealed in ice. Then, he slowly sank to the bottom with a confused and helpless expression. Damn it! Danger came so suddenly. Without any warning, Qin Juolin fell for it. Xiaochen felt horror in his heart. However, he could not think too much right now. He ferociously threw a palm strike and parted the spring water. Then, he stretched out his hand and pulled up the frozen Qin Juolin. Xiaochen did not hesitate to throw a palm strike, instantly shattering the ice on Qin Juolin's body. Phew, Qin Juolin let out a long breath. His complexion paled as fear lingered in his heart. Qin Juolin had no idea when he fell for it. It's a scratch. Xiaochen checked and discovered a scratch on Qin Juolin's right leg. This caused the cold qi to seep in and deepen without him realizing it. The wound was very small, and cold qi filled this place. If one did not pay attention, one would not notice it. After a while, Qin Juolin's complexion returned to normal. He had not suffered any fatal injuries. After consuming medicinal pills, he recovered quickly. This was how this place worked. One could not sense where the danger was. When one startled awake, one would discover that one was about to die for no reason. Most of the time, the scariest thing was not how strong the enemy was or how terrifying the desolate slave was. The scariest thing was that one did not know how to defend against it. This place was no different from an ordinary underground karst cave. I really got careless this time. Qin Juolin frowned heavily as he sighed. I ran into the scariest desolate slave in the desolate sea. I even went to the graves of foe gods several times and managed to escape unscathed. Even if it were the evil burial grounds of the ancient demonic lords, would still be able to deal with them. But this place. Qin Juolin revealed a sense of defeat as he spoke. Qin Juolin's long-held confidence suffered a great setback in this ancient well. If not for Xiaochen, Qin Juolin would have died here. The cold qi had seeped into his soul and sealed his physical body in ice. He could not execute any means at all. Xiaochen finally understood why even sovereign emperors died for no reason in this place. Xiaochen looked to the front and saw darkness. He did not know how much longer he had to walk to the spring source. If we continue like this without thinking of a countermeasure, we will die here sooner or later, Xiaochen sighed. This was just his intuition, there was no reason for it. How should we deal with it? No matter how horrifying a killing formation was, there would be a formation core, a node, and a layout. As long as one had these, one could find a way to break a killing formation, no matter how terrifying it was. However, there is nothing in this place. It looks no different from an ordinary karst cave. Qin Juolin spoke somewhat helplessly. However, it was the truth, and no one could refute it. Xiaochen did not reply. He entered deep thought as he carefully looked at the surroundings. Then, he said, I don't think that is the case. As long as it is a killing formation, there will be a formation core and something to lay the formation. The heavenly Tao killing formation only perfectly blends all these into nature, preventing us from noticing it. However, not being able to notice it does not mean that there is none. Qin Juolin said seriously, the activation of any formation requires energy. Normally, it is spirit jades or divine crystals. The more profound ones can use the energy that originally exists underground. However, I do not sense any energy fluctuations here. Hence, even if you find what you mentioned, you will not be able to break this formation. Inspiration flashed in Xiao Chen's mind. He asked, "You mean that as long as we find the energy source that activates the heavenly Tao killing formation, we can break this formation?" "I can't say that I can break it, but I will definitely not die here. I am at least confident of that." Xiao Chen said seriously, "I think I know how this heavenly Tao killing formation is activated. However, why can't you sense it at all?" "What is it?" Chapter 2061. What is it? Qin Zhuolan looked at Xiao Chen curiously. How did Xiao Chen know about a formation source that even Qin Zhuolan did not know about? Qin Zhuolan had guessed many things. This place had cold qi that lingered all year round. Could it be that there was an ice-attributed natural treasure buried here to drive the heavenly Tao killing formation? For example, the blood weapon stone, netherworld profound water, and ancient demonic ice were all extremely strong natural treasures that rivaled divine crystals. However, after thinking about it, Qin Zhuolan quickly rejected this possibility. That was simply impossible. The energy contained within these natural oddities was extremely shocking. Forget about deliberately searching for them. Not to mention searching for them, one would be able to sense them with just a little perception. However, there was no similar aura in this place. This place was completely an ordinary underground karst cave. Apart from being too cold, which piece of land in the great wilderness wasn't cold and gloomy? Qin Zhuolan had many similar thoughts, but he rejected them all. Qin Zhuolan waited for Xiao Chen's answer. He looked forward to Xiao Chen's reply. At this moment, Xiao Chen already felt very certain. His thoughts were very clear as he said, "Actually, you know about the energy source of this heavenly Tao killing formation. You even see it every day." "What? I know about it too. I see it every day." "Xiao Chen, this is not a good time to joke." Qin Zhuolan showed a grave expression as he looked coldly at Xiao Chen. Clearly, he was not satisfied with this answer. Xiao Chen said calmly, "I'm not joking. The energy source of this heavenly Tao killing formation is the blood moon that you see every day. This joke is not funny." Qin Zhuolan felt somewhat disappointed. He did not want to dwell on Xiao Chen's answer. It was better to think about it himself. How could a blood moon in the sky be possible? What was a moon? The moon was the moon star. There were billions of stars in the great thousand realms. However, there were only two, the sun star and the moon star. For millions of years, epochs came and went. However, the sun star and the moon star never perished. They had existed since the primal chaos broke apart. A strong foe god could destroy many stars with a wave of their hand. However, they had to remain insignificant before the sun star and the moon star. Have you ever wondered why the blood moon can't be seen anywhere else in the central great realm aside from the desolate sea? The moon waxes and wanes. However, since the desolate sea's blood moon was born, it has always been a full scarlet moon hanging high in the sky. Xiao Chen was not surprised at Qin Zhuolan's expression of disbelief. However, he wasn't joking. He had his own reasons. Why can't I sense the origin of this heavenly Tao killing formation? That was because its energy source was in the sky. You and I are in this underground cavern, so we naturally can't sense it. The original range of this heavenly Tao killing array might be much wider than you and I think. It's just that for some reason, it didn't shrink to its current size and only exists in this underground cave. Originally, I did not think of this. However, you told me today that Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun used the Azure Mountain as the formation core and the Desolate Sea as the formation diagram. That's why I thought of this. More importantly, Qin Zhuolan's expression slowly turned grave. He looked at Xiao Chen and said, "Continue." More importantly, there is a little girl called Xingchen in the village. She has an extreme Yin body. Long ago, it was said that one could see a blood moon in the ancient well during the day. Previously, I did not understand why there would be a blood moon in the ancient well during the day. Just now, I finally understood. Qin Zhuolan entered deep thought. His thoughts slowly cleared, but he felt a chill run down his spine. If all this was true, then how strong was the person who set this up? Did the blood moon in the desolate sea's night sky exist for tens of thousands of years because of this person? Even if this person no longer existed in the tens of thousands, he still influenced the entire desolate sea. No wonder. No wonder the heaven dragon cultivator who discovered the secret of this place was hunted down 50 years ago. However, there was no way out now. Qin Zhuolin said seriously, if this is the energy source of this heavenly Tao killing formation, then the blood moon above us might be a formation within a formation. This heavenly Tao killing formation might be part of Dragon Emperor Xiao Yun's blood sacrifice formation. This is somewhat problematic. However, it is not impossible. Xiao Chen felt stunned when he heard that. Unexpectedly, Qin Zhuolin really had a solution. What solution? It's obviously unrealistic to crack it, but since we know the energy source of the formation, we should be able to use it. However, since we know the energy source of the formation, we can avoid becoming a target. We can go all out in this underground cavern. Finding the corpse of the previous heavenly fragrance's holy daughter will also be easy. The stronger one was in this killing formation, the faster one would die. Along the way, the two moved very carefully. It could be said that their hands and feet were tied. Even though they were strong, they did not dare to go all out, feeling very depressed. If they could go all out, given the two's movement techniques, they would be several times faster when they explored the place. However, that is only if your guess is correct. Xiao Chen said, right now, you have no other choice but to trust me. Trust me. Qin Zhuolin said only one simple word. Then, he sat cross-legged on the water surface without saying anything else. Qin Zhuolin closed his eyes and continuously formed profound hand seals with his hands. As Qin Zhuolin's hand seals changed, a star chart appeared behind him, slowly expanding. At some point in time, Xiao Chen looked up. The rock above him had vanished. All he saw was a vast and boundless starry heavens, looking incredibly miraculous. Stars flickered, and starlight leaped about continuously, slowly forming an even vaster star chart. Sweat continuously dripped down Qin Zhuolin's forehead. Xiao Chen could feel the other party's soul energy draining rapidly. Aside from driving the star chart, Qin Zhuolin's soul energy was mostly searching for something. Buzz. All of a sudden, a few stars in the star chart loosened up a little and fell straight down. Xiao Chen felt this to be exceptionally real, like real stars falling from the universe. Just at this moment, Qin Zhuolin suddenly opened his eyes. He appeared somewhat fatigued, but he could not hide the excitement in his eyes. Xiao Chen, you guessed right. This heavenly Tao killing formation does indeed use the blood moon as its energy source. It is too vast and inconceivable. I have never seen such a large formation in my life. Qin Zhuolin stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead. Then, he said, the benefits are boundless. Let's go. As long as we stand on the starlight, we will be safe. There is not much time. My endless cycle star chart cannot last for long. Whoosh. Not daring to delay, the two executed their movement techniques as they stepped on the starlight falling from above. Then, they quickly advanced through the underground cavern. Now, there was nothing to worry about. The two moved 10 times faster than before. They quickly swept past the corpses sealed in ice at the bottom of the spring. The efficiency was also many times faster than before. Is it that one? 1 hour later, Xiao Chen took 3 steps back and pointed to a beautiful frozen corpse at the bottom of the spring. Whoosh! Qin Zhuolin landed beside Xiao Chen and took out a painting to compare. Then, he nodded and said, that's her. Let's see if there is a pendant at her waist. The two's gazes landed on the frozen corpse's waist. Indeed, they discovered a white jade pendant, looking simple and beautiful. Boom! Xiao Chen threw a palm strike and parted the spring water, taking out the ice beauty. After the two came out of the water, they came into closer contact with this ice beauty. Their breathing became somewhat ragged. How unfortunate. Such a beauty died in this heavenly Tao-killing formation for no reason. I wonder why she chased me into this ancient well back then. After carefully examining the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter, even Qin Zhuolan could not help showing a slight change in his expression. When the holy daughter was alive, practically no one could see her appearance clearly. The mission that the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter gave them was completed. Next, the two of them had to choose whether to go forward or to turn back. Previously, before Qin Zhuolan found the circulation path of the heavenly Tao-killing formation, the two had no way out and could only go forward. Now that they found the circulation path, they had the capital to go back. What do you think? Qin Zhuolan asked Xiao Chen. If he was alone, he might not have the courage to continue forward. Let's go back. Perhaps there is a great fortuitous encounter waiting for us ahead. However, preserving our lives is more important. Since when did your hand become so cold? Xiao Chen could not help asking when he felt Qin Zhuolan's frighteningly cold hand on his shoulder. Finding this strange, Qin Zhuolan said, I was going to ask you why your hand became so cold. Before Qin Zhuolan finished speaking, the two's expressions changed at the same time. They turned their heads and saw that the ice on the holy daughter, who was hovering above the water, had melted at some point. The holy daughter revealed her true appearance and placed her hands on the two. Just as the two of them turned around, the frozen saintess suddenly opened her eyes. Chapter 2062. Before the two could react, the previous generation holy daughter lifted them up and slammed them into each other. The two's bodies crashed into each other. Qin Zhuolan felt so much pain that he nearly teared up. Xiao Chen's physical body was much stronger than his. Even if Xiao Chen could not control his acquired divine body, it was already as strong as an inherited Tao tool. After the collision, the saintess's corpse flung the two of them away. The complete star chart above instantly shattered. No more starlight fell to form a path for the two. Bang! The two crashed into the wall and embedded themselves in it. Cold chi from underground immediately spread out from the cracks in the soil. Plop! Plop! The more terrifying thing was that the many corpses sealed in the spring water all flew out of the water. The ice on the corpses slowly melted, revealing their true appearances. Quickly leave. These corpses have all turned into desolate slaves. We should leave before they fully recover. Qin Zhuolan shouted a reminder to Xiao Chen as he struggled to get out of the wall. Without needing Qin Zhuolan's instructions, Xiao Chen already sensed the severity of the situation. His vital qi surged. The walls around him were all about to shatter. Xiao Chen's expression remained calm as he quickly scanned the area. He discovered that these people were sovereign emperors when they were alive. After turning into desolate slaves, aside from their auras, they did not retain their full strength. It looked like it was as Qin Zhuolan said. These desolate slaves had not fully recovered their strength. For now, they were only as strong as a small perfection sovereign personage. However, their numbers were frightening. This was good news. Whoosh! 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 The many desolate slaves, who had recovered their true forms, locked their gazes on the two. Cold killing chi immediately surged over. The air turned viscous, greatly limiting Xiao Chen's ability to bring out his strength. An ordinary small perfection sovereign personage would be immobilized on the spot, instantly torn to shreds by these desolate slaves. Eye technique, Candle Dragon Eyes. In an instant, Xiao Chen executed the Candle Dragon Eyes. A spark ignited in Xiao Chen's eyes, and a terrifying Candle Dragon image appeared behind him. Only the head of the Candle Dragon was visible, but it already gave off a terrifying aura. Boom! Torch Dragon's eyes snapped open as two sparks burned in his eyes like candlelight. Xiao Chen's ice great Tao energy and soul energy drained continuously. A chill instantly swept out everywhere he looked. Ka 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 ka. The desolate slaves that just struggled free were sealed in ice again. Even the gushing spring water under their feet froze into an ice river. Xiao Chen glanced over and saw Qin Zhuolan, who was currently entangled with the holy daughter. Compared to him, the other party was in a much more pathetic state. For some reason, his hands and feet were tied, and he did not unleash his full strength. Bang! Transforming into a bolt of lightning, Xiaochen kicked the saintess away. Without stopping, Zhang Xian leaped forward and stomped down on the other party. The moment Xiaochen's feet touched the ground, he drew his tyrant saber. In the time it took for a spark to fly, the 2-foot-wide saber stabbed into the other party's forehead. Traces of ice-cold blood flowed out from the wound, but the blood was a strange black color. He bent down and pulled the pendant from the saintess's waist. Clearly, Xiaochen could not bring the saintess's corpse back. If he could bring the pendant back, he would have fulfilled the heavenly fragrance's holy daughter's request. You are really ruthless. How can you not show mercy before an absolute beauty? Qin Zhuolin said, somewhat flabbergasted as he walked over. No wonder Qin Zhuolin's hands were tied. It turned out that this was the reason. Xiaochen had to admit that Qin Zhuolin's taste was somewhat heavy. No matter how cold and beautiful the saintess was, she was still a dead person. Let's go. Xiaochen drew his saber, and blood spurted out. Then, he quickly moved forward with Qin Zhuolin. These desolate slaves were very hard to kill. They would recover soon. Right now, the two no longer had a choice. They could only charge forward, hoping to find the path that the previous generation Heaven Dragon had taken. Roar! The desolate slave holy daughter that Xiaochen killed came back to life. She soared into the air and hovered there. A sharp roar rang out, accompanied by cold chi. A sound wave spread out. Rumble. The entire ground was shaking, and rocks kept falling from above. All kinds of unexpected dangers came one after another. The heavenly Tao killing formation circulated at full power. Chaos reigned. The entire terrain and environment changed at this moment. Countless dangers appeared. Some came from rocks above, some from old weapons hidden in the water. Sometimes, a wall even appeared in front of them. Damn it! I still underestimated this heavenly Tao killing formation. Qin Zhuolin's hand seals changed continuously. He made a series of moves, forcibly restoring the changed terrain to its original state. However, it was simply too chaotic. Soon, Qin Zhuolin vomited a mouthful of blood as a weapon flew over from somewhere. When a weapon flew out of nowhere and stabbed his chest, his complexion immediately paled. On the other side, Xiaochen did not have as many moves as Qin Zhuolin, so he was in an even more miserable state. The environment of the fourth ring was constantly changing, and each change was a life or death crisis. The fleeing Xiaochen and Qin Zhuolin could not even say a few words before they were separated. Both of them were overwhelmed, unable to care about anything else. Xiaochen no longer had any reservations. He even brought out his great desolate Ian bloodline. His dragon might shook the sky. When Xiaochen punched, he shattered all the rocks in his way. He blasted a small mountain-sized hole in the ground. Saber lights danced wildly, and a terrifying saber chi pierced through the ground for 5,000 kilometers. Xiaochen opened many holes, but he did not dare to move around. Even in his fluster, he did not lose his rationality. Xiaochen continued to go against the flow of the spring water, using force to break through. He also used the Qiongqi Beast Ghost Pennant and the God's Shadow Bow, 2 medial-grade soul tools. Although Xiaochen was only a small perfection sovereign personage, he brought out his various trump cards at this critical moment. With Xiaochen's might, even a great perfection sovereign personage would have to retreat, not daring to clash head-on. However, the great desolate Ian bloodline would eventually come to an end. When the bloodline power slowly faded, boundless fatigue assaulted Xiaochen's body from all directions. Am I going to die? Right now, Xiaochen was at his wit's end. He had already used all his trump cards. If he still could not leave the heavenly Tao killing formation's range, he would be helpless. However, it was still pitch black in front, he could not see the path. Xiaochen did not know what dangers were hidden in the deep darkness. He also did not know how far he had to go to reach the spring source. Gritting his teeth, Xiaochen continued forward. Soon, he felt something strange. The demonic chi veritable essence energy in his primal core started to stir restlessly. He could not control it. Such a situation was very similar to when he climbed to the summit of the Azure Mountain and instantly fell into a state of demonic chi. The only difference was that the intensity was lower and did not make him lose his rationality. There was definitely something wrong with this abnormal situation. After being underground for so long, his demonic chi veritable essence energy had stirred restlessly. Now that it suddenly stirred, there had to be something strange. Xiao Chen rejoiced instead of feeling shocked. Right now, he was at his wit's end, already in the depths of despair. He did not fear the restlessness of the demonic chi veritable essence energy. He only feared that nothing would happen. Then, he would slowly exhaust his veritable essence energy and wait for death, becoming a desolate slave. A light flashed in Xiao Chen's eyes. He could not be bothered with the restless demonic chi veritable essence energy in his body as he quickly walked forward. The strange thing was that with such a mental state, the desire to live suppressed the various negative emotions. The demonic chi veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body stirred terrifyingly restlessly. Whoosh! After a while, Xiao Chen's vision suddenly lit up. His eyes felt a piercing pain. Xiao Chen carefully opened his eyes again. The scene before him shocked him so much that he gaped, unable to speak. A mirror-like pool of water appeared before Xiao Chen's eyes. This pool of water was not large. However, when standing at the side, it felt vast and boundless. Xiao Chen did not even dare to breathe heavily. The pool water was clear and transparent, like a natural treasure. It was as smooth as a mirror. What was even more miraculous was the reflection of a cold, jade-like scarlet full moon at the bottom of the pool. Is this the end of the cold Yin spring? Xiao Chen wanted to think about this properly. However, the restlessness of the demonic chi in his body became increasingly terrifying. When the demonic chi veritable essence energy relaxed a little, it started a frenzied backlash. It looked like the negative emotions were about to overtake Xiao Chen's rationality. Without much time to think, Xiao Chen leaped into the pool of water. The strange thing was that the water rippled endlessly, like it was an illusion. If not for a figure appearing on the scarlet full moon at the bottom of the pool, Xiao Chen would not have thought that someone had jumped in. Chapter 2063. Plop. Plop. The moment the moon entered the water, Xiao Chen's vision turned blurry. He could only see a hazy blood moon. Xiao Chen's heart thumped uncontrollably, racing endlessly. As his heart slowly increased, Xiao Chen felt incredibly uncomfortable. His heart felt like it would tear apart. In the end, I still can't escape death? Xiao Chen felt somewhat dissatisfied. It was not that he did not work hard. He had already used all sorts of means to clear the heavenly Tao killing formation. Right now, he felt somewhat helpless. If he really died here, he could only say that this was fate. Xiao Chen had gone through too many similar experiences in his life. He had already passed the gates of hell so many times that he could no longer remember them. Now that he faced death again, although he felt dissatisfied, he did not feel too much despair. What would remain after a person died? According to rumor, after advancing to Divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperor, one would surpass the limits of a human. After the physical body died, one's will of soul would still exist. If one reached the faux god realm, even if one's will of soul was destroyed, one could revive as long as the divine flame remained. Unfortunately, Xiao Chen did not have that yet. In the end, a sovereign personage was still a human. At this instant, Xiao Chen thought of many things. However, he did not give up hope, continuously thinking of ways to save himself. Crack. Xiao Chen's heart pounded intensely. In the end, he failed to stop it from shattering. A drop of heart blood seeped into his chest and instantly melted into the pool. After the blood moon in the pool absorbed this drop of heart blood, it changed continuously. In the next moment, the blood moon seemed to burn in the water, releasing a resplendent red light. Xiao Chen, who did not know about this mysterious phenomenon, only felt the pool around him suddenly empty, and his heart returned to normal. The berserk demonic chi and veritable essence energy in Xiao Chen's body also calmed down. Xiao Chen found himself in the void, and his body plummeted uncontrollably. Plop. After some time, Xiao Chen crashed heavily on the ground. He felt like his bones were about to fall apart. Xiao Chen grunted as he tore off his clothes. The wound on his chest had already healed, leaving only a small part unhealed. It's not an illusion. Xiao Chen looked up and saw a blood moon hanging high in the sky. The pool was nowhere to be seen. He was in a desolate plain. There was a cliff at the end of the vast desolate plain. Looking into the distance, there seemed to be an ancient and mysterious city on the cliff. The city towered majestically, solemn and ancient, giving off a heavy feeling. It was much more majestic than the divine dragon city that Xiao Chen had seen. None of them could compare to the city in front of them. A terrifying pressure came from afar along with the wind, making it hard for Xiao Chen, who was standing on the wasteland, to breathe. Dragon might? Xiao Chen was a little surprised to discover that this heavy feeling was actually filled with a heavy dragon might. A heavy dragon might appeared amid the vicissitudes of time. It was unknown how many years it had accumulated. What was even more surprising was that Xiao Chen was extremely familiar with this dragon's might. This was the might of a blue dragon. What is this place? Xiao Chen was extremely puzzled. There was a blood moon in the sky and an ancient dragon city on the ground. It was definitely not the desolate sea. If there was such a dragon city in the desolate sea, it would have been discovered long ago. It was still underground. However, how could one explain the lifelike blood moon in the sky underground? Xiao Chen's thoughts were somewhat chaotic. He closed his eyes and put it aside for now. Then, he sat down cross-legged and consumed a medicinal pill. Then, he focused on treating his injuries and recovering to his peak state. 4 hours later, Xiao Chen, who had an acquired body, recovered from most of his physical injuries. Veritable essence energy also filled his dried-up primal core, returning him to his peak state. Xiao Chen opened his eyes and stood up. He finally felt more at ease. Previously, Xiao Chen had been at the end of his rope. Even a star venerate could make him lose face. Now that he returned to his peak state, he felt much more at ease. As Xiao Chen looked at the distant dragon city, he entered deep thought. Then, he soared into the air above the desolate plain. Buzz! The moment Xiao Chen's feet left the ground, he felt a huge pressure. When he looked up, he knew that this pressure came from the blood moon in the sky. Enduring the rapid draining of veritable essence energy, Xiao Chen quickly arrived at the bottom of the cliff. Without hesitation, Xiao Chen started climbing the cliff. No matter what, a blue dragon ancient city suddenly appeared in this strange place. No matter what, he had to figure it out. Perhaps his fortuitous encounter to get out was here. The rocks on the cliff were as sharp as knives. As Xiao Chen stared at the blood moon's might and pressure, he climbed up with much difficulty. By the time Xiao Chen reached the top, his forehead was already covered in sweat. However, he did not have time to wipe it off. The scene before Xiao Chen stunned him. Outside the ancient dragon city, there were many pairs of soldiers dressed in sturdy battle armor. These soldiers patrolled the city, exuding terrifying auras. Just any one of these soldiers was as strong as a sovereign personage. Furthermore, there were at least 1,000 patrolling soldiers. They were divided into more than 10 squads and patrolled outside the city in a regular pattern like machines. The most shocking thing was that these soldiers should be inanimate objects. They did not have the auras of living beings. 18 incredibly huge dragon souls swam above the dragon city. Each of their heads was the size of a small mountain. The auras of these dragon souls were terrifyingly strong, inspiring despair. Boom! Suddenly, Xiao Chen saw a huge figure descend from the top of the city walls. This figure wore heavy armor, and thick chains wrapped around its body. It carried a metal hook on its back. Soul Reaper. One of the 10 great desolate slaves of the desolate sea, Soul Reaper. Xiao Chen's face sank slightly. What's going on with this place? Why did the ancient Azure Dragon City have such a batch of unclean things? Is it occupation or protection? Whoosh! Suddenly, Soul Reaper, who was on the city walls, turned its head and looked in Xiao Chen's direction. In the time it took for a spark to fly, Xiao Chen quickly found something to hide. At the same time, he put on the Death God mask, isolating his aura. Xiao Chen completed all of this in nearly one breath. However, he still felt somewhat worried. He could feel a gaze lingering nearby. After a long time, this feeling of nervousness finally disappeared. When Xiao Chen walked out and looked up, Soul Reaper was nowhere to be seen. However, the group of soldiers of the dead were still there. Their armor shook as they moved. Aside from the dragon souls, Xiao Chen also discovered many desolate slaves above the city. However, these desolate slaves were much weaker than Soul Reaper, not as horrifying and suffocating. Xiao Chen recalled that when he first saw Soul Reaper, Xiao Chen and Qin Zhuolan nearly died. Fortunately, they managed to survive until dawn. That kind of power was not something an ordinary person could understand, let alone resist it. With the Death God mask, Xiao Chen became bolder. He carefully headed for the Blue Dragon Ancient City. Xiao Chen really wanted to enter the Dragon City to see what was inside. However, he did not dare to take this risk. Once he was discovered, all he needed was a group of soldiers of the dead to fly over, and he would die. After observing for a long time, Xiao Chen discovered a pattern. The area that these soldiers guarded seemed to be limited. They kept patrolling within a certain area. As long as one did not step into the area they guarded, one would not be in danger. Following this pattern, Xiao Chen made use of the gaps between the patrols of the soldiers. Xiao Chen advanced continuously, slowly approaching the Dragon City. His figure kept changing. He had to keep a distance from every soldier at all times. Statues? There were two majestic statues holding weapons in front of the city gates. The strange thing was that the statue on the right only had half a body. He continued pressing forward. He was already very close to the city gates. However, he did not know if the city gates could be pushed open. Although he did not know if the city gates could be pushed open, Xiao Chen wanted to try. Xiao Chen advanced carefully. It looked like he was only 1 kilometer away from entering the city gates. Suddenly, the undamaged statue opened its eyes, and a beam of red light landed on Xiao Chen. The patrolling soldiers suddenly stopped. Pairs of scarlet eyes appeared on their helmets as they stared at Xiao Chen. Run! Xiao Chen immediately turned around and ran, not pausing at all. Whoosh! The statue that opened its eyes did not move. It only swung its spear hard, and a fiery light appeared on the spear in its hand as it charged at Xiao Chen. Whoosh! Whoosh! Before the spear arrived, a horrifying aura had already swept out, nearly sending Xiao Chen flying. Thunder Monarch Spear. There was no way to dodge. Xiao Chen shouted and used the Thunder Great Tao energy to drive the 5-element Divine Lightning. The 5-element Divine Lightning merged and formed a spear in Xiao Chen's palm, releasing thousands of electric lights. Boundless thunder might burst out of Xiao Chen's body as he quickly counterattacked with the Thunder Monarch Spear. The two spears clashed in the air, instantly erupting with terrifying energy. The explosion sent the soldiers chasing after Xiao Chen and Xiao Chen flying, buying some time for Xiao Chen. Light of Freedom. This was a chance for success. Xiao Chen executed Light of Freedom and turned into a flash of lightning, leaving quickly. Chapter 2064. It had already taken shape and could not be turned back into a divine material, so it was not worth much. Before Xiao Chen could change his move, the two puppets charged over like phantoms, working together perfectly. Xiao Chen showed a slightly startled expression. At first, he thought that these two puppets only had the aura of a great perfection sovereign personage. They formed two puppets, one black and one white. The white one held a sword, and the black one held a spear. Their metal bodies flickered with a faint light. Why is there a palace over there? Sorry for the offense. Whoosh! However, Xiao Chen had not expected these two puppets to be here to look down on him. These puppets should be maintained by some kind of formation. Although these soldiers of the dead were horrifying, they could not pursue him after 500 kilometers. Sang sighed softly, I hope so. Although Xiao Chen did not have any restless demonic qi in his body, he did not think much after his initial shock. He directly leaped down. He was defeated in a sorry state, a tragic sight. When Xiao Chen landed on the ground, he looked back and saw the group of soldiers of the dead, radiating an overwhelming aura. Even puppets could humiliate and look down on people. That blood moon pool might have been a turning point for Xiao Chen to obtain an opportunity. Maybe the world has changed. The youths no longer study the martial Tao. No. I waited by this ancient well for an entire night. There was no movement at all. Sang's calm contained some nervousness. Qin Zhuolin, who was covered in blood, was no better off than Xiao Chen. The sunlight was piercing, making Qin Zhuolin feel somewhat dazed. I only used 4.5 moves. The reason the Heaven Dragon cultivators could leave 50 years ago might have something to do with their identities. Xiao Chen picked up a piece of metal and looked at it. He discovered that it was a metal that had been tempered by a blacksmith many times. When Xiao Chen attacked, he used the Supreme Dragon Fist. As he moved, winds and clouds gathered, and dragon roars spread out. Since Qin Zhuolin could leave through the Blood Moon Pool, Xiao Chen should be able to do so as well. Xiao Chen did not dare to believe that he had narrowly escaped death. He did not know if the scene before him was reality or an illusion. Crack. Crack. At the same time, a saber and a spear continuously charged over. Clang, clang, clang. Now, Sang was telling her that Xiao Chen hadn't returned. Where had he gone? Xiao Chen felt his arm go numb. The other party's saber domain completely suppressed the king's will and Blue Dragon's divine might. Trash. The black puppet sneered. To Qin Zhuolin, Xiao Chen was someone even more mysterious than Xiao Chen. The undead guards that had been chasing after him stopped and stood in place, looking at him coldly. Qin Zhuolin vaguely sensed that many of the opportunities here were related to the dragon race. Xiao Chen took off his mask and heaved a long sigh of relief. The experience just now was truly a narrow escape from death. He had almost died in front of the city. Xiao Chen's body slammed into a mountain. The mountain shattered, hiding Xiao Chen within. Let's not consider this for now. What we need to do now is to defeat these 2 puppet cultivators first. Didn't Xiao Chen come back? Inside the palace, Xiao Chen did not feel any danger. Compared to the might and pressure that the dragon city gave him, he did not feel any danger at all. Young man, why did you not learn from the good ones? To think that you actually used a secret treasure. G.A. 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 The 2 puppet cultivators spoke at the same time. Their voices sounded somewhat mechanical, sounding very awkward. Xiao Chen walked towards the mysterious palace at the middle of the mountain. The closer he got, the more he felt how old and dilapidated this palace was. Boom! Where is Xiao Chen? When the puppets saw the thousands of dragon images, they actually let out disdainful voices and attacked. Xiao Chen did not see any life force on them. There was only a pair of scarlet flames in their helmets. I'm out. Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy surged, and his qi and blood surged. After advancing to small perfection sovereign personage, the might of Xiao Chen's supreme dragon fist soared. His body trembled, and boundless veritable essence energy merged with his king's will, turning into thousands of dragon images that charged at the 2 puppet cultivators without any pattern. After some thought, Xiao Chen made up his mind. How could he have imagined that the statue in front of the city gate would discover his presence when he wore the death god mask? The 2 puppet cultivators seemed to be mechanical creatures with their own intelligence. There was a person who had arrived at the Blood Moon Pool before him. When Qin Zhuolin saw Sang, he confirmed that he had truly returned. However, when he heard Sang's question, he startled awake. I only used 5 moves. The slightly dilapidated appearance could not hide its former grandeur and magnificence. With one glance, one could feel the shock and grandeur of the past. It was also a bow, a soul tool no weaker than the god's shadow bow. More importantly, the two puppets could bring out the full might of the soul tools. In that instant, the sky changed color. Dark clouds even covered the blood moon hovering in the sky. Crack. Crack. Why did they not come out? Perhaps they encountered their fortuitous encounter. Every time Xiao Chen exchanged a move, he vomited a mouthful of blood. After 10 moves, a whirlwind appeared under Xiao Chen's feet. The thousands of dragon images could not approach him. Are you sure? Sang asked. It's over. We could have talked nicely, but you refused to listen. You want to play with secret treasures with us? Of course, we have to play with you to the end. They both fell into the water, and their hearts beat uncontrollably, on the verge of death. There were also the dragon souls and desolate slaves guarding the palace. Aside from being dilapidated, there was nothing special about this palace. Since he could not enter the dragon city, Xiao Chen had nothing to do. After thinking for a while, he headed for the palace. I can crush his head with one spear strike. If not for master's instructions, a hole would have appeared in his head. Xiao Chen crawled out of the rubble with some difficulty. When he looked up, he happened to see the black and white puppets standing before him. What are they doing? Let's go in and take a look. Xiao Chen was somewhat surprised to discover a palace halfway up a mountain in the north. The sky was already bright, and a blazing sun hung in the sky. Xiao Chen immediately felt like crying, instantly despairing. He quickly put down the god's shadow bow and withdrew his heart flame. Then, he smiled and said, "Seniors, let's talk things out properly. Let's not play with this, paltry tricks. The ancient city of the Blue Dragon. What kind of city is this?" Xiao Chen frowned heavily as he looked at the city in the distance, feeling confused. The surface of the palace was already riddled with holes. Clear signs of a battle showed up on the ground. The two puppets let go at the same time. Before Xiao Chen could cry out, 2 arrows struck him at the same time. This person was young, but his life force accumulations were so strong that it made one's hair stand on end. Enraged, Xiao Chen's veritable essence energy erupted from his entire body, and the mountain-like rocks on his body exploded. Now that a group of evil spirits occupied this place, he, a bona fide Blue Dragon race member, could not enter. Bai Sei quickly said, "Trash." Xiao Chen was stupefied, truly stupefied. He had thought of many possibilities. This greatly startled Qin Zhuolin. Although he was in a daze when he arrived at the pool, he could still see the marks on the ground. The moment Xiao Chen made his move, regretless dragons. Xiao Chen stepped forward and charged at the two puppets. Qin Zhuolin nodded. He will be fine. I'm sure. Then, Xiao Chen soared into the air and hovered there. The god's shadow bow appeared in his hand, and a strand of heart flame spread out on the arrow. Whoosh! In the land of the blood moon, in a rush, Xiao Chen drew the tyrant saber to fight. Fighting 1 against 2 was extremely difficult. When the blazing sunlight struck Qin Zhuolin's body, it immediately gave off sizzling sounds. The cold qi in his body was instantly swept away. In this saber domain, thousands of dragon images died miserably. The scene was too tragic to look at. However, now, one grasped a saber domain, and the other grasped a startling spear technique. Furthermore, Qin Zhuolin had a metallic physical body. He immediately felt a headache. However, just as Xiao Chen was about to raise his foot, the countless fragments on the ground gathered together like a whirlwind. Then, Xiao Chen turned into a beam of electric light and moved 500 kilometers away. After 500 kilometers, taking advantage of the situation to kill? Originally, Xiao Chen did not intend to use a soul tool. However, these two venomous snake puppets were simply too much of a bully. The ancient dragon city, the weapons of the dead, the 18 dragon souls, the desolate slave soul reaper, and everything else made this city shrouded in mystery. In front of the gate was a pile of broken pieces. There were all kinds of strange materials. Qin Zhuolin said after some thought, "Don't worry. He should not be in any danger to his life. However, this ancient well is too mysterious. There are many things that I cannot explain clearly." A drop of heart blood burst out and merged with the blood moon. Qin Zhuolin fainted on the spot. When he woke up again, he was already lying beside the ancient well. He raised his head to look. This was the strongest geomaster in the desolate sea. Even adding all his previous experiences together, he was not as dangerous as this. A voice rang out beside Qin Zhuolin's ear. He turned his head and saw that it was Xiao Chen's mysterious friend, Sang. In less than 10 moves, he was defeated. Right after the two puppets spoke, they put away their sabers and spears and each took out a soul tool. The black puppet held the spear in one hand and began to spin it rapidly. This place should be the Blue Dragon's old land. However, how did the Blue Dragon's old land end up like this for no reason? I knocked away his weapon with 3 saber strikes, and I did not even use my full strength. How boring. Xiao Chen now understood. No wonder there were signs of fighting in the surroundings. Someone must have been here before. Whoosh. The saber-wielding puppet stomped on the ground, and a domain immediately spread out from its body. It was a saber domain. Master ordered that if you want to enter this gate, you have to defeat us. How boring. Quickly scram. This is not a place you should come to. It is too trash. Xiao Chen thought that this puppet was only so and could easily defeat him. Who could it be? Whoosh. Qin Zhuolin, who had narrowly escaped death under the ancient well, arrived before the pool of water. Chapter 2065. Ka Xie. The 2 arrows fired by the soul tools stabbed into Xiao Chen at the same time. There was practically no time for him to react. The might and pressure from the soul tools and the speed of the arrows were not something a small perfection sovereign personage could see clearly. Xiao Chen finally understood the fear that his opponents felt when he used the God's Shadow Bow in the past. No wonder Bai Yunfei did not dare to chase at full power after Xiao Chen took out the God's Shadow Bow, even though Bai Yunfei's cultivation was much higher than Xiao Chen's. Xiao Chen was restricted everywhere, unable to bring out his full strength. Boom! The 2 arrows struck Xiao Chen, instantly piercing through his chest and flying forward. Xiao Chen fell from the air, kicking up a cloud of dust. Then, he lay on the ground, his status unknown. The black and white puppets walked over and waved their hands to scatter the dust. The saber-wielding puppet said, "He should not be dead, right? At the last moment, I suppressed my might to 10%. If he died, he would be too useless. He won't die. It looks like his physical body is passable, a half-baked divine body. Brat, if you are not dead, let out a grunt or two." The black puppet wielding the spear tapped Xiao Chen twice with its spear. However, it did not do so lightly, it did not do so properly. Xiao Chen cried out in pain. Then, he looked at the 2 puppets somewhat helplessly. "What kind of existences are you?" The black puppet said, "I am Black Egg, and he is White Egg. We are the black and white eggs. We are under Master's orders to guard the inheritance that Master left behind. Whoever can clear this stage can obtain Master's inheritance." When the black puppet mentioned its name, it felt very cocky. Speechless, Xiao Chen could not help saying, "Your master is really good at naming things." Now, he finally understood. Although these 2 puppets were filled with malice, they did not seem to have any intention of killing him. This was more of a test. Otherwise, those 2 arrows would have killed him. The white puppet corrected him sternly, "We do not have names. 50 years ago, a dragon race cultivator passed the test and gave us names. Egg is strong. The 4 great experts of the world, Egg, Gooden, Stupid Egg, and Foolish Egg, are all unrivaled titles. With us, the black and white eggs, there are 6 unrivaled titles. 50 years ago, someone came here?" Xiao Chen didn't dwell on their names. He noticed that the white puppet had said that someone had been here. "That's right, he is also a dragon race martial artist like you." Your aura seems somewhat familiar to him. That's why we didn't kill you. Do you know him? Asked the black puppet. Xiao Chen came to a realization. A strand of the heaven dragon's mysteries appeared in his hand. He asked in a deep voice, "Are you referring to this?" "Yes, it's this aura. He's much stronger than you." When he came, he was already a peak sovereign personage. However, I still managed to torture him for 5 years. Hee, I really miss those days. Every day, there would be people coming to beat you up. That man is also trash. He can't even compare to us two puppets. But you're even more trash. Yes, at least he exchanged 100 moves with us the first time. You couldn't even last 10 moves. You still haven't learned your lesson? You want to use secret treasures to kill us? That's really bad. We, the black and white eggs, are puppets with faux god flames. We cannot be killed. The moral degeneration of the world is getting better by the day. It's still better to fight everywhere with Master. Youngsters are getting worse with each generation. Xiao Chen was at a loss. He did not say anything as the two of them blabbered on and on in front of him. After scolding Xiao Chen for 15 minutes, Xiao Chen finally understood why the heaven dragon had named these two the black and white eggs. The most important thing was that as the two spoke, they ignored Xiao Chen and started to head back. Xiao Chen quickly gave chase, wanting to ask how the heaven dragon had left back then. What a fellow. You're starting to sneak attack. Take this. The two attacked again without saying anything, not giving Xiao Chen a chance to retort. However, Xiao Chen was caught off guard. He was already injured in the first place, so he could not even last 3 moves. Ha! Even if people are not capable, they still sneak attack. If they are capable, they would not sneak attack. Trash. Trash. As Xiao Chen lay on the ground, he could not say anything. As he looked at the blood moon in the sky, he felt powerless. There had never been a moment when Xiao Chen hated being in one place so much. In the past, he always felt that his mental state was fine, unfazed by favor or humiliation, without regrets. However, today, Xiao Chen felt that he had to continue tempering his mental state. However, even the heaven dragon had been tortured here for 5 years. When could Xiao Chen make a name for himself? Just thinking about it inspired despair. Xiao Chen could imagine how the previous generation heavenly dragon would arrive here in joy 50 years ago. After experiencing the black and white eggs torture, the heaven dragon must have thought that he might as well have died in the heavenly Tao killing formation. In any case, that was what Xiao Chen thought at this moment. There was no sunrise or sunset in the land of the blood moon. The blood moon remained in the sky forever. To people used to the sunrise and sunset, this was simply torture. 3 days later, Xiao Chen accepted the reality of being trapped here. Xiao Chen adjusted his mental state and focused on cultivating, doing his best to defeat the black and white eggs as soon as possible. After all, these two puppets were only great perfection sovereign personages. Xiao Chen believed that he could defeat them one day. He did not challenge them casually. 1 month later, when Xiao Chen felt that he had completely stabilized his cultivation, he chose to make a move. Filled with confidence, he challenged them once more. In the end, the two of them worked together to defeat him in 5 moves. His momentum immediately plummeted. Time passed quickly. In the blink of an eye, half a year had gone by. Xiao Chen challenged the two puppets more than 10 times. Depending on the other party's mood, he lost in 10 moves at times, 3 moves at times, or 20 moves at times. That was right. It all depended on the other party's mood. The two puppets were ridiculously strong. After they entered combat mode, they were simply undefeatable. For the first time, Xiao Chen wondered if choosing the path of the martial Tao was the right choice. However, he had to admit it. Xiao Chen could feel that he had improved rapidly in the past half a year. Although his cultivation had not broken through, his strength had at least doubled. This was especially so for his saber great Tao. Fighting with this white egg for a long time and observing the other party's saber domain had been of great help to him. However, all this was useless, not helpful at all. After another unfortunate defeat, Xiao Chen lay on a rock and looked at the blood moon in the sky, feeling bored. The black and white egg sat beside Xiao Chen, chattering away. Xiao Chen was already immune to these two's venomous words. Now, they could no longer disturb him. Whoosh! Just at this moment, the blood moon in the sky suddenly flickered with light, and a terrifying might and pressure spread out. This startled Xiao Chen. This was his first time seeing such a change in the past half a year. The black and white eggs beside him also stood up and looked at the blood moon in the sky. Xiao Chen withdrew his aura and showed a grave expression, appearing somewhat nervous. He did not know what would happen next. When the blood moon stopped flashing, a foot stepped out from within. When the entire body was completely revealed, the blood moon's eyes widened. When the entire body appeared, Xiao Chen could not help revealing a strange expression. It was Soul Reaper, one of the 10 great desolate slaves of the desolate sea. Xiao Chen had seen Soul Reaper in the Blue Dragon ancient city half a year ago. Who would have thought that he would be able to walk out of the blood moon this time? Every time Xiao Chen saw Soul Reaper, he could not hide the fear in his heart. Before such an expert, Xiao Chen's existence was simply insignificant. This time was somewhat different. Xiao Chen saw several bloody corpses hanging from Soul Reaper's metal hook. These corpses had died with grievances, their eyes wide open. All of them were Divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperors. Divine Vein Realm's sovereign emperors were like beasts, hanging from Soul Reaper's metal hook. This scene was simply too shocking, hard to believe. Now, Xiao Chen realized how lucky he and Qin Zhuolan were to survive Soul Reaper's hands. Bitchy Egg is back again. The stench of blood on his body is very heavy. My heart aches for the people hung by Bitchy Egg. How pitiful. He is really strong. He truly lives up to being an unrivaled expert known as Bitchy Egg. There is still a gap between us, the black and white eggs, and the true 4 unrivaled experts. Oh no. Bitchy Egg is looking at us. Soul Reaper, who came out of the blood moon, looked around and fixed its gaze on Xiao Chen and the 2 puppets. Oh no. Oh no. Xiao Chen immediately felt flustered, wanting to hide behind the black and white eggs. In the end, the 2 puppets instantly disintegrated at the same time, shattering into pieces and turning into the appearance that Xiao Chen first saw. Xiao Chen felt flabbergasted, unable to advance or retreat. Before Soul Reaper's gaze, Xiao Chen did not dare to move at all. As he watched Soul Reaper hang experts on its metal hook, he did not know what would happen next.